Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to PEPAGANDA with your host, Pep. Good to see you all. I am very happy to have you all here. We are going to be going through a few stories today that I have been kind of itching to cover, especially the Tennessee election. Covered a little bit of that yesterday, but not as much as I wanted to. But I also realized something, that this election, and I don't know what it is, but they totally have the 3-star Dragon Ball. Can we just acknowledge that? I don't know what it is about Nashville, but they took the little circle with 3 stars. Like, come on. I had to stare at that while I was going through some of the research for the show here, and I just could not get that out of my head. But yeah, after that, we are going to be going over some of the Hexeth stuff. Yeah, really, you know what, dare I say, this man committed a war crime. And I don't think it's as alleged. I don't even think I have to use the term allegedly, is kind of where I was going with that, because it seems like he may have just admitted to it in public too. That guy is certifiably just one of the dumbest people in the entire cabinet. And that's saying a lot. That is saying a lot, because we also have somebody else, a little surprise at the end of the show to go through. So first off, let's start the show off by saying hello, everybody. Welcome to PEPAGANDA. As I said, I am your host, Pep. Glad to have you here. Welcome to this space. I'm happy to kick off the week. We got a lot of fun coming up. Also, you're going to see a familiar face a little bit later on in the day on a different show. Shout out Good Morning Comrade. So let's, without further ado, get to the news. This is the latest updates on what's going on in the Tennessee election. Obviously, I'm going to be covering this a little bit later on my stream. Going to be giving you guys live updates as the night goes on. So let's get a feel for what's happening in Tennessee.
The polls now open for Tennessee's 7th congressional.
As I said, 3-star Dragon Ball. Look at it.
The election that is such a special election. You've got political heavyweights coming in town from all across the country. It is typically a very deep red congressional district that is up for grabs.
Ruby red is
Trump,
the way
for
that they've
example, carried it by
been
22
classifying it.
points year. But Democrats,
Which I also, full disclosure, I actually have family that lives in that district who, funny enough, is they aren't voting. So that's good. Trust me. If they were going to vote, they would probably vote against Bain here. So yeah, it is kind of interesting to know that, yes, it is one of the rubiest red districts, and you can see it.
Democratic leaders have a real chance here. They are rallying around Afton Bain, who has turned her messaging to affordability and the skyrocketing
Also, was this the first time any of you guys heard the name Afton?
cost of living. The race is close, so close that House Speaker Mike Johnson has been on the ground campaigning with the Republican candidate.
I have a feeling that might not help.
And the president chimed in by phone. CNN.
What is it about these guys where they start panicking about congressional races, so they send the least popular person in politics, even amongst their base? Like, I have a bunch of people that, well, not a bunch. I have a few people in my life that are MAGA, and even they talk about Mike Johnson with zero respect or reverence.
And Washington Bureau Chief David Chalian is breaking down what you should be watching in Tennessee today.
Sarah, as you noted, just over a year ago, Donald Trump won this district in Tennessee by 22 points. So why are we even talking about this? How could this be competitive? Well, the reason both parties are
just that alone is worth reporting on.
Spending millions of dollars on this race is because today's political climate and in an off-year special election,
not even a year.
produce a very different electorate. And this is what we've seen throughout
It's not even a year. I can't get over that.
2025. Not just in the November elections in New Jersey and Virginia and New York City, but in special House elections like this one that took place in deep red territory, Democrats are significantly overperforming how Kamala Harris performed in these districts just a year ago. And that's in large part due to opposition to Donald Trump. So Democrats are hoping to ride.
Yeah. Notice how even CNN is starting to report on the fact that it is like from a rise up of opposition, not just a whole, oh, this is an off year election. This is kind of
wave of
this is the way that off year elections go.
Enthusiasm and energy in these off-year, off-cycle elections.
There it is.
In order to produce upsets. Now, if the Democrat Afton Bain were to win here, it would be a political earthquake. So this is still a very tough climb for Democrats. But even if it is within...
Temper your expectations, though, guys. I said this on my stream yesterday. Make sure that you're not going into this, like, expecting the win. If we win, then that is a genuine celebration.
Single digits. That is going to be a warning shot to Republicans as we prepare to turn the calendar to 2026 and the midterm elections, and they try to hang on to their House majority. I will also note...
It's nice to see, like, my age cohorts, people that were in my graduating years, stepping up and really trying to get a seat in power.
Else that if indeed
actually, you know what? Shout out to Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, who is, I think, 12 years younger than me. And that, again, the fact that she is as popular as she is, and she has a genuine shot at winning the seat in the Illinois 9th.
Indeed, the Democrat were to shock the world with a victory, that would take a potential vote away from Mike Johnson in his very narrow majority in the House. He's got 219 Republicans right now. He can only afford to lose 2 Republicans on any party line vote. He'd like one more for a little cushion, and that's what a Republican victory would...
I don't know, because didn't 4 other people just come out and say that they're planning on either resigning or retiring?
To the speaker today.
And this was all, like, you do realize that we're all, like, 2, 3, 4 months, give or take, from the primaries.
David Talion.
Dude, that is, whoa, somebody
You're the best. Thank you so much. Joining us right
had a good weekend.
now.
I don't know, man. She never smiles like that. What's going on?
Democratic strategist Megan Hayes and Republican strategist Doug Hyde, 2 of the best as well, not to diminish you guys, my friends. This also gives us the opportunity to play the latest round of our favorite game of big deal or no big deal. Let me set the table with this aspect when it comes to this race. Mike Johnson told reporters in Tennessee this: "We think what will happen here will be a bellwether for the midterms next year." And a month
Why are we handles again? Oh, I just saw it. I noticed that in chat. Oh,
ago, he
no.
said this about Democratic wins in Virginia and New Jersey.
We had it for a minute there, guys.
I don't think the
I
law.
don't know what the shenanigans that YouTube is pulling. You know what? I did have it confirmed, though. If anybody was watching my stream last night and you guys were curious about what was going on as far as like my internet issues, I did have the mixture. I had the mixture from the snowstorm. And then, yes, YouTube just right around the time that I got my stream going again. Yeah, YouTube was having some issues. So
Last night was any reflection about Republicans at all. What happened last night was blue states and blue cities voted blue. We all saw that coming.
I keep hearing that.
So it's not a bellwether at all. Doug, big deal or no big deal? What's going to happen in Tennessee?
I think we need to figure out what happens first, and we'll find that out, I think, pretty quickly tonight as the votes come in. As David is right.
Dude, did she take an Eddie before like going on her show? Because she is never this giddy.
This is in single digits. It's a big warning sign for Republicans moving to the midterm elections. Special elections do not determine what happens a year later. We do overrate this, but if it is that close, it's going to be a big deal. And one of the things when you get to election day that campaigns say to themselves as a true Republican or Democrat, Megan knows this, is you ask yourself, did we leave everything on the field? And my fear for Republicans on this one is they didn't. They didn't leave everything on the field. And I say that not about Mike Johnson and the NRCC. They have left everything on the field. But Donald Trump should have gone on the ground. Donald Trump used to love doing political rallies. I'm surprised he didn't do it here. We saw him phone it in, but that's exactly what he did. He phoned it in. If Donald Trump had gone on the ground in Tennessee and done a big rally for this, he would have been able to claim credit if Republicans win tonight about how he brought this race home. That to me is a surprise.
Megan?
I don't know. He's not exactly what people would call politically popular, my guy.
Megan literally phoned it in. I mean, Doug really means it. He literally put on speakerphone yesterday. Megan, big deal or no big deal?
Hey, you know what? I'm here in spirit, guys. What's your name? I forgot. Another plastic-faced politician. You know what? Vote for him.
So I think the big deal is actually what's happening before anybody's even cast a vote for this. I think that we're even talking about it in a Trump plus 22 district is a huge deal for Democrats. And it also just shows that the Democrats have a chance to open up the map into places that they have not been able to do in a long time. People are tired of Donald Trump's policies. They're tired of Congress bending the knee to Donald Trump.
Lack
and so they're looking for a different...
Let's be real, guys. They have been in power and only had one one thing pass. This is so reminiscent of the first administration where it's like all they wanted was tax cuts. Now all they want is tax cuts, and they just don't give a shit past that.
Option here, whether it's a more liberal Democrat or a more conservative.
Good afternoon, Carly. Good to see you.
Democrat, we don't know, but I think that this just gives Democrats an option to expand the map into
Also, welcome to the mod team.
far beyond frontline districts.
Republicans are working hard to avoid an upset in a deep red congressional district, one the president carried by 22 points just last year. The race is so close, House Speaker Mike Johnson has been on the ground campaigning with Republican Matt Van Epps and even brought in the president for
He's standing behind a sign that says Doc.
a phone call.
Appropriate.
The whole world is watching. This is a big deal because right now we're like 3 votes up on the radical left, and this would be a wonderful victory for us. It'll be really a positive sign.
Joining me now to discuss, Emily Cochran,
That didn't sound very confident, man.
correspondent.
I don't know. If one thing that if I've gained anything in these, 11 years almost, it's the fact that I can tell when Donald Trump really actually cares about something like this. That was when they say phoning it in.
For the New York Times. Good morning, Emily.
They're lucky they even got that.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
He could have auto-penned that. He would have.
So first, I want to talk about the attention on this special election. We, like politics, we're always covering every little race here and there, thinking that they mean something for the
How in the hell does her camera have astigmatism?
national conversation. But what is special about this special election?
It's the last special election of 2025, so I think a lot of people are looking for any kind of tea leaves ahead of the midterms next year. But as you said, it's unusual for Tennessee to get this level of attention, and I think both Republicans and Democrats are taking advantage of all of those national eyes and also of those national dollars as well.
Yeah.
So Speaker Johnson, we mentioned, has been campaigning hard, and he was asked if this is basically these other elections a kind of warning sign this year for Republicans, especially in a district that Trump won by so much. And here's what he told reporters there.
Is this a warning sign?
Oh my God, look at these dorks. I just cannot get over. I mean, women.
GOP that
How do you feel about this crew right here?
storming the state the first day back
Oh, guys, careful. The floods are coming.
from Thanksgiving recess in a state that went 20 points for Trump, and you have to be here campaigning so hard.
No, ma'am, I did this all last year. He just happens to be the only race in the country right now, so he got my full attention. But we're delighted to be here to campaign.
Oh my God, they're totally fucking. Dude, did you not? I don't know, man. I'm getting something here. They are. Whoo.
For
There's something there. I mean, did you see the way that he patted and like the little blushy smile that he just gave?
somebody who is so highly
Oh,
qualified.
boy.
We're very much looking forward to having him join us.
Yeah, that's the pay. Is this the picture of male masculinity?
Going on with this race? How close is it? And
Apparently.
is Van Epps in a position where he needs the support?
I think Van Epps wouldn't say no to any kind of support from Mike Johnson or President Trump. He got the endorsement from President Trump before he even
Just the fact that both of them stood behind that, like with that side behind them, just saying, Doc. I think that was the recommendation for what they wanted to do that
made
night.
it out of the Republican
Do you think that they just stared at that? They're just like, hey, a little bit later.
primary. I do think, considering how successful Republicans have been in this district, which was drawn to favor a Republican candidate, it is making some Republicans nervous. That the couple of polls that we have seen show it to be closer than they would expect. And I think for Democrats who are still very frustrated about how a Nashville-based seat was cut up into these 3 other districts, I think for Democrats, it's giving them a jolt
Whoa, that's a psychopathic hug.
of energy. It's proving they hope that they can either do
What up,
do an
Chris?
upset, or that they can close the margins and have people believe that it's viable to be a Democrat in this.
How are things in
Yeah, I was
Greece?
going to ask, so many people look at Tennessee and see a very red state. That's how it performs in the presidential elections. Are there progressives, liberals, Democrats there who are hoping for more attention? How do you see that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you underestimate how many transplants there are in Nashville proper. And this is that district.
Absolutely. Since the redistricting, there's just been a deep frustration. And I think State Representative Afton Bain, who is from probably one of the more liberal corners of an already blue city, she's tapped into some of that frustration and some of that enthusiasm to prove that if Nashville and some other more liberal, more blue parts of the district, if they rally behind a candidate, they can beat a Republican. It is still favored for Republicans. This district stretches from the Kentucky border to the Alabama border. It goes through a lot of rural counties.
That makes a lot of sense.
It goes
I never want to hear a red state ever complain about the gerrymandering in a city like Chicago. Go fuck yourselves.
through parts of Williamson
Seriously, when it stretches from one border to the next border, maybe, just maybe, you have nothing to talk about.
County, which is a Republican power center at this point. So everyone here knows that it's a tough race for a Democrat to beat, but it's certainly tighter than folks were expecting.
That's
Like I said, that's the story in itself. The fact that they're only 2 points away when even the most conservative pollsters with this specific election, just like a month ago, they were talking about how, with Trump's little bit of a cushion there in his 22, he was plus 22. Now, if you don't know what election numbers or how they work, I'm not exactly the expert there either. One of these days, we will just do a deep dive into how that works. But the next best thing that we can do is bring up this little election video that I got. Shout out Let's Talk Elections. I followed this guy through the 2024 elections, and he's got some really good coverage. Also, he does something that a lot of pollsters, like online pollsters, don't do as far as collecting the aggregates, is he will give his opinion. And I really appreciate that. So here is the breakdown on what he thinks is going to possibly happen today. This was filmed yesterday. So, I mean, this literally has been changing by the hour.
A lot of those early and preliminary victories in special elections, like the ones you saw in 2017 and 2018, that didn't always amount to a Democratic victory in Congress. In fact, only one time was that in fact the case, and that was Pennsylvania's 18th congressional district, that Democrats ended up actually winning a district despite a multitude of moral victories in district after district that foretold what would be the 2018 wave year. And so as much as Republicans, again, could try to act like this is a non-big deal, it doesn't matter the way the district goes. If they win it, they win it. And that's the only headline that needs to be taken away. One, they are coping. And two, they are doing so because they know the narrative has been long gone. That Democrats have been consistently overperforming in a multitude of...
Yeah, if the Republicans win, just plan for them to be like, meh, not a big deal. And that's good for
districts
us.
And elections, gubernatorial races, mayoral races, whatever it is, name it. The Democrats are overperforming because of one common denominator, the president of the United States.
Yep.
And so I do think that will be a...
Which, guys, do you need to wonder why he didn't show up?
Fact.
Also, yeah, look at this, border to border. You want to hit... I never want to, like I said, hear anybody complain about the districting.
Tennessee 7th, I think to a lesser degree than in other toss-up districts, competitive districts, whatever it might be. This district is still, however, red.
You understand that from this tip to this tip, that's about a 7-hour drive?
Through and through. And while I do think that Democrats will come closer to victory, I do not think it will be at a point that we can say Democrats will win Tennessee's 7th, but never say never. There is still an outsized chance that Afton Bain ends up being the next congresswoman from this district. And as much as I do believe at its core will vote for the GOP in 2026, it will also be one of interest in future elections because Democrats are going to give more than just Tennessee 7th. They're everything in the future. Districts that are within a few points, 10 points, 15 points, will suddenly be seen as within reach and in range. And I can guarantee you this, Democrats will 1,000% invest in it because they need to. And if they do not, they run the risk of losing elections that could be very winnable in 2026. And the election results tomorrow will tell us a lot about those districts that are seemingly on the...
I just realized that both my parents lived in the same district for a little bit there. That's crazy.
If Democrats could act...
And they lived over 3 hours away from each other.
Actually win them. But as it stands...
Yeah, how tripped out do you think I was when I found out that both my parents were moving to the same state, and they did not talk about that at all?
Answer my final prediction.
Child
Matt
of
Van
divorce
Eff
here.
wins by 6 to 8 points, but only time will tell.
Or adult of divorce, I should say.
Oh, to see if I am correct. So thank you guys so much for watching this video. Make sure to comment down.
Yeah. Like I said. Also, here, let me link this guy's page because for real, you guys should definitely give him a subscription. And check his stuff out anytime that there is an election. Because I have to say, like, the fact that he gives his opinions is ballsy. Especially when you are covering something that it would benefit you to not do that. To kind of just try to do like the straight news thing. But you know what? Credit where credit's due. Got a few more clips to get to with the Tennessee thing. Get this up here. Where's this? That's why I had the wrong video queued. Well, let's Crystal and Sagar had something to say about this. I pulled a clip from them. Whoa, what's going on? Oh, my bad. Whoa. I hit the wrong thing. Well, now you guys have an idea of what's coming up next. My bad, production staff.
Here around this district.
Here we go.
Amy Walter says how much of a
That was embarrassing.
drive is Trump for House GOPers. Even in Tennessee 7, a Trump plus 22 congressional district, none of the GOP ads have mentioned Trump or electing a Republican to keep his agenda going. Instead, they all attack the Dem. Why does this matter? And I think based on the Emerson poll that had Afton just down by 2, Trump was actually underwater in approval rating, even in
spoiler
this
alert
district. So it
Yeah.
shows you, even
Brony. Me? No.
we're so Republican. Yes, Matt Van Epps on his ads said like Trump endorsed, but they're not leaning into, I will serve the president. I will work with Trump. Trump loves me. Trump did not go to the district. He did tweet a couple times or post truths a couple times to try to get people, his base, excited to come out and vote. But
I hate that worked.
we've also seen,
Posting truths.
in the past, Sagar, that doesn't
You realize that just in like linguistics, he actually did the thing that everybody was kind of laughing at, but it's like, nah, now just mainstream media posting truths.
really translate. Trump, sort of like Obama. If it's not him on the ballot, there just is not the level of excitement more broadly for sort of a generic Republican, which is effectively what this dude is.
100%. Yeah, absolutely. And what it says, as what Amy says, is that ours will go into 26 in a purely defensive posture. Rebranding the big, beautiful bill isn't happening. Tariffs are unpopular. The only way for ours to win is convince Dem voters candidates is worse. And
Welcome to the community. We found a good community here.
this is basically, if you think back to 2010, you ran for Congress in that election. Why the Democrats got so decimated is people were not jazzed about Obamacare. And, even the Democrats who were healthcare first voters, they're like, well, I don't like Obamacare. Republicans hated Obamacare. There was no enthusiasm. And a lot of the
And the
Democratic
economy was shit.
And the economy was bad,
Yeah.
right? And so, if you remember the Democratic ads at that point, it's so crazy. Like my congressman, his name was Chet Edwards. He was the Republican who lost by the biggest, or the Democrat who lost by the biggest margin.
Oh.
But he had held on in like an R plus 20 district for 18 years. And the thing is that even his ads were like, I stood up to Nancy Pelosi. Like, that's
I
how
will
bad
balance the budget.
things. Yeah, exactly. Like, it got that bad. But I remember Democratic ads at that time were all trying to gin up Obamacare into something that's just not there. And there's a reason Republicans, when they're campaigning, are not campaigning on the big, beautiful bill. And they're not even campaigning on standing up for President Trump, because Trump is not all that popular, which we're about to do a whole segment on. You're really in a tough position. You don't have something affirmative that you can run on, and that defensive posture already
That's
puts
what I
you
was kind of
in a very
saying. Like, the
difficult.
fact that he is so unpopular right now, that one guy pontificating on like, oh, is it because Trump didn't do a rally? It's like, no, I think that they saw borrow a phrase from them, writing on the tea leaves, that might not work out for them.
Now,
taking a very unpopular, like, think of the way that the Democrats tiptoed around the whole Biden thing, which even when he was running, there was that side of everybody that even supported him that was just like, hold on, let's not put him into that position, because that could go bad for us.
All the cap.
We acknowledge that he's not exactly super popular.
Yes, remain. This guy, I would say, probably going to win.
Good day from Australia. Welcome to the show. Appreciate having you here. Thank you for checking out this space. And also, if you guys want to check out my channel, I am at Pep Talks TV on YouTube.
Yeah.
Right?
You have to say that. Yeah.
But it's one of those where if you win by 2, if you win by 3, that's a big problem. And actually, that's where the gerrymandering becomes an existential threat to the Republicans, in my opinion. Because
which, can we just acknowledge that they kind of did that to themselves?
Because
they preemptively did this thing where they're like, we're going to gerrymander, we're going to take this all from the Democrats because we see the writing on the wall. But the writing may be shifting.
Means is that they are going to put themselves in a place where they have 52-48 districts, which they just long presumed were going to be Republican, and could very easily.
It's so funny how they shot themselves in the dick with that one.
Go +5, +6 Democrat, as we've seen over and over again.
Voters have to turn out today. I feel normie Trump voters won't be motivated to vote for a Trump Republican. They're not. The thing is, half of the people in that district don't even know that there's an election.
And in some of those
and the ones that like they've been hammering the commercials to really don't care. As I said, my own dad, he lives in that district. He's not voting.
States where they've been able to hang on, the Susan Collins of the world.
He said, what's the point?
And, in Ohio, for example.
Honestly, I think that there is a little bit of resentment towards Trump and the fact that he didn't fix the economy. So secretly, they want a Democrat to win because they want the checks and balances back.
Example, Vivek, Amy Acton, and Sherrod Brown. Like, I'm not saying I would bet on them, but like, I'm not counting them out.
Yeah.
Just yet. Listen,
Especially
it's a whole
Sherrod,
year to go.
Yeah.
I mean, Sherrod. He lost by 6, something like that.
No, I think
or
it was
less.
closer.
Was
than
it
that.
closer than that? I don't
Look it up
remember.
while you're talking.
Yes. Let me know what the margin was,
Bloodstone.
because
I missed
he
you.
definitely
My bad.
always outran his Republicans. Allies there. He kind of fell victim, I think, to the same thing where he
3.5 points.
Okay, wow, right. So that was in a Republican kind of wave election, if you will. So if you then think back to now, like you're only talking a couple points, you have a decent amount of approval rating. We'll see.
What kind of microphone is that?
I wouldn't want to be any of these guys, and it is, no matter what, it's embarrassing.
Very subtle.
If you win
Thank
only
you.
by 1 or 2, or if it goes to a recount or something. Like that. And it's just it's embarrassing.
I'm literally the guy in the car just like, I'm not doing anything.
Humiliating if they lose.
Oh my God.
Humiliating.
It's an it is actually kind of a political earthquake if they lose. I was just looking at the poly market odds. They have Van Epps at a 90% chance of winning. So we're clear about, where the betting markets are and whatever. But yeah, I mean, personally, given the poll numbers, I'm not sure that, I might be worth placing a little bit on Afton.
Yeah, that's good value.
That's good.
Yeah, that's right.
That's
good
odds
value,
there.
yeah.
That's good
but
value.
In any case, the other reason that this is, that of course I'm very interested in this race, is because Afton is like, she's a lefty. She's a Breaking Points fan. By the way, we had her on the show. You guys should go and watch that interview. We got a lot of interesting stuff out of her, including getting her to respond to her comments that she hates Nashville and country music, which they've made a lot about, of course, in the race.
I'm with you. All right. So I'll say it. All right.
Really? Hell yeah. All right. I actually agree with Sagar on something for once. Sorry to all my country music fans. I
ain't running for office down there.
It was very relatable too.
Yeah.
She was like,
one of my favorite Dragon Ball Z abridged jokes was literally just like, I heard country music. Did you know that it sucks?
Bachelorette's, the pedal pub.
She's right. She's right. I will say though, I did the pedal thing. It's kind of fun.
Is it fun?
It's a little fun.
But in any case, she was, sort of like these tourists, they're always in the way. Relatable if you've lived in a city with a lot of tourists. I lived in New York City.
If there's anybody in this community, it's going to be Tinkerbell. It's just like, you shut your damn mouth.
Times Square, like, get the fuck out of my way. I'm trying to get
cannot
to
imagine. If that, what's this, Broadway or whatever, I'd be like, I'm getting the hell away from this. If I lived in Nashville. I'm sure most of you don't even go there. So I'm just talking about
But in any case, the narrative about the left, that the centrists and the Iglesiases of the world, Ezra Klein, third.
Just remember when they're talking about white culture, that one song that's just like talking about Applebee's and stuff.
Where
that's the white culture that they're trying to protect, folks. Let's just remember that.
Or whoever are trying to push is like, sure, Zoran can win in New York City, but this politics really doesn't apply outside of a deep blue area. And here you have a candidate whose politics are pretty indistinguishable from Zoran's, who is in striking distance in a Trump plus 22 district. So it's going to blow up. It's going to be very, very interesting and blow up a lot of narratives if she's able to pull it off, or even if she comes close. So that's the other reason to watch this.
Yeah, if he wins, I mean, just by a landslide, then it's just like, typical Tennessee.
I wanted to play this Fox News clip that I thought was kind of interesting.
What up, Brian?
Interesting, of one of their contributors saying, you guys think
just missed my hot take on country music.
This, like, their socialist thing is really working for you, and I'm just not sure that it lands the way that it maybe once landed. This is A6. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this.
Mamdani is going to be the next mayor of New York. He's obviously a democratic socialist. And a lot of Republicans have kind of said, watch and see what happens to New York. That's going to be the death of socialism. You don't necessarily think that's the case?
No, I don't. And thanks for having me, John. Also, the conventional wisdom regarding
what that logo is behind him, but
was
it's actually
that
kinda
his
cool
victory was going to
from
be a
graphic
boom
design standpoint
for Republicans in the midterms, because they could just point at socialism and say, there's the boogeyman. I don't think that this is.
Dude. This is how you know that I'm a huge CM Punk and wrestling fan. My buddy just texted me. If you guys know who Larry is, that is CM Punk's little dog. He just crossed the rainbow bridge.
Gonna work. I think
Rest in peace, Larry. Shout out.
there is a real misreading
Good boy.
Of the ground in Middle America, the heartland, call it whatever you want. I spend most of my time there talking to voters, and they're not terrified of socialism, and they're not the conservative, what we used to call blue dog Democrat types that you expect to find there. One quick example, 230-somethings that I met in Dallas, these guys were Democrats, but not hardcore. Socialism came up. I asked a question that we hear a lot on this channel, where has it ever worked? Without missing a beat, the first guy said Norway. Second guy chimes in and says Sweden and Finland. Now, look, we can debate that, and we kind of did those models, but the takeaway here is that when I said socialism, their mental image was not breadlines in Cuba or the former Soviet Union. It was free healthcare and generous vacation packages in Scandinavia. So I think Republicans have to understand the ground is a little different than they think it is.
And this reminded me, Sarah, I saw a poll recently, Cannon's one poll, who knows, that was asking people about like, how
It's weird to see Fox News like kind of doing the thing where it's just like, wait, they're working in facts.
do you feel about socialism? And even in the Republicans, it
That's
was
weird.
not like the 90% or 99%, like, oh my God, that's terrible. There was a third of the Republican base that was like, maybe. I mean, we're in an era of radical politics.
Yes.
People are disgusted and they're fed up with the mainstream. And, you know, a label like socialism, it still definitely carries a stigma in the country. But it's breaking down in a way because it's also a way to signal, I'm not like these Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck
Yep.
Schumer, Nancy Pelosi people that you hate. So it is also a way of signaling that you are in some ways oppositional to the existing Democratic Party. And, you know, at a time when people are feeling like they're screwed and they don't have hope for the future and they don't have hope for their kids, calling someone a radical is not the epithet that perhaps it once was.
I totally agree. I mean, the structural kind of like stew for this has existed for a long time. It happened with Donald Trump. I mean, we talked about this. The norms, you know, even on immigration, they're like, oh, it's Nazi. And they're like, yeah, a lot of people still voted for him. Okay. You could say it now if you want to. I still don't think it's going to be all that effective. But the point is like Trump won the popular vote in 2024, despite breaking all the norms and saying whatever he wanted. Yes, we live in a radical age. And that's why I also think the socialism thing, let's also just consider very briefly, like the long history of the attacks in the same way. If you've called every Democrat a socialist.
Oh, I just realized I need to fix that ground news thing.
Since 1980, basically, what is it, 1984, I want to say?
You can try it.
Something like that, Mondale on. Well, at a certain point, you know, people my age who weren't even alive at that time, it was a tired.
Actually, at this point, you have the opportunity to do something very funny because if it does work, then they would probably get a hold of me and just be like, we're sorry.
Broke by the 2000s. So now it's 2025. So you're at this point where like,
if you're interested in doing ground news, you guys can use code Pep Talks for 40% off.
Yeah, I don't know, man. And I think that's one of those where if anything is good of the destruction of establishment norms, mainstream media,
weird place.
and all of that, it's that most people, in my opinion, these days are trying to figure out stuff for themselves on their own terms. So, for example, when you call someone a radical, we're like, well, what do you mean by that? Exactly, right? And so if you say
that's is definitely losing its luster because they've also kind of messed up by not seeing the fact that a lot of MAGA were called radical, even by Republicans. So
I don't know about healthcare. You're like, well, okay. I mean, that seems kind of reasonable to me. It might disagree on the implementation or whatever, but the idea, I'm not opposed. Same whenever it comes to, I don't know, like even tariffs or any. Trump ran on tariffs in 2016. Everyone said it's going to nuke the economy. It's the worst idea in the world. Even the idea of tariffs, not the current tariffs. He won because people were like, oh, kind of makes sense to me.
Yeah.
So I think it's one of those where people need to understand that with the destruction of norms, it doesn't just apply to the right. It applies to the entire Overton window of political discourse. So that's kind of why I think
it's not about his intelligence because his intelligence takes him to other zones where he's like, again, so anti-drugs and just anti-fun in general. Let's be real.
Medicare for All has majority support in the Republican Party.
He doesn't want adults having the agency to go and do what they want. Like, let's be real.
I mean,
that's where
we've discussed this.
He would make it so prohibition would make a comeback. how lame he is.
I think that sometimes taking these polls to the bank is not exactly the correct thing.
Okay,
to do.
but
the idea.
directionally,
Okay,
Worst
you're right.
type of straight edge.
the fact that you even have a poll that is credible at all, that has a majority of Republicans who are like, I guess so.
Well, I think the idea is everyone should have health care. Now, if we're going to say, should we have a single payer government control health care? No, I actually don't think that they'll be there. I mean, look, everyone always says about Obamacare. Like, well, technically on paper, it polls well. Like, no, it doesn't.
Like, well, I will just say your caveats about polling, I totally take. I think people are bad at like anticipating what they will actually support and whatever. But the language of the poll did say that would mean most private health insurance would go away. And it still garnered majority Republican support. It's a different day. And in some ways, Trump has opened the door to this because, he used language about the working class and about healthcare that sort of co-opted the left. So it took some of the sting out of the attacks on left-wing positions when you have the president. I mean, he doesn't follow through.
That was kind of the point I was making.
On any of this shit, but using some of the language and signaling like he's interested in moving in a similar direction. I did want to flag there are a couple other of races that are going to be interesting tonight. Let's put A7 up on the screen, guys. Go check out Bolt's magazine. Daniel Nashanian is, unmatched.
That's part of the problem. We were sold that this was like the most important special election that I didn't know about this until she just brought this up.
In terms of like literally following every ballot initiative, every down ballot race, down to the like school board and local prosecutor, everything, right? But in any case,
you're going back to bed in Australia. Well, I hope that you join my show at 4 p.m.
flags a few different things that are
I don't
happening.
know what time that is in Australia
today. Like I said before, there's a number of kind of intra-Democratic party fights on the Atlanta, Georgia City Council. There are some DSA candidates versus some more traditional Democratic candidates. So that's an interesting one. This one, Sagar, I think you'll appreciate. There's an at-large school board race in Atlanta where you have a young person running.
It is 4:30 a.m. Yeah, it's early there. Go back to sleep.
For the seat, who in 2016 went viral when, as a 14-year-old high school student, he recited a poem titled "White Boy Privilege" in a slam poetry competition in his school. He is now running for the local school board. I don't remember that particular viral
I don't
moment,
remember that at
but
all.
you don't remember it.
No,
I
I've been
wondered if
online.
you would.
It's one of those, I've been online for a long time. If I haven't heard of it, I'm a little skeptical.
You're skeptical
Actually
of the
went all
virality
that
of this particular thing. There's also
You're also entering your 30s, Sagar. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I feel so bad for his kids.
there's some interesting
Oh my God.
Jersey City and other New Jersey races.
Oh, he's going to be such a cringe dad with that shit, where he's just like, listen, I'm up to date with online culture. I'm with it. I'm hip.
But in particular in Jersey City. Do you guys remember Jim McGreevey? He was the governor of New Jersey, Democrat, just had to resign in disgrace over like corruption. I think he may have even served time in prison. I'm not 100% sure about that. But he came out as gay because he like these, I think, affair allegations with a man came out. So he came out as gay, even though he's married to a woman.
Kevin Spacey.
Anyway, he's trying to make his comeback. He's like a more like centrist-y establishment Dem, and he's running against a candidate who is backed by Working Families Party, so more of a like lefty candidate. And there are also city council members who are kind of the McGreevey people and then the Working Families people. So that's playing out in the New Jersey mayoral and city council races as well. So that'll be kind of interesting to watch in terms of a bellwether of where the Democratic Party base is at this point. So
this is a better read than the New York elections, I hate to say.
take a look at that one as well.
Yeah, I think I'm interested to see. We're always going to.
I mean, that's where we're at. Let's see. Are we done?
Look at these, the Tennessee one in particular, like we said, I would probably put I don't know. At the same time, 90-10 with those odds, I would actually take it. I wouldn't put a big bet on it, but but this is
I mean,
not financial advice. You shouldn't do it.
Even I was kind of like,
betting is bad and it's degenerate.
I'm not going to.
Purely from
but the odds seem to be like, well, I mean, if everybody's just assuming that this Republican is going to win and it's 2 points, I don't know.
Mathematical.
Can I just say that if you're a betting bro and you didn't look at the fact that they're only 2 points away and you still went with 90% odds and like you're the ones betting like, oh yeah, there's no way that she could win. It's like, I don't know. This seems like one of those faux bets though, like where it's like they know that that's kind of messed up, and they also just know like
Well, perspective though, there's good value there. There's good value. That's all I'm saying.
I'll say that if somebody does happen to kind of have an idea of the polling in poly market, then there could definitely be some shenanigans going on there. But all right, inflection point. Now to move on to the situation with Pete Hegseth, which this is going to feature a clip of somebody that I know. It's not that great, but let's do this. There we go. So yeah, if you guys are not aware, which I don't know how in this day, in this whole political system that we're living in, where just the news is just all the freaking time. I don't know how you guys have avoided the Pete Hegseth scandal, where he just admitted to doing a double tap, which every single person from the military is going, no, and the media is trying to run interference here and go, it's okay, right? Like, this is just something that happens. It's like, no, it's not. It just blatantly is not. This is against the rule, every rule of engagement. And honestly, there was a JAG officer that made the great point that this is blatantly putting Americans at risk, because if we start breaking those rules, then other people are going to start breaking those rules.
We cannot say that they didn't warn us. We begin today with the words of those who, at critical moments in Donald Trump's first presidency, pushed back against Donald Trump's wishes to use the military any way he wanted.
When he would tell me that he wanted to do something, 100% of the time I check with the White House counsel, because oftentimes he wouldn't have the authority to do what he wanted to do.
Gee, it's almost like he's a petulant child, like everybody's been saying.
I had to explain to him, we can't do that. It would violate international law. It would be terrible for our neighbors to the south.
Yeah, this is what happens. I mean, she just said it. We all were saying how bad this was going to be, and here it is.
International law. It would
Totally
be
living
terrible.
it.
Quote, he didn't have the authority to do the things he wanted to do. Those comments were jarring at the time, and now they serve as a canary in the coal mine for where we find ourselves today, right now, in the aftermath of extraordinary reporting that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth ordered the military to leave no survivors on a strike against boats in the Caribbean.
Yep.
Donald Trump and the Trump administration
Kill them all, his direct quote.
begin the week on the defensive after the Washington Post was the first to report that Pete Hegseth ordered everyone on the boat killed, according to two people with direct knowledge of the operation. A follow-up strike was conducted when it became...
You know what? It's almost like the military and like people in the military and those higher ups need to come out and actually speak up against this shit. And maybe, just maybe, because they're doing it on conditions of anonymity, which that's bullshit.
clear that there were two survivors from the initial strike.
Oh, I could get court-martialed. Well, that's your fucking problem. You're now standing up for a corrupt regime, and now, I don't know, this is where your morality should maybe win out.
Both of them were reportedly killed in
And then you could sue the government for, falsely getting rid of you or whatever.
that second strike. The Washington Post adds that SEAL Team 6 led that attack based on what we know.
I don't know. If I was a military vet, or if I was currently in the military, I would definitely feel embarrassed, because this is insane.
From their report,
embarrassed and scared, because it's like, oh, they're like, you do understand that they are putting American lives at risk with this, right? Because they're also teasing boots on the ground.
It is, by the accounts of lawyers and lawmakers from both parties and
Whistleblowers get effed a lot in this country. Yeah, it's because we are conditioned to allow that to happen.
experts. And
You know what happened with the one with the Boeing, where the guy just, he was going to go testify, and he just happened to decide to kill himself in the parking lot the day that he was going to go give his testimony. And we as a collective just went, meh. And Boeing is still making as much money as ever.
Everyone who has...
At some point, it does actually kind of go to the public to start really going and making our voices heard against a lot of this shit, instead of just being online about it.
in publicly.
I think that honestly, like the TikTok algorithms and even some of like this kind of stuff, it really does kind of play into the psyop bull crap, where it's like, no, it's like you're doing the perceived actions. And I talked about this on Friday on my stream, where I was telling people to get out there, to go join your local city councils, go run for a political position if there's one open in your district. Like, There's just too many people online that want to make change, but don't want to do the work.
Likely illegal. A group of
Now, in my case, I did actually say this, where I have this interesting situation where if I did, like, I would have to make a choice. I would have to make a choice between being a political streamer or going and running for a city council position.
former military leaders and lawyers.
Yeah, that'd be just doxing myself entirely.
It's known as the former JAGS Working Group. They write this in a statement, quote, not only does international law
Man, he really is looking
targeting
fat.
these survivors, but it also requires the attacking force to protect, to rescue, and if applicable, to treat them as prisoners of war.
You know, Mr. Fitness there.
Violation.
And that's the only reason I'm making fun of his body, like I'm body shaming these a-holes, is because they're the ones who put the fitness standards and all that bullshit. It's like, come on.
Of these obligations are war crimes.
Look how easily you
murder,
fell off
or
the
both.
beer
There
fat.
are no
Yeah.
other options, end quote.
Yeah, my guy, take a day off because you do know that you pee off all that water weight, like when you take some time off, right? This means that he keeps going.
Black and white nature of what legal experts say the law says about the strikes are unavoidable, even for Republicans, even in the time of Trump. Here's the head of the House Armed Services Committee, Republican Mike Turner.
Obviously, if that occurred, that would be very serious, and I agree that would be an illegal act. That is not the legal opinion or the information or the legal justification. The acts that have been described to.
Yeah, it's almost like you need to start condemning this, and you need to call for Pete Hegseth to be ousted or resign. Like, it's almost like you need to take a principled stance on this one. Otherwise, I mean, this really is their shit or get off the pot moment in the Republican land.
Congress that are being undertaken.
As you know, they were the ones talking about no new wars, no interventions, none of this, but they seem very comfortable with sending American troops into Venezuela to do things for reasons.
In this, there are very serious concerns.
What up, Chris? How
in
you doing?
Congress about the attacks on the so-called drug boats down in the Caribbean and the Pacific.
So-called drug boats. So-called. I made this point yesterday about how more than a few of these boats have well beyond what the human capacity would be on a so-called drug boat, because this has been a point that's been kind of making the rounds, but I'm going to repeat it. You know what these guys, when they're smuggling, try to do? They try to fit every nook and cranny of that boat with said drugs. So what would the point be of having a full crew complement? What would that do? Like, also, what other kinds of boats happen to have a crew of 11 people? It's almost like there's these things called fishermen.
Legal justification has been provided.
And you guys aren't doing your due diligence to go and make sure that they're fishermen. You just see a boat in a certain region and you're just like, drugs, get them.
So-called attacks on drug boats, because the evidence hasn't been made clear to the public, or it would appear the Congress.
Over 80 people are dead, dude. Like 80 people. And we don't have any confirmation that these were drug terror. What do they call them? Narco terrorists is the new buzzword.
The Senate Armed Services Committee also announcing an investigation, promising, quote, vigorous oversight, end quote. And again, that is news in and of itself. There's been nothing vigorous in the category of oversight for the last 11 months.
Oh.
For his part, Secretary Hegseth initially.
Look at just how this guy conducts his life. Like, he literally sails through life drunk as fuck, just knowing that nothing's going to come for him. Even if he does something illegal, Trump is going to pardon him.
Called the Washington.
And John Roberts is going to just be like, yeah, you know what? Totally okay. President can do that.
Post reporting, quote, fabricated, inflammatory, and derogatory, end quote, while at the same time publicly defending the decision to strike the boats in the Caribbean. He then posted a meme, a parody of a children's book character, Franklin the Turtle. His boss has had a different response. He has publicly sounded much more circumspect, if you can use that word to describe Trump. And
his ass gets thrown in prison for life. It's not going to happen.
His defense of alleged war crimes.
He's going to get pardoned by Trump. Guys, I'm telling you right now, there is no justice for this. So if anybody ever tries to take the moral high ground, use this one.
Donald Trump yesterday.
This is a good one to use.
I don't know anything.
Especially when troops start dying. This is a good one to use. Like, honestly, I know in this in this constant news cycle that it's so easy to just forget about a story. Trust me, even on YouTube, when I look at some of my thumbnails, I'm just like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. This is one of those ones where it's like, nah, this is a true argument stopper.
Think about it. He said he did not say that, and I believe him.
There were a second strike that killed wounded people who did in the first strike. Are you
Number one,
No, there's a reason that he's panicking here.
I don't know that happened.
Yeah.
And Pete says he
Yeah.
did not
want them. He didn't.
Because the thing is, even if he doesn't have accountability, this could upend all of our missions all across the world. Like, dude, they are doing everything that like a Russian agent would want us to do to fuck up our country. It's almost like this was kind of the plan all along.
Even know what people were talking about. So we'll look into it. But no, I wouldn't have wanted that. Not a second strike.
I wouldn't have wanted that. Not a second strike. I wouldn't have wanted that.
So who's on the chopping
The
block?
news with the second strike puts the video that was made
Because that's the other thing here, man. Republicans are going to have to be the ones to start like speaking up.
by those 6 Democrats who simply urged members of the military, men and women in the military, to not follow any order that is illegal. And Donald Trump's and Pete Hegseth's and the administration's insane, hyperbolic, furious backlash to that simple message in that video, we have to look at that differently now, right? Here's one of the 6 Democrats who appear in that video, who's now under investigation by the Pentagon, Senator Mark Kelly.
Based on what CNN is reporting, what the Washington Post is reporting, do you believe if there was a second strike to eliminate any survivors, that constitutes a war crime?
It seems to.
It seems to. How about we start using? Oh my God! Even the dudes that know the law, they're just like, yeah, kind of, yeah, my.
It's true. If what has been reported is accurate, I've got serious concerns about anybody in that.
Dude, you just made the video condoning or condemning what these guys were doing and saying, hey, if they tell you to do that, then you shouldn't do that. Are we going to acknowledge that one, Mark?
Chain of command.
God, these feckless assholes that can never show any actual anger or passion for anything. Never wonder why people don't trust politicians.
And stepping over a line that they should never step over. We are not Russia. We're not Iraq. We hold ourselves to a very high standard of professionalism. And this is where I'm really troubled about.
He looks like a Star Trek character.
For people in the United States Navy. I served in the Navy for 25 years.
Yeah, great. We also know you've been to space. I used to actually make that case for you.
And
where
there
it's
is
just like,
no
he's been to space. You know what? He knows
the Navy SEALs. And they should be revered. And that's why I say I hope what I've heard about this strike is not accurate.
You mentioned that you were a captain in the Navy. If you received that order, would you have carried it out?
No.
He would not have carried it out. It is an inflection point for the U.S. military. It is an inflection point for.
This is it. This is it. It's literally, does the military follow all of Trump's orders? And this truly is it, where now we can actually fear that he's going to use the military on his own people, because you do understand that that's what this whole Venezuela thing is, a test to start bombing Antifa. Like, I'm not even kidding, guys. He's doing this to try and get people used to the idea of carrying out attacks on anybody they deem a fucking terrorist. And you got a lot of Americans out there that are so stupid or just out of touch with this shit that they just don't care.
The country is an inflection point for the Trump White House. We'll show you how they're dealing.
I hope your kids are enjoying their soccer games, because you know what? There's a good chance that kid's going to be drafted into the next 20-something year war
today. And all of it comes in the wake of news.
Bunch of cannon fodder that you're producing, just new consumers and new cannon fodder.
Reporting of alleged war crimes being carried out by the Trump administration.
If you have children, maybe now's the time to actually get outraged.
Start today with some of our favorite experts and friends. Retired Lieutenant General Mark Hertling is with.
Yeah, all right, we're done with this. All right. We know, at least I do. I'm just saying, it does bother me that this is what's going on. Okay, so last bit here. Before we wrap up the show, I got this. It was the surprise story. So even Fox News is not okay with a lot of what's going on, as far as the Pete Hegseth stuff. Even they are reporting on this. Like, oh no, that's not good, because they have a bunch of ex-military as their producers, as the people, the lobbyists, even half of those guys have been in the military, and they just know, they're like, oh shit, no, that's not good. Well, you also have this Cash Patel situation, which I have to say, was unexpected because apparently all of the leaks coming out of the FBI are from MAGA people. Like, these are people that have been sycophantic to Trump since day one, and even they're just done with this. Which, you deserve it. You deserve everything you're getting. If you voted for Trump and then you were okay with all of his appointees at the time that he was doing them, and you were just like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to give him a chance. I'm going to give him a chance. And when he put, somebody that's never been in the FBI in the head position.
An escalating new report obtained by the New York Post is alleging that the FBI is a, quote, rudderless ship under Director Kash Patel and Deputy Director Dan Bongino. Sources telling columnist Miranda Devine that Patel
this is all right-wing reporting.
Is, quote, in over his head, and the agency is all effed up. It's a 115-page report from an alliance of FBI active duty, retired agents, analysts, criticizing Patel as,
yeah,
quote,
so you mean like not a bunch of radical lefties that are just kind of trying to to kind of put a wrench into the administration? You mean you actually have to do some honest reporting here? Cool.
And Bongino is more concerned with building personal resumes. The New York Post Miranda Devine is here with more. Now, Miranda, the report, did say some good things about Patel, comments about Patel.
She's tried so
working
hard
in other ways and respected by in other quarters, especially field offices. But were these people on the record, or was this like the typical drive-by anonymous sources smearing the Trump administration?
No, it's anything but that. This is not a deep state cabal.
Goodbye, smile. Goodbye.
Well, it is, in fact, an alliance. They call themselves...
Oh, my God, dude.
An alliance of these...
She looks like a confused bird.
FBI professionals who came together in 2023 in dismay at the way the FBI had been weaponized and politicized under Christopher Wray during the Biden administration. And in fact, my reports, my stories on their previous reports have been, widely applauded by the same people who are now trying to shoot the messenger.
Oh, you're telling me that the Trump administration's a shoot the messenger type of administration? What?
I know these people, they're patriots. And they only have the best interests of the FBI in mind. And
what up, JR?
So
how you doing?
They asked for a 6-month sort of report card on Kash Patel and Dan Bongino's performance, and they found 80% of their responses were negative. And I guess, what they hope and what
Hey, Laura, how's that feel? I mean, they had some positive stories in field offices or something like that. That must mean something good, right? That's a perfect pause face for her.
I would have hoped is that Kash Patel and Dan Bongino would take this criticism on board as it's coming from, Trump-aligned people. This alliance actually endorsed Trump publicly last October, saying that he had the best options for FBI reform. And so this criticism...
I love how the right wing is now coming to terms with the fact that Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, all these guys are probably not the best fit for their position. Oh, Pete Hexa.
Is coming with a good spirit. And, it can be taken in that sense to help Patel and Bongino improve what this criticism finds is lacking.
Well, some of this stuff in the report included something that happened at the Charlie Kirk investigation involving a jacket.
It's majorly embarrassing, and it makes him into a drama queen that cares more about optics for himself than even the murder of one of your top media figures. Like, come on, Laura.
Or
like
one of the FBI jackets.
Fox News propaganda machine, like just constantly but it's not that bad. It's not that bad, right?
Yeah, this has got a lot of attention. It was one anecdote in this 115-page report. The day after Charlie Kirk's assassination, sources...
Yeah, but why are you talking about that one anecdote?
In this report say that Kash Patel flew in to Provo Airport on the FBI jet and then refused to get off until someone provided him with a medium-sized FBI raid jacket. One was found belonging to a female agent and taken to the plane, but then Patel, according to these sources, was displeased by the fact that it didn't have Velcro patches on the upper arms, and so then these agents had to go scurrying around trying to find Velcro patches.
Dude.
I need my jacket. I need my jacket. They won't take me seriously unless I have my jacket.
Finally, some SWAT raid guys produced them off their own jackets. They were taken to the...
Again, if you're in law enforcement and you guys are okay with these putzes running the country, then honestly, you deserve everything you're going to get.
plane given to Cash Patel.
Go die for your country at that point. Have fun.
He put them on the jacket and came off. And I think this anecdote really is a small thing, but it's indicative of how Cash Patel did not make a good impression on...
That's what patriotism is in 2025. Have fun. Oh, hey, I gotta wrap this up. But all right. Well, we got the gist of that one. All right, folks. Well, I had a great time with you all. Went a little bit late here, but I do appreciate you guys checking out the show. If you haven't already, please consider following over on YouTube. Here is my channel, Pep Talks TV on YouTube. Also, you guys can catch my appearance on Good Morning Comrade a little bit later on this very space here. So just keep on the stream here and you will see me have some fun with Jeff from Good Morning Comrade. I did have a lot of fun, but all right, guys, I will catch you all next week, Tuesday at noon. And otherwise, I will see you on my stream at 4 p.m. Central.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
So I am well aware of the fact that it sounds unrealistic to talk about removing Donald Trump from office because we have no standards in this country. We just let politicians commit crimes with impunity and get away with corruption. But after he crossed a new line this week, it would feel irresponsible to not have a serious conversation about invoking the 25th Amendment or even impeachment because this man is a danger to the country. And we need to treat him like the danger that he is. And I say that because he became unreasonably enraged by a PSA that 6 Democrats released where they simply tell members of the military to disobey illegal orders. Now, to be clear, when I say that he became enraged, what I mean is that he called for the execution of these Democrats. But before we get to his response, here's a portion of the PSA in question.
The threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or our Constitution.
We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
the Army,
or Navy,
the Air Force,
your vigilance is critical.
And know that we have your back.
Now, this is actually really important because, as you all know, Trump is pitting the U.S. military against American citizens, and he's ordering ICE to violate laws. And they need to know that they will be held accountable for these crimes regardless if Trump says it's okay to commit them or not. And these Democrats are telling members of the armed services that they will protect them from Trump's wrath if they rightfully disobey an illegal order. But if they follow Trump down the path towards hell, they need to know that the whole "I'm just following orders" defense is not going to hold. During the Nuremberg tribunals, Nazis argued that low-level officers should be exempt from prosecution, seeing as how they were forced to serve as mere instruments of the regime, but that argument was rejected then and it'll be rejected now. And all of the things that Trump's low-level cronies are doing will catch up to them at some point. But Democrats wouldn't even need to make that PSA if Trump wasn't using the military to invade U.S. cities. And aside from the military, Trump's Gestapo also needs to hear that message too, seeing as how they seem to think that they're going to get away with all of the atrocities that they're committing. Case in point, a Chinese immigrant in ICE detention was found dead with his hands and feet tied behind him. An American citizen in Charlotte was assaulted, then kidnapped by ICE, only to be dropped off 2 miles away after they realized they didn't have the right person. In fact, ICE has arrested and assaulted at least 170 U.S. citizens, likely due to racial profiling that the Supreme Court greenlit. And the reason why this Gestapo-like secret police force is becoming so tyrannical is because they were told by Stephen Miller that they have federal immunity. But it's important to remind members of the armed forces and federal agents that they are not above the law, despite what Trump tells them. But here's what he said in response to that PSA. It's called seditious behavior at the highest level. Each one of these traitors to our country should be arrested and put on trial. Their words cannot be allowed to stand. We won't have a country anymore. An example must be set. He then shared posts calling them domestic terrorists, along with calls for them to be charged with sedition. And he shared a post calling for them to be hanged. And finally, he said it was seditious behavior punishable by death. So he's calling for these Democrats to be murdered for simply saying that members of the military cannot comply with unlawful orders, which is a fact. And if he were smart, he'd say, my administration, of course, is upholding the rule of law and the Constitution, and the mere accusation that we would give unlawful orders in the first place is deeply offensive. But he's not saying that because he knows that he is. But since the Supreme Court gave him near absolute immunity, he's not even trying to give himself plausible deniability because why would he? He knows he can say and do whatever he wants and get away with it. So he's basically admitting, yeah, bitch, I'm telling them to break laws, and they have to do it because the law is what I say it is. And this was literally the defense that was offered by his White House press secretary.
They are literally saying to 1.3 million active duty service members not to defy the chain of command, not to follow lawful orders. Actually, every single can refuse an illegal order, which but they're suggesting, Nancy, that the president has given illegal orders, which he has not. Every single order that is given to this United States military by this commander-in-chief and through this chain of command, through the Secretary of War, is lawful.
Amazing. He's not telling them to violate laws because the law is what he says it is. Therefore, anything he commands is automatically legal by definition. As Trump put it, he who saves his country does not violate any law. Right, Carolyn? And that authoritarian philosophy is clearly guiding how he governs, hence why his regime has been so goddamn lawless. Hence why he's trying to overturn constitutional amendments with executive orders. Hence why he's subverting Congress by taking away money that they've already appropriated. And we haven't even touched on the brazen corruption and how he's violating the emoluments clause in a million different ways. Some More News actually put out an hour-long video detailing all of the ways that Trump is using the presidency to enrich himself. And the things they talk about, those are grounds for impeachment by themselves. But we haven't even mentioned the illegal bombing of fishing boats in the Caribbean. And now he's prosecuting the drug war in the same way that Rodrigo Duterte of the Philippines did. The only difference between the two of them is that Duterte is awaiting prosecution at The Hague as we speak, whereas Donald Trump knows he'll never see a day in jail in his entire fucking life for the crimes that he's committing. Because we have a system where our Supreme Court said he has near absolute immunity, so he's above the law, and since they granted him that immunity, well, he's behaving as if he's above the law, because why wouldn't he? But now we've reached this point where he's literally calling for the execution of his political opponents. And this comes months after he has weaponized the DOJ to go after his political enemies. We are dealing with a petty tin pot dictator who's behaving as if he'll never be held accountable for his crimes because he probably is never going to be held accountable for his crimes. But even though it's not too difficult to imagine our dementia-ridden president getting worked into a tizzy by himself, seeing as how, this is somebody who calls female journalists piggy, I'd guess that Stephen Miller's overly hyperbolic, screechy reaction is what initially set Trump off, because Miller has a lot of influence on the Trump regime. And just to show you what I mean, here was his reaction on Fox News. Like, this is crazy shit.
It truly is an incredible video, Stephen, and one that you see as insurrection? It is insurrection, plainly, directly, without question. And when you have one of the lawmakers on that video being unable to state in, as you say, lengthy cross-examination, a single so-called illegal order, it just proves the point. It's a general call for rebellion from the CIA and the armed services of the United States by Democrat lawmakers, saying that you have not only the right but the duty and the obligation to defy orders of the commander-in-chief, that those who carry weapons in America's name should defy their chain of command and engage in open acts of insurrection, that the CIA, the clandestine service, which isn't even legally authorized to operate in the United States, should engage in, again, acts of rebellion and insurrection. These lawmakers should honestly resign in disgrace and never return to public office again for even daring to think, let alone to say these words and to say them proudly. But it shows what a dangerous moment we're in. We have seen the Democratic Party nurse the flames of violence and insurrection against the federal government for the last 10 months.
It's like nails on a chalkboard, and he's wrong. But I'm assuming Trump watched that segment and thought, yeah, they're nursing the flames of violence, so we should kill them for being so violent or something. And I love how everything is insurrection to these dipshits. It's like they learned a new word on January 6th, and now they just call everything insurrection, even though that's definitionally not the case. And we already know that if a Democratic president was committing even a fraction of the crimes that Trump was committing, every single one of these people, Stephen Miller, Carolyn Levitt, Donald Trump himself, would be shrieking at the top of their lungs about how this is wrong and how he has to be removed, rightfully so, might I add. But since it's Daddy Trump, the so-called small government anti-tyranny Republicans are too cucked to be principled and say enough is enough once and for all. For example, when Mike Johnson was asked about Trump's comments, he had some really strong words. He had a condemnation, although it wasn't for Donald Trump. It was for the Democrats who he threatened to kill.
The president posted that Democrats who urge service members to not follow illegal orders should be punished, it should be seditious, conspiracy, and punishable by death. Do you have any response to that?
Look, I know the DOJ and the Pentagon are looking into the legality of all that, but what I can address is what everybody knows. That was wildly inappropriate. It is very dangerous. You have leading members of Congress telling troops to disobey orders. I think that's unprecedented in American history. And as the father of a young man who is, at the Naval Academy, going to be joining the service, I know young soldiers, airmen, sailors, they don't need that kind of nonsense from people in Congress. It is very dangerous. I'm going to let others define what it is, but it's wildly inappropriate.
Incredible. Telling service members to disobey illegal orders is very dangerous, but calling for the execution of people, that's A-okay. Sure thing, Mike. Sounds legit. Listen, what we're watching is political theater from the Republican Party on a mass scale. So many Republicans who once denounced Donald Trump and called him a clown are licking his boots because they feel like they have to, seeing as how defying him would jeopardize their political careers because the base loves him. But guess what? The political winds, slowly but surely, are starting to change, and Trump is starting to lose the political clout that he once had. He's no longer untouchable, and these Republicans may soon have the political capital needed to dump this orange piece of shit once and for all. There's no question that he's committing high crimes and misdemeanors. He's already mentally incapacitated and unstable enough to the point to warrant invocation of the 25th Amendment, in my opinion. But the only thing missing right now still is enough political will to remove him. But Republicans might have to consider it in the near future before his toxic brand drags all of them down, because we still haven't seen what's in the Epstein files. And on top of that, a Fox News poll has him at his lowest point ever. His overall disapproval is at 58%, which is the highest it's ever been in a Fox News poll. Not to mention he's underwater on almost every issue, including healthcare, tariffs, the economy, foreign policy, even immigration. And the only issue he's a net positive on is the border. On the economy, which matters most to voters, he is a sinking ship. Even 42% of Republicans blame him for the current economic predicament. That is a large number for this party. Also, a plurality of respondents say that his his policies hurt the economy. But get this, when it comes to views on affordability, 60% of the country say groceries increased a lot, with a total of 85% saying they increased overall. And the majority of Americans also believe that the costs of utilities, healthcare, and housing have also increased. These are the kinds of things that the party in power always gets blamed for. And a new Marquette University poll indicates that the GOP is indeed cooked, as CNN data analyst Harry Anton explains.
These numbers should be truly frightening to Republicans. Why do I point it out? Why do I say that? Okay, Dems versus Republicans on the generic congressional ballot. If you look at all voters, this matches the average. You see Democrats up by 5 points. Okay, that's not a bad position, but it's not as strong as they were in the 2018 cycle at this point. But come over to this side of the screen. This is where it gets truly frightening for the GOP, because among those certain to vote, look at this. The Democratic advantage nearly doubles. We're talking about a 9-point advantage going from 5 to 9 points. And this matches with what we're seeing in other polls, which is huge Democratic enthusiasm. The reason it was surprising to me was I went back through the history books. I went back, okay, party more certain to vote by party identification. Early cycle midterm polls. Look at this. In 2006, Republicans said they were more likely to turn out. 2010, 2014, 2018, 2022. And then all of a sudden in the 2026 cycle, look at this. Democrats are the ones who say they're more likely to turn out and vote. So this does not match what we see historically. The idea that Democrats are more certain to vote is a new phenomenon. Polls underestimated the Democrats. In New Jersey, they underestimated the Democrat Mikey Sherrill by 8. In Virginia, they underestimated the Democrat Abigail Spanberger by 5. And that, in fact, was the biggest miss average in Virginia and New Jersey in an off-year election this century. You combine that with the generic ballot poll that we saw from Marquette University poll, Republicans should be running scared. Democrats should be ecstatic, because if this polling holds, it will be a huge November 2026 for Democrats.
So there's reason to believe that the polling, which already looks great for Democrats, is still underestimating them, as good as it looks. Meaning that the backlash to Trump among Democrats is so intense, it could lead to a historic wipeout for Republicans in the midterms. And keep in mind, Democrats are putting up these kinds of numbers with how unpopular they still are, which really goes to show you how turned off people are to Donald Trump's regime just a year in. And these numbers are going to get worse if nothing changes. And on top of that, if the AI bubble bursts like we all expect it to, and we enter a recession or depression, that could be a catastrophic thing for the Republican Party, because the party in power, they always get blamed for economic woes. It's like a hot potato. The question is, when is it going to blow up? And it seems like Republicans are holding a ticking time bomb. And assuming Donald Trump handles that situation as shittily as we all expect him to, it's going to be even worse. So Republicans may soon be faced with a very difficult decision. They either have to go down with the sinking ship that is Donald Trump, or they can try to save face by throwing him under a bus and distancing themselves from his harmful policies, so that way rank and file Republicans aren't blamed for his economic failures. And I think that they're probably too chicken shit to make that kind of a move until his numbers fall below Bush 2 numbers. But things really are headed in that direction. And as hard as it is to imagine right now them abandoning him once and for all, trust me, these self-interested sacks of shit might have no choice but to abandon him if they want to save their own asses. And if they aren't willing to do that on their own volition, they will work up the courage once things get so bad that the donors call on them to abandon Donald Trump. I mean, none of us ever expected Biden to suspend his reelection campaign, but it wasn't until donors started to threaten to withhold funds that the Democratic Party started to take him seriously in terms of like him being a liability and having to do something about it. And it would be no different if donors demanded the same from the Republican Party, I can assure you. But, you know, we shouldn't have to wait for the political landscape to change to hold a lawless president accountable for breaking laws and violating the Constitution. However, that's the sad state of affairs right now in this country. But given how unhinged he's becoming, things are only going to get worse if he continues to mentally deteriorate. So he needs to be removed from office as soon as possible for the good of the country, because we've tolerated so much bullshit from this rapist, criminal, con man, insurrectionist. And at some point, we have to draw a line and say enough is enough. And I think that calling for the execution of your political opponents as president is a fair place to draw that line.
He's a resident. He's a resident. He's a resident. He's a legal resident.
the same distance, ma'am. Please, please. You can record.
Yeah, I know I can. He's a legal citizen. He works for us.
Stay right here.
He's a legal. You guys were already here once this morning. No, you have not.
This
We
is
have.
none of your concern.
It is my concern. He's my employee.
He's your employee?
Yes.
Okay. We're taking him into custody, okay?
Why?
Get out.
I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm a U.S.
I don't
citizen.
care. You're
I'm a U.S. citizen.
You just watched two separate instances of Trump's ICE Gestapo targeting U.S. citizens in Oregon, which is my home state. And in that last video, the attempted kidnapping took place in McMinnville, Oregon. And in case you couldn't hear what that ICE agent said, he said that he didn't care when the 17-year-old that he was trying to kidnap told him that he's a U.S. citizen. Yeah, not surprising, honestly, but still disgusting nonetheless. And just speaking from personal experience, I have Latina family members who are citizens that are terrified by ICE's presence in Portland and the surrounding areas because they no longer believe that their citizenship is going to protect them. And that's a reasonable fear, seeing as how the Supreme Court literally greenlit racial profiling. And as a direct result of that disastrous decision, ProPublica reports that there's already been 170 American citizens that we know of who've been assaulted and or detained by ICE, 3 of which were pregnant, by the way. These Americans have been dragged, tackled, beaten, tased, and shot by the ICE Gestapo, and 24 of them were held for longer than 24 hours and weren't even given a phone call to their attorney or a family member. And if they're willing to brazenly violate the civil liberties of American citizens, imagine what they're doing to non-citizens. But even those who manage to avoid their wrath still have to live in fear, wondering if they're going to be next, or worrying about whether or not their parents aren't going to come home one day after they leave for work. And this fear was expressed by a 16-year-old named Manny Chavez during a city council meeting in Hillsboro, Oregon. And I want to play his remarks for you.
I'm scared for my parents to walk out there. To walk out their house because I might not be able to say goodbye to them if they go to work. I might not ever be able to say bye or see them again if you guys don't side with us. And I'm scared because of it, because they fought so hard to come here and choose a life for their kids. And I really hope you guys do hear what everyone in this room has been saying, and I hope you guys do side with us, because we are fighting for our rights. And we are getting treated like animals because people judge us by the color of our skin and the way that we talk. I'm scared that I'm never going to be able to see all my friends again. I'm scared that their parents are going to be gone one day. I'm scared that all of us are going to have to fend for ourselves. I'm scared that one day at school that I'm going to get like held by people that I don't know, people that are covered, people that I can't identify because they wear masks and they don't properly ID themselves. I'm scared that everyone that I love I'm not going to be able to see them again, because even though that they're U.S. citizens, they don't care about us. They treat us like dogs. They treat us like animals. No one here cares about us because of the color of our skin. So I'm asking you guys, every single one of you guys that are sitting up here, to actually hear us and do something about it, because I'm tired of it. I'm tired of telling my mom and dad every day after school that, have you seen the new video of ICE pulling someone over because of the color of their skin? I'm tired of everything. And I hope you guys really do something about it, because I really do want something to change, because I should not live like this as a 16-year-old. I shouldn't be scared. I should be focusing on school, and I can't even focus on school.
That is heartbreaking. And to make matters worse, in a follow-up interview with reporters, Manny said that he is now worried that he's going to be singled out by ICE because that testimony that you just saw went viral. So now he's worrying more about whether or not his family is going to be targeted. It's just so heartbreaking because you get punished for speaking up. And it's a real fear that so many immigrants have, which is why it's especially important for the rest of us, privileged Americans, to speak out on their behalf, because they can't really do that without making themselves even more vulnerable than they already are. And I'm happy to report that the people of Hillsborough are indeed stepping up. And I say this because, as OPB reports, Hillsborough teachers have come together to form an ICE neighborhood watch in response to multiple ICE kidnappings that have occurred outside of schools, including a preschool, mind you. And one fourth grade teacher told reporters, "We're making ourselves present and visible so that our families see we stand with our community and we stand with the message that our students deserve to learn in confidence and not in fear." And they felt like a neighborhood ICE watch was appropriate and necessary because, for those who don't know, Hillsborough, Oregon has a really large Latino population. I actually worked near Hillsborough for almost a year, and it is a lovely, lovely community. But, because of the ominous presence of the ICE Gestapo, people there cannot live their lives. Children have been afraid to go to school, which, in my opinion, unforgivable. Now, I'm sorry, but if you have children that are expressing that they don't even feel safe in their own communities, that is a sign that we have failed as a society. And every single person in this country should be outraged about that. But thankfully, regular people are outraged, and they're stepping up to protect vulnerable members of their community who can't really advocate for themselves. But it's not just teachers. More citizens showed up to city council to express their outrage about ISIS kidnappings in Hillsborough, and together they managed to force public officials to take action. And even though it's very clearly still not enough, these folks aren't just sitting around and waiting for something to be done. They're taking action themselves. They're taking things into their own hands to protect members of their community. And this is all detailed in the following local news report.
As ICE action and detainments increase in Hillsborough, a declaration is set in stone.
The state of emergency declaration passes. Resolution number 2906 is adopted.
The move comes 2 weeks after counselors took 3 hours of testimony from business owners, advocates, and even children, urging the city to respond to growing ICE activity. Bridget Cook, executive director of nonprofit Adelante Mujeres, was among those who spoke. Her group advocates primarily for low-income Latina women and families. And during this time of uncertainty in immigrant communities, they're also providing rights education and post-detention support.
Absolutely heartbreaking to see this and to see just how cruel the implications are for families who are terrified to go out. They're terrified to go to doctor's appointments. They're terrified to go to work.
Since that meeting, the city has set aside $200,000 in new community grant funding for families and businesses impacted by federal immigration enforcement. But community members continue to push for more, especially from police.
I've watched the Hillsborough PD stand by and do nothing as a woman was screaming from her car, "I'm a citizen."
Brookwood Elementary student counselor Adrian Smith shared how school staff are supporting immigrant families who feel unsafe.
We as educators are creating safe spaces for folks to get groceries and doing grocery shopping for families as ICE is hiding in grocery store parking lots.
I don't want my parents to be taken away because I am still a child.
In a work session, council reviewed several proposals, including a civil and human rights office and a plan to track detained residents and impacted families with community partners. Mayor Beach Pace says for now, the declaration is mainly symbolic, but action is the goal.
The city of Hillsborough stands united in our stance against ICE. We do not want them operating here. They are deplorable, and they are treating our community members in a terrible way.
And that right there is exactly what we all need to be doing. Use your privilege to protect vulnerable people. Grocery shop for them. Speak out on their behalf if you see abuse. In more rural areas in Oregon, I've seen some local activist groups host seminars in both English and Spanish to educate members of their community about their rights and what to do if they see ICE. And that right there, that single thing is making a substantial difference. Communities are better off when they bind together. But Hillsborough isn't the only community that's taking action, because people in Monrovia, California, they also wanted to take action in response to an ICE raid at a Home Depot in their community. And even though Home Depot denies that they were involved with one particular ICE raid that led to the death of an immigrant, activists, they still believe that that is indeed the case, because for those who don't know, Home Depot's founder and CEO, huge MAGA chuds, so it's not absurd to think that their stores are coordinating with ICE. But the thing is, you can't really protest inside of a private business, so they decided to protest by making themselves customers in the most amazing way possible. Newsweek reports a video shared on social media shows a long line of customers inside a Home Depot store in Monrovia, California on Saturday waiting to purchase an ice scraper priced at 17 cents at the automatic cashiers. Many of the customers can be seen wearing stickers on their clothing reading "Ice out of Home Depot." The strategy, a post on Reddit accompanying the video says, is to return the relatively inexpensive item immediately to clog the lines and bring the store to a stop in an effort to disrupt sales and send a message against ICE raids in their community. According to the Los Angeles Times, nearly 100 people participated in the quote buy-in action. Protesters are demanding that Home Depot prevent immigration raids from taking place at its locations. While ICE agents have been spotted in Home Depots across the country, it is not by chance that protesters have picked the Monrovia store for their latest demonstration. The protest was partly in response to the recent death of immigrant day laborer Carlos Roberto Montoya Valdez, who was struck and killed by a vehicle in Monrovia as he was running away from federal agents in mid-August. And I just want to add that even if it's the case that Home Depot is telling the truth and they're not coordinating with ICE, nobody should believe them, but let's assume that they're telling the truth. By allowing ICE to remain in your facilities, that in and of itself is egregious because you have the ability to evict them from your property since this is a private business. But if you're not doing that, you are complicit. So they are right to target Home Depot. And I've got to say, what they did was amazing. This is a really clever form of malicious compliance because since they're technically customers, Home Depot doesn't have a real justification to remove them from the store. And I've got to say, these people are brilliant. The ways that people are getting innovative about how they target ICE to resist immigrant deportations and abuse is so encouraging to see. But residents of Monrovia weren't the only Californians taking action because in the Bay Area, the community came together in massive numbers to respond to Trump's threat of a surge of federal forces in the state back in late October. And a local news affiliate reports that 7,000 people registered for a Zoom call organized by a local grassroots organization called Bay Resistance. And they did this in response to news that Trump would be doing a surge in their area. And people signed up for the Zoom call to learn concrete ways to protect immigrants in their community from ICE. There were 300 people in the waiting room even before the call began. 1,000 people requested a VOD who didn't make it, and 10,000 community members subscribed to Bay Resistance's mailing list so that way they could get involved. And a Patreon member that I know who was involved with this tells me that they managed to run about 100 ICE agents out of San Francisco. We call that a success, people. What's more, thousands of people signed up to do direct action on behalf of immigrants through Bay Resistance, but they weren't the only groups that gained a lot of new members. Hundreds and hundreds of people signed up for various Adopt a Corner initiatives in Oakland and San Francisco, where they'd organize on behalf of immigrant day laborers in shifts to keep watch for ICE activity so that way immigrants can continue to work and make a living. And I've got to say, I'm honestly pleasantly surprised because I just felt like I've become so cynical that I didn't expect Americans to care. But the fact that so many communities are coming through for their most vulnerable members and not just sacrificing time, but putting their bodies on the line to protect them, that to me is genuinely hope-pilling. Like seeing that is wonderful. They shouldn't have to do this in the first place, but nonetheless, it is nice to see that people do still care. There are still good people in this world. And this is especially true. You see people really come out in communities with large Latino populations especially. And I think that really speaks to how out of touch fascists are, because immigrants are very clearly valued members of their communities. Otherwise, people would not be going to bat for them this hard across the country. And we're seeing mass mobilization everywhere. In a North Carolina school district where about a third of the students are Hispanic, 30,000 students held a walkout to protest ICE activity in their community, and they made headlines. And that is a beautiful thing to see. On top of that, other members of the community took it even further with guerrilla tactics, as explained by Ariana Jasmine, where they went so far as to locate the hotels that ICE agents were staying at, and they slashed their tires in the middle of the night in order to cripple their ability to abduct people the next day. Now, I'm obligated to say that I'm not condoning or promoting criminal or illegal activity. I'm just kind of showing you the lengths people are willing to go to protect protect members of their community. And even people who aren't doing direct action or guerrilla tactics, they're still trying to do what they can to make a difference. HuffPost published a story about two brothers from Newark, New Jersey, who own a beloved restaurant in their community called Zoe's Emilio's Kitchen. But one day, Ruperto, pictured on the right, never showed up for work, and his brother Emilio was freaking out, expectedly so, especially because he called Ruperto's wife and found out that he'd left for work hours ago, so he should have been there. So Emilio started to suspect that his brother had been kidnapped by ICE. And even though Ruperto is a legal resident with a visa that doesn't expire until 2029, and he's been legally living and working in the country for 2 decades, why exactly did they target him, aside from the fact that he's brown? Well, because they made a mistake. According to him, they were apparently looking for somebody else, but they decided to just lie about his status so they could keep him in custody anyway, claiming that he entered the country illegally and that a judge had ordered his removal, which absolutely was not true and confirmed to be false by a judge. And even though they had no reason whatsoever to detain him, they did, and they denied him bond and refused to release him. And that's when the community really kicked into action. HuffPost reports residents from Ruperto's small New Jersey town banded together on multiple fronts to call for his release. His situation caught the attention of Atlantic Highlands Mayor Lori Hohenleitner, who created and promoted a successful GoFundMe campaign to help Ruperto obtain legal assistance. Carrie Kennedy, International Associate General Secretary at American Friends Service Committee, estimates that about 100 people showed up at 2 demonstrations to call on ICE to release him. Community members also submitted at least 45 letters of support for Ruperto to the court. And finally, after 33 days of being wrongfully detained, he was finally released from ICE custody on November 19th and welcomed back at his restaurant with overwhelming love and support from his community. And as for the GoFundMe, well, it surpassed its goal easily, and at the time that I record this video, it has reached $101,000. I will link to that down below in case you still want to add to the pot. And again, as depressing and infuriating as it is to see the ICE Gestapo terrorize so many communities, it does give me hope to see so many people come out to defend the most vulnerable members of their community. That right there is something that it really makes you second guess, your cynicism about the world. But please don't get it twisted. This story isn't intended to be some type of feel-good story, because as nice as it is to see people have each other's backs, that doesn't change the fact that none of this should be happening in the first place. None of it. All of it is unacceptable. Both citizens and non-citizens have rights, and those rights are being violated with impunity. So it's not enough that community members are, protecting their most vulnerable, and they're successful at protecting their most vulnerable. There still needs to be actual accountability. And these Gestapo thugs who are denying these folks due process and habeas corpus, they have to be prosecuted for all of the crimes that they're committing. You cannot treat people this way. You can't treat American citizens this way, and you can't treat non-citizens this way. Our civil liberties are non-fucking negotiable. Okay, I'm going to say that again. Civil liberties are non-negotiable. They are guaranteed to each and every one of us through the U.S. Constitution. And some limp-dicked, racist brown shirt with a superiority complex who wants to be a hero doesn't get to unilaterally decide that we don't get those rights that are afforded to us by the U.S. Constitution. So, if Democrats take back power one day, it is not enough for them to just abolish ICE and move on. They need to investigate and prosecute each and every single ICE and Border Patrol agent who are committing these crimes. Anything less than that is unacceptable.
What other scenes in films have been used more than the Akira slide? Starting with the number 5 one, this one's pretty close to the same. It's the Forrest Gump running scene. Has about 40 references, so you could say that it is on par with the Akira slide. Number 4 is kind of important because it is something that only exists because Akira exists. It's the bullet dodging scene from The Matrix. And the Wachowski siblings said specifically, the way that Tetsuo uses his telekinesis in Akira to stop bullets and to control the objects around him and fight inspired how they did bullet time and deeply inspired a lot of what happens in The Matrix. Number 3 is the I'm flying scene from Titanic. And while the bullet dodge scene had about 50 uses, this one starts to get into the 60 territory. We really liked referencing this particular part of this movie. The number 2 most referenced scene in cinema, and again, these numbers are pretty rough. There aren't exact numbers when you go to look this up because spoofs and references in small television shows, it's hard to keep a full number on this, but we're getting towards about 100 when we start to talk about the scene in Star Wars where you either believe he said, Luke, I am your father, or the actual line which is said, no, I am your father. But above all, the number 1 most referenced scene in cinematic history is the shower scene from Psycho. This has over 100 times that someone has either referenced some aspect of, whether it's the pullback for the hand, the shadow on the curtain, the way that the, was actually Hershey syrup goes down into the drain. So much of this scene gets built into so many other parts of our culture, visually and narratively, that it is crucial to check it out. And if you yourself have not seen Psycho, you probably have in some other things, but maybe you should see it for real right now.
Well, congratulations, Premier. You are officially an international embarrassment. The New York Times took notice of the Premier sneering at hardworking Ontarians.
Ontario's chief Nepo baby and occasional Premier, Douglas Robert Ford II, has made the New York Times once again, this time over a response to a protester over a bill that is so detrimental that even an internationally recognized and respected charity has come out against it. So in this video, I will go over what happened here, what this bill is, as well as an incredible clip from Doug Ford's housing minister of him essentially telling on himself. So all of that and more in this video. Let me start with the clip that sparked the New York Times headline. Now, admittedly, if you follow American politics, this interaction isn't going to seem like a whole lot, and it really isn't. The story here is the bill and Doug Ford's ongoing corruption, as I will get to. That said, it's absolutely hilarious because this protester is so annoying, and you can see how annoyed Doug Ford is, and then he comes back with his retort that makes the New York Times, but here it is. That was it. He said, go find a job, buddy. Now, I will get to why it's so wild for Doug Ford to say that. That said, it's not really a big deal. I mean, the other party leaders were like, it's unbecoming of the premier. The guy was being really annoying. Let's just be honest. I'm on his side. I'm on the protester's side, but he was being annoying. But that, again, that's his job. And Doug Ford saying get a job is... Again, we'll get to why it's wild for him to say it. That said, it's not a really big deal. But the reason why, we should be clear. The reason why those people had to be in the gallery is because the Ford government has been taking these extended vacations during the summer, leaving less time to actually do anything. So as Global News reports here, the Ford government has faced increasing pushback after shortening the fall sitting period and fast-tracking a number of pieces of legislation by limiting debate and public input. Since the legislature returned on October 29th, at least 9 bills have been time allocated, allowing the government to limit debate time, while 8 have been ordered for the third reading, skipping the committee stage altogether, including the one we were talking about today, the Fighting Delays Building Faster Act. So there has been less time or no time in some cases, for there to be actual debate about what is being passed. So this whole situation, the reason why Doug Ford has to deal with this is because of his own making. He created this scenario where people have to go and protest in the gallery because there has been no actual public debate for any of these bills. So that gets to the New York Times headline: "Find a job." Ontario Premier tells protester while passing a new housing law. During a raucous hearing, the Ontario legislature passed a bill backed by Doug Ford meant to expedite housing development and the eviction of tenants who are behind on their rent. And I'll get to more details on that in a second. But as they write, Toronto, Canada's largest city, about half of the residents there are renters, according to census agency data, for far higher than the national level, 33%. So this bill is going to have a even greater impact on those living in Toronto, but it's going to have an impact on Ontario renters generally. Now that gets to, first, credit to Mark, of the co-chair of Hamilton Acorn, for the incredibly annoying protest up in the gallery. And they were actually successful in getting one of the worst elements of the bill taken out. So after their 22,000 Acorn emails, they stopped Doug Ford's plan to end rent control on fixed-term leases. So even though some of the worst elements of the bill were taken out, a lot of it still remains. Now, this gets to the Doug Ford comment. Get a job, buddy. This is a Beaverton headline. This is a satirical headline, but it's based in reality. Doug Ford tells young job seekers, quote, "Try inheriting your daddy's sticker factory." So some hilarious fake quotes here that I think are just worth reading because they're so funny, but also based in reality. Quote, again, fake quote, "It drives me nuts when I see young, healthy people and they'll call me saying, 'I don't have an already successful family business to effortlessly inherit,'" Ford said during a breakfast speech to the Toronto Region Board of Trade. "It's like these young layabouts never dropped out of college after 2 months and then walked straight into a 6-figure job at their daddy's sticker factory." Which is what happened for Doug Ford, the man who has been handed everything. I mean, look, I'm sure he has worked in his life. That doesn't mean networking, doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot. The people you know, the business you inherit, gives you a massive leg up in this society, especially in the current situation that all of us are in. When you have that, that gives you an advantage that at the very least you have to be aware of. And hopefully, if you get into a position of power in government, you work to actually help people who maybe weren't as benefited as you were growing up. But no, instead, Doug Ford does the opposite and benefits his buddies, as we'll get to. I mean, I have done countless stories on the corruption of Doug Ford. It is laughable at this point because it is so out there, so obvious, so open. Yet still, the government maintains a fairly high level of support in the province because I think people have just completely tuned out and they're simply not aware of how horrible this premier and this government have been. And, maybe it's these parts where he's on CNN or MSNBC or whatever, Fox News, criticizing Donald Trump. Like, oh, good. I'm glad Doug Ford's doing that. Don't be fooled by the bare minimum. You know who else criticizes Donald Trump? Every other single party leader in the country. So Doug Ford doing it isn't a big deal. It's what is he doing with his time? What bills is he passing? How is he helping or not helping people? That's what actually matters. So back to the advantages of Doug Ford. So there's a great piece in The Atlantic. This is from a few months ago, but The Angry Canadian, how Doug Ford became Ontario's chief enforcer, with some information that Americans and maybe Canadians aren't aware of. Doug Ford dropped out of college after 2 months, but earned his own education at his father's shoulder. And according to a 2013 investigation by the Globe and Mail, as a go-to dealer of hash. Yes, in case you didn't know, Doug Ford was a hash dealer in the 80s, inherited his daddy's business, dropped out of college, but everything's fine for him because, again, he had every advantage in the world while telling other people to get a job in a province where there is a high unemployment rate, especially for the youth. No thanks to the Doug Ford government. So just a little more on this. Yes, Deco Labels and Tags is the Doug Ford business that he inherited from Doug Ford Sr., and he is now the sole owner. All right, I want to get to Marit Stiles. This is the Ontario NDP leader, her reaction to Doug Ford.
The Premier wants to be on American news so badly. Well, congratulations, Premier. You are officially an international embarrassment. The New York Times took notice of the Premier sneering at hardworking Ontarians while making their lives absolutely impossible. While he is yelling at people, telling them to go get a job, Ontario is in the middle of a jobs disaster. The only jobs he is creating are for his lobbyists and his insiders, his favorite nightclub owner, his campaign manager, his donors. With this many connections, it is hard to believe the Premier wasn't involved himself. So I want the Premier to explain his involvement in decisions regarding the Skills Development Fund.
So great reaction there from Marit Stiles. And I think it is so important to highlight the insane scandal of the Skills Development Fund under Doug Ford. This has to be one of the greatest scandals in Ontario politics history, if not Canadian politics, because of how blatant the whole thing is. So I did a full video on this when this whole story hit, but Trillium first broke the news about this, and then others covered it as well. Clients of lobby firms connect to Premier, his nephew, given tens of millions in training funds, including groups represented by a lobbying firm owned by the Premier's campaign manager, got more than $100 million in grant money. His own campaign manager. Like, how this hasn't taken the government down is only because of the world we are living in post Donald Trump, where you can just do whatever the hell you want as a conservative and get away with all of it. Like the level of corruption here would have taken any other previous government down. But Doug Ford has been able to just scoot by. So in case you missed that story, I did a full breakdown here in this video. Absolutely insane Doug Ford scandals pile up while no one is paying attention. I will link to it below this video on YouTube under sources. But I mean, more's come out since I covered it. This one more recently, this is what Marit Stiles was referring to. Venue of $10 million Skills Development Fund recipient partners now licensed as an adult entertainment club. So this is a venue that I'm not sure why they needed Skills Development Fund money when they've existed, or at least an element has existed. That this owner has run this place for over 20 years, yet he got millions of dollars for some reason. Of course, they also hosted PC fundraisers and the party's campaign manager's wedding. Just direct connections to Doug Ford, his government, and obvious corruption, ongoing corruption. The level of insanity that voters in Ontario have been accepting or not aware of is just wild, considering the situation that we are in and what we should expect out of our government. So after calling all that out, this is from, I think, last week, November 19th. So Marit Stiles was ejected from the legislature for calling the Ford government corrupt, which is a factual statement. So here is a piece of this.
Bills are being rammed through this legislature. It is the donors and the lobbyists that are connected to this government. It is the strip clubs and the numbered companies. It is the endless grift of a anti-democratic and, yes, corrupt government.
I will ask order. I will ask the member to withdraw.
Speaker, I will not.
I am warning the member. The member has been named. You will have to leave the chamber.
So credit there to the Ontario NDP leader for sticking to it and not taking it back, because it is reality based on a number of stories, but of course including the Skills Development Fund being a major obvious point of Doug Ford corruption, but kicked out over that because it's unparliamentary language, even though it's based in actual reality. Now, let me get to more on this bill. So, Bill 60. This is the Fighting Delays Building Faster Act that was so bad that United Way came out against it. A charity, an internationally recognized, well-respected charity, often rated one of the highest charities internationally, not just in Canada. But they came out to say United Ways of Ontario call for the province to repeal Schedule 12, Bill 60, the Fighting Delays Building Faster Act, saying that Ontario United Ways expresses concern that proposed changes will escalate the homelessness crisis across Ontario. So you don't often see charities come out with statements about bills unless there's something to really worry about. And that gets to what is in this bill. So in a letter sent to council Monday, the executive director of the city's housing secretariat, Doug Rollins, said the 13 tenancy-related initiatives in the bill would increase the likelihood of evictions in Toronto and the province and could add pressures to city programs for eviction prevention services, housing stability, and financial support. They limit renters' rights to effectively protect their tenancies, appeal decisions, access legal resources, and obtain financial compensation to find new homes in an unaffordable rental market. So there's a lot of detail in the letter that was written. I will link to this below the video in case you want to go through all of it. But some things worth highlighting here. It eliminates a renter's right to 1 month's rent when a landlord is evicting for the purpose of using the property for their own use. The bill proposes shortening the amount of time that a landlord can file an eviction application from 14 to 7 days. It also halves the amount of time a renter can request a review of a decision from 30 to 15 days, which equals less time to seek legal advice, less time to prepare cases, and positions landlords with financial means to present better resource cases. It also changes the rules related to renters raising new issues at a rent arrears hearing, which is important because at times a renter's recourse is prolonged issues of disrepair is to withhold rent and make their case at a rent arrears hearing. So often times when there is an issue with a landlord, it's hard for a tenant to be able to voice that, especially considering how many cases that the landlord and tenant board deal with. So one way is to withhold rent, forcing a hearing, where they would then be able to present that evidence. Well, now, because landlords know that, and they've been lobbying the Ford government to ensure that that isn't a thing that can happen when they're facing a situation where they're trying to get rent from a renter, this limits the ability for renters to actually expose the landlord. So as they write here, would weaken the ability of renters to bring forward evidence of major disrepair or to show the adjudicator that the landlord application was filed in bad faith. So this is just another bill that benefits the people that Doug Ford knows best. And it isn't just me saying this. It isn't just this letter saying this. It is the housing minister himself.
I've spent the summer talking to landlords, to home builders, to the entire housing community.
Not to tenants, though?
I've talked to lots of tenants every day. I talk to tenants.
You didn't mention tenants just now.
Well, I'm mentioning them now. Okay, so what we are doing.
Yeah, after she brought it up. So credit there to Tina Yazdani, who has been doing a fantastic job at City News Toronto. Whatever they're paying her, they should double it. She has a number of fantastic reports on the Ontario government and the ongoing scandals, corruption, everything that's been going on, doing great work there, asking the right questions. The housing minister just completely exposing it all. Yeah, we've been talking to landlords, we've been talking to developers. Yeah, how about the people that are renting these places where clearly in the bill you're impacting their lives directly in a number of ways? Oh yeah, of course, them too. Please. Like always, everything Doug Ford does is for his buddies. In this case, it's landlords. Last thing, just worth pointing out here, is Acorn doing fantastic work, protesting that action, as I showed you earlier, getting at least an element of it to be removed. So if you're looking to put your energy somewhere, I want to be clear, I have no connection to Acorn, no connection to the NDP. I just like what Acorn's doing. I like what I currently see with the NDP. I have criticized the Ontario NDP and NDP generally in the past. But it's important to put your energy somewhere if you're feeling a little helpless, which I completely understand in this moment. My energy is put into these videos trying to inform people. You may find a better outlet somewhere else where you can directly impact people's lives in a positive way. So Acorn is potentially one option there. If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe and check out some of the other videos I have on this channel. And what has to be one of the greatest troll jobs in recent memory, right-wing minds are exploding over the news that Zoran Mamdani is set to introduce Arabic numerals into elementary schools. Oh no! So in this video, I'm going to go over some of the incredible reaction. Both people that fell for it, including a prominent Trump influencer or Trump advisor, but also people that are just making fun of how stupid this is, and the people that fell for it, how stupid they are. So this gets to where this stems from, and that is Brian Krasenstein on Twitter writing, "Breaking! Zoran Mamdani is expected to require all New York elementary school students to learn Arabic numerals. As a Jewish American, I still support this 100%. Now, as expected, we'll get to some of the replies that are just hilarious. But so we're all on the same page here. Arabic numerals are simply the digits 0 to 9. They're called Arabic numerals because the system was transmitted to Europe through medieval Arabic scholars. 0 to 9. That's why people are freaking out. So, no, they're freaking out because they're racist, let's be honest. They have no idea what Arabic numerals actually are. It sounds scary. So you're getting reactions like this. Greg, what is the educational purpose? Brian, I would say the building blocks of math. Braden, and by the way, a lot of these people have followings. It isn't just like randos on Twitter or, no-name people. Braden has 15,000 followers here. No, they can go to the Middle East for that. They could, but why would they do that when they can learn them here as well? Palm, who has, I think, 57,000 followers. Kids can barely read. We need this. Why? Because it's important for their education. So Polymarket took Brian's post and reposted it themselves. Polymarket is a betting site. Not really sure the purpose of this. I guess, just for their own engagement on Twitter here. But so they posted the same thing. Vision couldn't be more correct. Comments are going to be a huge IQ reveal. So before I get to some of the other people losing their minds, let's get to some funny reactions. Andrew here. It gets worse. He's saying they have to start with non-binary numbers. Incredible. Jerry, just wait until they hit high school and they teach them the ways of the terrorist organization known as algebra. So ridiculous. No Signal here writing, Red State grade school students in 2028 when they ban Arabic numerals and they have to figure out what XLVI plus XXI means in math class. Yeah, I would fail. So Tom Parkin here, along the same lines. LVI % of Americans don't want Arabic numerals taught in schools. This is actually a real poll. 56% of people, this is from 2019, 56% of Americans don't want Arabic numerals taught in schools. So this is a poll from Civic Science, an American market research company. What the CEO of the company is calling, quote, the saddest and funniest testament to American bigotry we've ever seen in our data. It really is incredible. So another screenshot here of some of the reactions. What? Is anyone surprised? Didn't think so. The Islamification of New York begins. Oh, why? So Ada Lutch. This is a prominent Spanish right-wing influencer. Almost 500,000 followers here on Twitter. How long until the call to prayer is broadcast from Times Square every morning? So here she is photoed with Trump. And her husband even proposed to her because of Donald Trump. So she has a long story here about how Trump called her beautiful and told her husband, oh, if you don't marry this woman, you're crazy. So he proposed to her. They got married. And 6 months later, they divorced. So the Donald Trump blessing isn't all it's cracked up to be. Now, her ex-husband, also a loon here. So it's important to acknowledge how prominent and accepted bigotry is when it's against Muslims. So Joey Mandarino, again, her ex-husband, when Zoran Mamdani goes to the White House, they need to treat him as a national security threat. He needs to get a special inspection as if he is a member of ISIS. This man very well could have a suicide vest strapped onto his chest and pull it right in the oval. Remember, he's a jihadist first and foremost. This level of bigotry was not allowed on Twitter before Elon Musk took over. Twitter was a place where you could actually have conversations that, still got crazy sometimes, but it didn't get racist and xenophobic and bigoted like this, because when posts like this came up, they were deleted. Now people are able to develop entire followings based on being a piece of shit. So, I have a hard time believing this guy even believes anything he's writing here. He's doing it because of the engagement that he's able to get and the career he's able to make off of it. It's gross. Now, a prominent Donald Trump advisor Laura Loomer also fell for this. This is a screenshot. You know things are bad when you can't tell if it's real or a joke. Dear God, it's real, isn't it? She ended up deleting that to post this. You know things are bad when you can't tell if it's real or a joke, with winky faces. Like, I got it, guys. I wasn't fooled. No, you clearly were, because you deleted this tweet. But this is somebody who has prominent influence with Donald Trump. A political activist who has spread conspiracy theories and used hate speech, has become a central figure in the hirings and firings of Trump staffers. Laura Loomer has successfully lobbied to remove aides in several key government roles, including the National Security Council, and has described Islam as a quote-unquote cancer, used the hashtag Proud Islamophobe, and once seemed to celebrate the deaths of migrants crossing the Mediterranean. Again, a prominent advisor to Donald Trump. It's just worth questioning what kind of bigotry is accepted in a way that others aren't. Now, this I have to say, I'm 99% sure that Osmond Gold here is joking. So he is a prominent Twitch streamer with a massive following, often spouts right-wing garbage, but is also just sort of a dumb guy when it comes to news and politics. That said, I think he's being overly dramatic here. I don't think he actually believes what he's posting. But I will get to why I forgive people who think this is an honest reaction. But here was his reaction.
Oh, man. Joran Mandami is expected to require all New York elementary school students to learn Arabic numerals? This is happening faster than I thought. Probably by next year, you're going to have to learn about the Quran instead of the Constitution. Oh, my God.
Okay. The music that this TikTok added to the background is just ridiculous. But I think he's just being overly dramatic for his audience, just joking. That said, this is a person who on the genocide in Gaza said, quote, I don't give a F. They're terrible people. They come from an inferior culture.
These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways. It is that simple. No, I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't care. I don't support them.
So you can understand why people may think that was an honest, that this was an honest reaction. And this reaction to that, they're not like you. They come from inferior culture. Coming from a guy who lives like this. If you're not familiar with some of the history around Osmond Gold and how he lives and the dirt and filth that he lives in, there's an example of it. But this is, I'm sort of two minds of this kind of troll, because on one hand it's hilarious to see how stupid some people are, but on the other, like when you have places like Polymarket, which people don't really assign any political value to, this sort of furthers the idea that there is something to be worried about with Zoran Mamdani, just based on the way that it's posted here as a breaking news story, when they're also trolling. A betting company is trolling people, but in a way that I think can actually spread a hateful message. If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe, and check out some of the other videos I have on this channel.
Already, not muted. Hello, humans. This is a quick sort of power report, rapid response thing. Donald Trump and Zohran Mamdani just met for the first time in the Oval Office in Washington, D.C. at the White House. And they had a press conference that we'll be playing a good portion of here. Now, a lot of things I want y'all to watch in this. I watched some of the press conference, some of these pieces I'll be reacting to you, at least very minimally, as we move forward here. But coming into this meeting, this Oval Office meeting, which that part was private, but then they have the press conference that is what we have public to see here. Things could have been possibly more tense. Zohran Mamdani ran his campaign on Trump-proofing New York City. He ran his campaign leveraging the lack of popularity that exists currently for ICE and the ICE raids that are happening in major cities across the country, where Donald Trump has threatened to send agents to New York City next. And then Donald Trump has also said of Zohran Mamdani that he's a communist. Either he said it himself or people around him have definitely said that he's a jihadist. Trump has threatened to deport Zohran Mamdani potentially. They've had some spats over Israel and Gaza, and the press will address many of these things. So the important things to look here are, don't try to analyze too much of the body language of Trump and Mamdani, even though I know it's tempting and I may make a comment here or there. But we truly have to analyze and look at how Trump is responding and how Zohran is responding, and if we can possibly see which one of these men are going to be budging more in their rhetoric. I think there's room for both people. I think there's room for Zohran to disappoint and impress, and there's room for Donald Trump to cool off of his rhetoric when he usually does when it comes to actually meeting someone who has to get his job done. He's going to say that Donald Trump's going to say that there's a win coming out of whatever he's talking about anyway. But what you'll definitely notice very clearly here is whatever Zohran Mamdani did in that meeting with Donald Trump, in that closed door meeting with Donald Trump, he got Donald Trump to cool down a little bit and realize, okay, maybe this flashy sort of, maybe going against this guy isn't the greatest idea. So I think it was an absolute dog walking. I don't think Zohran completely went in there scot-free, but you know what? I'm going to let the presser speak for itself. So I'm just going to be playing some pieces here and then we'll watch. A little silent here first, but they're setting up and they're going to ask questions here.
In common, we want this city of our very productive meeting. We have one thing in common. We want this city of ours that we love to do very well. And I wanted to congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against, a lot of smart people, starting with the early primaries against some very tough people, very smart people. And he beat them easily. And I congratulated him. And we talked about some things in very strong common, like housing and getting housing built, and food and prices, and the price of oil is coming way down. Anything I do is going to be good for New York. If I can get prices down, it's good for New York. And we've got them down, way down from last year. We have, as you know, I've been saying to a lot of people, Walmart said that Thanksgiving this year is exactly 25% less than last year. So that's good for New York, good for everybody. But I just want to congratulate.
Appreciated the time with the president. I appreciated the conversation. I look forward to working together to deliver that affordability for New Yorkers.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Just mentioning that I want to skip ahead to get to the actual pieces and questions of what's going on here.
President Trump, Stephen Nelson from the New York Post. I've got a question for you and then also one for Mayor-elect.
Sure.
For you, you referred to Mr. Mamdani as a communist. Can you describe why you feel that way? And also, will you do anything to stop him from arresting Prime Minister Netanyahu if he visits New York?
Well, we didn't discuss your second part of the question. And on your first part, I mean, he's got views that are a little out there, but who knows? I mean, we're going to see what works, or he's going to change also. We all change. I changed a lot from when I first came to office. It's now quite a while ago. It's quite a while. My first term was great. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We're doing even better now. We're doing much better now than we did even the first term. And I can tell you some of my views have changed. And we had discussions on some things. I'm not going to discuss what they were, but that I feel very confident that he can do a very good job. I think he is going to surprise some conservative people, actually. And some very liberal people, he won't surprise them because they already like him.
And Mr. Mamdani, it sounds like you had a productive discussion, but just days ago you referred to President Trump as a despot who betrayed the country. You said you would be his worst nightmare and accused him of having a fascist agenda. Are you planning to retract any of these remarks in order to improve your relationship?
I think both President Trump and I, we are very clear about our positions and our views. And what I really appreciate about the president is that the meeting that we had focused not on places of disagreement, which there are many, and also focused on the shared purpose that we have in serving New Yorkers. And frankly, that is something that could transform the lives of the 8.5 million people who are currently struggling under a cost of living crisis, with 1 in 4 living in poverty. And the meeting came back again and again to what it could look like to lift those New Yorkers out of struggle and start to deliver them a city that they could do more than just struggle to afford it, but actually start to live in it.
And I've been called much worse than a despot, so it's not that insulting. Maybe I think he'll change his mind after we get to working together. Yes, please.
Mr. President, from MTV Lebanon.
Good.
I would like to ask you.
So that was very reconciliatory. The New York Post commentator was, of course, trying to do a little bit of muckraking. And Zoran's a little bit too trained for it. And Donald Trump didn't want to seem to get into a fight like he did with Zelensky, even in the White House on camera like this. So that gives you a little bit of a hint of the tenor of the conversation. Yeah, they may not have broached some of the deeper subjects within each other's rhetoric, but I think they made some sort of truce here, which I think is going to be interesting to watch long term.
Question about the Middle East regarding you said that Hezbollah in Lebanon is not in a good position. And Lebanon now is the final unresolved after Gaza and Syria. Given your assessment, like what do you say for the Lebanese today? It's the independent state of Lebanon. And what is your next move to push toward disarmament?
Sure. Well, we are pushing for total disarmament of Hamas and, frankly, everybody else. And we actually have peace in the Middle East. As you know, the King of Saudi Arabia just left yesterday. We had some great meetings, and he's made a
more like the King of Bone Saudi Arabia, if you know the Jamal Khashoggi thing. But, you know, this is less the New York question, but I'll let it finish.
A contribution toward the United States of more than $1 trillion. We have now over $20 trillion coming in. No country has ever had anything like that, not even close. If you go to 2 trillion or 1 trillion, it's a lot. We have 20 or $21 trillion. I think that Hezbollah has been a problem in Lebanon, big problem. We're working with Lebanon. We're working with everybody in the Middle East. That's another thing I think we have in common. We want to see peace in the Middle East. And we actually have now, for the first time, peace in the Middle East after 3,000 years. And now we're going to refine it.
That's definitely not true. You're seeing people in Gaza get attacked by Israeli Defense Forces. We had strikes in Lebanon just earlier this week. I think maybe even yesterday. Time has been very confusing for all of us, especially this year, because of Donald Trump's moves against peace. He's bombing boats that seem to just be fishing boats with no connection to drugs or drug cartels, just off the coast of Venezuela in South America. You can't call this the peacetime president. And yeah, I could go on and on.
And I think you're going to see some very positive things happen.
There is a potential to invite the Lebanese president.
Oh, sure. Oh, I would do that. Absolutely. And if the mayor would like to be here for that meeting, because I know he feels very strongly. I think you feel very, very strongly about peace in the Middle East.
We desperately want it. And that's something that I shared with the president, that when I spoke to New Yorkers who had voted for the president last November on Hillside Avenue and Fordham Road, I asked them why. I heard again and again 2 major reasons. One was that they wanted an end to forever wars. They wanted an end to the taxpayer dollars we had funding violations of human rights, and they wanted to address the cost of living crisis. And I appreciated the chance to discuss both of those things.
You said a lot of my voters actually voted for him, and I'm okay with that. I'll do that. I'll sign it. Give it to me. I'll sign it in a minute. That's pretty good.
Mr. President,
please.
you threatened to send federal troops to New York City. You both have differences when it comes to ICE agents in New York City. Mr. Mamdani, you call ICE a rogue government entity. I wonder how you reconcile your differences on both of those issues.
Well, I think we're going to work them out. And I think that if we have known murderers and known drug dealers and some very bad people, you know, we want to get them out. And the mayor wants to have peace. We discussed this at great length, actually, maybe more than anything else. He wants to have a safe New York. Ultimately, a safe New York is going to be a great New York. If it's not safe, no matter how well we do with pricing and with anything else, we can talk about anything you want. If you don't have safe streets, it's not going to be a success. So we're going to work together. We're going to make sure that if there are horrible people there, we want to get them out. I think he wants to get them out, maybe more than I do. So we'll work together. We discussed it at great length. Yes, please.
Yeah, two questions, if I may. One for you, Ex-President from BBC in a second. But first of all, to the mayor-elect. You're both, from different parts of the political spectrum, you're both populist. I just wonder to what extent the president's campaign style, his technique is inspired any part of your campaign.
Well, I actually told the president that, you know, so much of the focus of our campaign has been on the cost of living crisis. And when we asked those New Yorkers who had voted for the president, when we saw an increase in his numbers in New York City, that came back to the same issue: cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And they spoke about the cost of groceries, the cost of rent, the cost of Con Ed, the cost of childcare. And too often politicians are looking to lecture to New Yorkers what they should care about as opposed to listen. And when we spoke to those voters who voted for President Trump, we heard them speak about cost of living. We focused on that same cost of living. And that's where I am really looking forward to delivering for New Yorkers in partnership with the president on the affordability agenda.
And I think we have to work a little bit. We talked about Con Edison. We have to work a little bit on getting the prices because, you know, we've gotten fuel prices way down, but it hasn't shown up in Con Edison. And we're going to have to talk to them. You know, if we're sending them fuel at a much lower price than it was a year ago, which is true, we have to get Con Edison to start lowering their rates.
Absolutely.
And if I may, last week you talked.
So that's an interesting piece right there, because I tend to believe that most of the things that Trump says about energy prices are lies. But, you know, I think Zoran is throwing a little bit of shade in this conversation, saying, you know, too often politicians lecture to people about how they feel, whereas the Zoran approach was to ask New Yorkers, including people who had voted for Trump, what are their concerns? And it came back to the affordability agenda that Zoran Mamdani was talking about. But, you know, it has kind of Trump on the defense a little bit here, because now he's saying, okay, well, I want to say, and I want to walk out here by saying energy prices are low. Whether that's true or not, maybe I want to pressure Con Edison, the power utility company in not just New York City, but I think a lot of the tri-state region. And that could be something that, you know, tangibly delivers for New Yorkers, especially as, you know, I don't know if you can hear my heater, but that's going off. All these lights and these barely working computers here. These are all electricity, and I'm kind of surprised by a lot of the costs that go into it, but especially and how they're rising right now and putting people in a big crunch. So this could be one of those cases where if Zoran, or, you know, like many politicians have learned, if you play to the ego and give him an opportunity to win, Trump can do a lot of things for you if you are, you know, willing to play that game to some extent. The key is to come out of that game while saving face yourself and not look like you're capitulating to the madman. So we'll see. It's very interesting here. And it's also funny, like I was mentioning earlier, because Donald Trump is the exact kind of person Zoran Mamdani was mentioning, who will lecture to voters about how they should be feeling. Trump, just after Mamdani won, said that, you know, I don't know why we're talking about affordability. I've made everything more affordable. He cited Thanksgiving meal. It's a very selective, like, you know, Walmart basket or whatever of a Thanksgiving meal. And it turns out that I think the amount of what's in that, you know, kit or, you know, the collection of goods is either less food overall or, you know, different items. But, you know, they're cherry picking a lot of data. We all know prices are increasing. We all see inflation still increasing. We all see jobs numbers that are very heavily skewed towards the restaurant industry, are very heavily skewed towards temporary work. It just doesn't show that we have like a holistically healthy economy. And so these words are now on record. We'll see how both Trump and Mamdani kind of respond to these things when the rubber meets the road.
You pushing ahead with your plans to sue BBC for up to $5 billion. You're going to speak to Prime Minister Starmer as well. Is there any progress or any updates on those issues?
Well, we get along very well with the Prime Minister. We made a deal with UK. I like him. He's a fine person. And, you know, I think they have some big energy problems. You know, they've got windmills all over the place. They're going to have to start using other methods because their energy is out of control. Talking about in the UK, it's out of control. And he's got that problem. He's got a big immigration problem, as you know, and he's got a big energy problem. And we talk about it. He's a good man. Prime Minister's a good man.
You had a chance to speak this week.
I haven't spoken this week.
Have you spoken to President Zelensky, or do you intend to meet with President Zelensky about your plan?
I've spoken with their people. We have a plan. It's horrible what's happening. It's a war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president, and it's a shame. And I thought they should have acted quicker. But it's a cold winter, and a lot of the you talk about utilities, but a lot of the big.
He's kind of yapping here, so I'm going to let him keep going. But this is not related to Zoran Mamdani, only other than the fact that what I mentioned earlier, that there's a big contrast between the meeting that Donald Trump is having with Mamdani right now, where it's kind of like a berating session. You know, Mike Pence got his licks in and stuff like that, versus right now, where, you know, Trump is sitting at the desk looking up at Mamdani several times. It's, you know, not the strongest position for the strong man here, but I think that's an interesting contrast. Let's see what he's yapping about now.
Reasonably close, but I don't want to predict. I would have said that would have been one of my early ones. I did 8 peace deals of countries, including in India, Pakistan. You could even go, in fact, they're coming here in a week or two, go to the Congo.
Okay, so still yapping, and also still very much on autopilot about all of these, you know, wars he's ending and peace deals he's brokering. With the Russia-Ukraine piece, what's the latest right now is that Trump is once again dealing with Russia, and it's looking like he's going to be giving away some territory on Ukraine's behalf, to which Ukraine is like, oh, what? We didn't sign up for that, so I don't know. So, you know, more pontificating from him, and it's sort of, you know, I guess the press will take any opportunity to get to Trump when they can, but Ukraine is not an issue that Mamdani has necessarily spoken about unless it has to do with Ukrainian New Yorkers. So it's a little bit of my annoyances with the press here. And later on, they kind of talk about, you know, Trump and Mamdani. I think maybe if anything they had in common, it's kind of a healthy hatred of the press, I think for vastly different reasons. But that was something that I think was interesting here. All right, let's say they go into another question.
I want to ask the mayor-elect about a House resolution just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing.
Condemn socialism.
I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
And I want to clarify your answer to Stephen Nelson. Mm-hmm. He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist. And your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Mm-hmm. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about.
That's okay. You can just say yes. Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
And Mr. President, I wanted to ask you also about this Ukraine plan.
Yeah.
President Zelensky said today that his country would risk either giving up a partner or giving up its dignity. There's been criticism that this deal.
You mean he doesn't like it?
It's unclear. He was sort of
he'll have to like it, and if he doesn't like it, then they should just keep fighting. I guess
The suggestion that he made, though, was that if he doesn't accept it, that the U.S. would pull back its support for Ukraine.
Well, at some point he's going to have to accept something. He hasn't accepted. You remember, right in the Oval Office not so long ago, I said, "You don't have the cards." Don't forget, I inherited this war. This war never would have happened. I inherited this war. And I thought he should have made a deal a year ago, 2 years ago. The ultimate deal would have been if it never started. That would have been the good deal. That could have been done too if you had the right president, but you didn't have the right president.
Mr. President.
of living is something that you and Mr. Mamdani seem to agree on.
Right.
Democrats have run New York City for a long time, Mr. Mamdani. Do you see Democrat policy specifically as being a problem? And I'd like that be a question that both of you can answer in your city.
Look, I think that there are many things in our city where we have to own the responsibility of it, things that existed long before the president was the president. And those are also part of the message of our campaign, was to take on a broken politics of the past. And I ran against a number of candidates who represented different versions of that past. And what we found time and again is that working people were left behind in the politics of our city. And what we're looking to do is put those people right back at the heart of our politics, so that we don't have a situation where we're in the wealthiest city in the history of the world, and yet 1 in 5 can't even afford $2.90 for a Metro card.
Mr. President, you know, we had some interesting conversation, and some of his ideas really are the same ideas that I have. But a big thing on cost, you know, the new word is affordability. Another word is just groceries. You know, it's sort of an old-fashioned word, but it's very accurate. And they're coming down high. They were, you know, we had, both of us, we had the highest inflation in the history of our country the last 4 years under the Biden administration. And we've got inflation down now to a normal number. It's going to go even a little bit lower than that. Katie, do you have something?
So that was very interesting. I think, again, you see two diverging paths where Zoran's like, yeah, I think even before Trump, you had issues with the economy and what, especially affordability in New York. And what Zoran did was run against different versions of that past. I think in Andrew Cuomo and Eric Adams, that's very well represented, but also within his approach with democratic socialism. And you love these gotcha questions from the media, like, oh, here's something. Oh, here's something. Oh, well, here's something. It was very interesting how Trump was like, it's okay, just say yes, don't have to bother with it. There's a similar, I think, disdain with the media again, that I think they are maybe on the same page with, and maybe one of the first things they bond on. The other piece to that is that Trump immediately goes into blaming Biden, his like, you know, oh, groceries is another form of affordability. But no, it's groceries, it's rent, it's utilities. We were talking about electricity earlier. It's so many more things that go into the cost of living. And, you know, when you're addressing those cost of living things, you're touching up against many of Donald Trump's friends. You're touching against many of friends of the establishment that Donald Trump represents, of a billionaire class who makes money off of nickel and diming the rest of us. So, you know, very interesting insights here. And I was looking at Fox News and their website and some like right-wing media coverage. And I'll continue to do this to kind of like add some color here, because I'm trying to wonder, like, is Trump's angle, the more that I appear to be reconciliatory with Zoran Mamdani, the worse that looks for Zoran? Like, oh, is this going to be a way to wedge the Democrats by making Zoran seem like he's too pro-Trump or something? Trump could be stupid enough to believe that. I think Mamdani's actions are going to mean much more than this, but I think this Mamdani looks pretty good coming out of this interview, or coming out of this presser here, because he doesn't seem to be budging in his rhetoric and is still staying true to his talking points, which in this case for a politician like Zoran is good, because the talking points are, you know, it's strong rhetoric even in that setting. Now, I want to see more action than rhetoric. We'll see once he takes over and actually becomes the proper mayor at the very beginning of 2026. But these are, again, just my observations. I'm going to look at some more right-wing press, as this is just other people are digesting this as well.
Mr. Mamdani often talks about New York City being covered by international law, that they will follow international law. Doesn't often talk about the U.S. Constitution. What is your response to that?
Well, I don't know what you're referring to in terms of it could be covered by international law, local law. It's covered by a lot of laws, but it's covered by U.S. law. Are you referring to anything in particular?
He just says that they're a city that endorses and enforces international law. Is that at odds with?
No, I don't know. Would you want to respond?
Yeah, I think what I've shared with the president is our desire to not only follow the laws of our own city, laws that protect New Yorkers, but also a desire for consistency in our politics across the board. And that's something that we've talked about, and something that I know many New Yorkers want.
We discussed
ICE and New York City, and I spoke about how the laws that we have in New York City allow for New York City government to speak to the federal administration for about 170 serious crimes. The concerns that many New Yorkers have are around the enforcement of immigration laws on New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, and most recently we're talking about a mother and her 2 children, how this has very little to do with what that is.
What we did is we discussed crime more than ICE per se. We discussed crime, and he doesn't want to see crime, and I don't want to see crime. And I have very little doubt that we're not going to get along on that issue. He wants to, and he said some things that were very interesting as to housing construction, and he wants to see houses go up. He wants to see a lot of houses created, a lot of apartments built, etc. And you know, we actually people would be shocked, but I want to see the same thing.
Mr. Montgomery, the anti-Israel protesters.
Jack?
Mr. President, I want to know one of the policies as well that Mayor-elect Mamdani talked a number of times about on the campaign was shifting the tax burden for property taxes from what he called minority communities to white-based communities and putting more taxes on white people. I also noticed that in your acceptance speech, you didn't mention anything about America or Christians or white people in general. And so I didn't know if that was one of the policies that you guys had spoken about.
Trump, Zahn wants to tax white people more and tax minorities less because the IRS, that's exactly what they keep track of on your tax returns. So, Don, what do you think about that? Like, you even saw a little bit back there, like Zahn and Trump talking about, like, Zahn's like, I did not say that. And Trump's like, I get it, whatever. And they keep giving each other a little bit, they're playing a little bit of slap ass, let's be honest. And like, that's the part where if I compartmentalize it to how they both respond to these media questions that it's not about a friendly question because, you know, Trump attacks reporters all the time. In fact, he recently did that Miss Piggy thing that was just like in super poor taste. But this is just a question based on a complete lie. Donald Trump will crash out over questions that are completely valid and are based on real things that Donald Trump has said or the real ramifications of the policies of his regime. This is just like, I don't know what Chud reporter that is, but that was just like, that was some wild stuff, honestly.
We focused on affordability. We focused on the cost of living crisis. What I will say is that I am very much interested in property tax reform because what we see right now in New York City is a system that is so inequitable that it can't even stand up in court. And the president and I spoke about the importance of not only building more housing, but also making sure that regulation of housing is something that is manageable to actually get through and not the cause of yet another weight that we see in our city.
Clear, you're continuing this idea of race-based property taxes.
No, to be very clear,
That's what you said.
no, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
So you intend to tax the whiter neighborhoods more?
No, we intend to create a fair property tax system because we want a New York City that is not only fair and equitable, but also one that every New Yorker can afford.
This, again, I'm trying not to do too much body language here, like I said in the beginning, but Trump did a little nod there, like, hey, you got moxie, kid. I respect it. Like, when it comes to these press questions. So it's interesting, I think, this sort of like arrangement. I think if there's like some Jedi mind tricks going on, Zahn's like, hey, look at how I attack the press. Don't you like this? Don't you like doing this? And that might be where they're buddy on.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Mamdani, anti-Israel protesters just targeted a synagogue in New York. Are you concerned about Jewish New Yorkers feeling welcome and safe in the city? And President Trump, you threatened to cut off federal funding to New York City. What policies would prompt you to do that? Would that be city-run grocery stores? Would it be something else?
Well, I think if we didn't get along, whether it's cut off or just make it a little bit difficult or not give as much, we want to see, I use the term, we don't want good money going after bad. And, we don't want that to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I did say that, you know, subject to what policies are being said. We had a meeting today that actually surprised me. He wants to see no crime. He wants to see housing being built. He wants to see rents coming down, all things that I agree with. Now, we may disagree how we get there. The rent coming down, I think one of the things I really gleaned very much today, he'd like to see him come down, ideally by building a lot of additional housing. Yeah. That's the ultimate way. He agrees with that, and so do I. But if I read the newspapers and the stories, I don't hear that. But I heard him say it today, and I think that's a very positive step. No, I don't expect. I expect to be helping him, not hurting him. A big help, because I want New York City to be great. Look, I love New York City. It's where I come from. I spent a lot of years there. Now I'm right here. We took a big setback with the mayor that we had, Dave de Blasio. I thought it was a tremendous setback for the city. I think this mayor can do some things that are going to be really great.
Mr. President,
Okay, how about you? Go ahead, please.
You're a billionaire. You have a different address nowadays than you used to, but you used to call New York City home. Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mamdani administration?
Yeah, I would. I really would, especially after the meeting. Absolutely.
What makes you comfortable?
We agree on a lot more than I would have thought. I think I want him to do a great job, and we'll help him do a great job. You know, he may have different views, but in many ways, you know, we were discussing when Bernie Sanders was out of the race, I picked up a lot of his votes, and people had no idea, because he was strong on not getting ripped off in trade and lots of the things that I've practiced and been very successful on, tariffs, a lot of things. Bernie Sanders and I agreed on much more than people thought. And when he was put out of the race, I think quite unfairly, if you want to know the truth, many of the Bernie Sanders voters voted for me. And I felt very comfortable, frankly, in seeing that and saying that. And, you know, it just turned out to be a statistical truth. But no, I feel very comfortable. I would feel very, very comfortable being in New York, and I think much more so after the meeting. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So that's really amazing. I think it sort of shows how there's this media disruption field on the right wing. Because you remember the business people who were afraid, like, oh, we're going to be lining up private jets at LaGuardia. Everyone's going to be flying out to Florida because Mamdani's going to ruin the city. And all the billionaires and millionaires are going to want to leave New York and go to Florida or Austin, Texas, or Tempe, Arizona. Like, just completely unserious sort of, you know, threats, you know, based on things that were not true about Zoran, based on things the media had said, right-wing media had largely said about Mamdani and his policies, purposely misconstruing them to scare people like this. You know, I think a skillful thing that Zoran might have done is compare that to Bernie Sanders and show that crossover with the sort of original populism. Again, we just have to make sure that doesn't accidentally become, okay, we'll be a little bit, someone like Zoran, will be a little bit less hard on things like fighting some of the worst parts of the Trump administration, which is also the thing that he ran on, got elected on, and got a united coalition of Democrats and Republicans to support. Curtis Sliwa, for all the things that people like progressives were like, oh, this is an interesting guy, always taking votes, and he's really hitting Cuomo and not really hitting Mamdani that much. Sliwa seemed to be totally fine with a lot of the moves that Trump was talking about with like bringing ICE into New York City and all these sort of like tougher on crime things. So that's why I was like, Sliwa is not your savior. Let's calm down with the praise of him and let's get him back to, you know, if Zoran made him dog catcher, like literally something that involved like animal rights or things like that, that might be a better place for Sliwa to just kind of compartmentalize that. But once you get back, I say all that to say, once you get to what Zoran's actually about, these are things that transcend the failures of both the Democratic and the Republican parties, which is why a more European style of social democracy, which is really what Zoran's talking about. It's barely democratic socialism. It's social democracy from European countries that have high rates of happiness, low cost of healthcare per capita, things like that.
Question for you, but a very quick one for the mayor. Why did you fly here? Aren't trains greener?
I'll use every form of transit, and I want to make sure that they're all affordable in New York City, and that's why making buses fast and free is a centerpiece of our campaign.
There is a bus that goes.
Well, but I know, but it'd be fluid. That's a lot quicker too. You know, I mean, he's working very hard. For him to be, that's a very long drive. I'll stick up for you. You know, the plane takes you 30 minutes and driving takes you a
And
long
Mr. President, I was wondering if you could clear up some confusion around a Washington Post report. There was this explosive report that the Coast Guard is no longer going to characterize swastikas and nooses as hate symbols. DHS called that a lie and fake news. Can you clear up?
I don't know anything about it. When was this written?
yesterday?
Well, look, the Coast Guard's an incredible group of people. I know them very well. We just ordered a lot of new Coast Guard cutters, beautiful, the most magnificent ship. They look like yachts with lots of guns on them. So I don't know. I haven't seen any report like that, but certainly we want them to remain a great force, and they are.
Mr. President, and you did a piece in all the 9 months around the world. I would like to ask Mr. Mamdani, you've accused the U.S. government of committing genocide in Gaza while President Trump was working on peace. Why that?
I've spoken about the Israeli government committing genocide, and I've spoken about our government funding it. And I shared with the president in our meeting about the concern that many New Yorkers have of wanting their tax dollars to go towards the benefit of New Yorkers and their ability to afford basic dignity. And what we see right now is we're in the 9th consecutive year of more than 100,000 school children being homeless in our city. And there's a desperate need not only for the following of human rights, but also the following through on the promises we've made New Yorkers. And I appreciated the meeting we had and the work that we can do.
Do you agree that President Trump did?
And this is not to give, and actually I'm going to let this continue out because this is a good back and forth. This is one of my favorite parts of the whole thing.
Do a peace and work hard to make the peace, because he worked hard to do the peace in the Middle East and everywhere. But do you agree with that?
I appreciate all efforts towards peace, and I shared with President Trump that when I spoke to Trump voters on Hillside Avenue, including one of whom was a pharmacist that spoke about how President Trump's father actually went to that pharmacy not too far from Jamaica Estates, that people were tired of seeing our tax dollars fund endless wars. And I also believe that we have to follow through on the international human rights. And I know that still today, those are being violated, and that continues to be work that has to be done no matter where we're speaking of.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Do you view the mayor-elect as the true leader of the Democrat Party? And do you think Leader Schumer and Leader Jeffries, have to follow his lead?
Well, look, I hope they have great leaders. This is a man that right now I think is focused on New York City. I really think he has a chance to do a great job. We're going to help him, but I really think he has a chance to do a great job. But I'll let you answer that. You consider yourself the leader of the Democrats. I think it's more appropriate for him.
I consider myself the next mayor of New York City, and I keep my horizons firmly on New York City. And I appreciate the meeting with the president, which focused again on the 5 boroughs and whether New Yorkers could afford to live there.
By the way, being the mayor of New York City is a big deal.
Absolutely.
I always said, one of the things I would have loved to be someday is the mayor of New York City. Being the mayor of New York, and
Yo, we all dodged a bullet there, man.
especially now, because I think you're at really a turning point, one way or the other. It can go great, or it can go in a different direction. And I think you really have a chance to make it great.
Mr. President, you say you love New York City. Mr. Mamdani, does New York City love President Trump?
New York City loves a future that is affordable. And I can tell you that there were more New Yorkers who voted for President Trump in the most recent presidential election because of that focus on cost of living. And I'm looking forward to working together to deliver on that affordability agenda.
I got a lot of votes. One more. Go ahead. 1 or 2 more. Go ahead. I tell you, the press has eaten this thing up. I've had a lot of meetings with the heads of major countries. Nobody cared. This meeting that you people have gone crazy. Outside you have hundreds of people waiting. This is just a small little group. For some reason, the press has found this to be a very interesting meeting. The biggest people in the world, they come over from countries nobody cares, but they did care about this meeting, and it was a great meeting. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, I was going to ask you exactly that. Why do you think there's so much more, so much excitement around this thing in some form?
Because I think he's different. All right, I think he's different, and that can be in a very positive way. But I think he's different than, your typical guy runs, wins, becomes mayor maybe, and nothing exciting. Because he has a chance to really do something great for New York. New York is at a very critical point, and he does need the help of the federal government to really succeed. And we're going to be helping him, but he's different than your average candidate. Hey, he came out of nowhere. I said he has a great campaign manager standing over there. He came out of nowhere. Would you start off at 1 or 2? And then I watched. I said, who is this guy? He was at 1, then he was at 3, then he was at 5, then he was at 9. Then he went up to 17. I said, that's getting a little bit interesting, right? And then all of a sudden he wins a primary that nobody expected he was going to win. It's a great tribute. I mean, it's an amazing thing that he did.
And I'll just add one thing to what the president said. Is one thing I also appreciated is in our meeting to appreciate a portrait of FDR, and the incredible work that was done with the New Deal and also in thinking about what it can look like when the federal government and New York City government work together to deliver on affordability. It can be transformative.
You know, we have a great portrait of FDR that I found in the vaults that was missing for years. I found it and I put it up.
I just love the idea of Donald Trump, like, with one of those spelunking hats on with a little light on. Let's open the Disney vault and let's see what's inside. Ooh, it's a photo of FDR. Like, I think there was a lot of, because, you know, I think what you give Trump is kind of what you get. I think there was a lot of flattery that surrounded, which is usually how you talk to Trump behind the scenes to get what you really, really want. And then, you know, Trump returns the favor with flattery and saying, oh, he's so great. Oh, we found this photo of FDR. Oh, he loves the New Deal. So we took a photo together and I did that. I made that possible. Aren't I so great? Aren't I reaching across the aisle? Aren't I so presidential? For all those people who are going to be like, oh, this is the moment that Donald Trump became president and he started negotiating. This is how he's always been. Lest we forget that Dick Cheney's funeral was just this past week, and Democrats and Republicans and former presidents and former vice presidents were there, and Donald Trump was explicitly not invited. This man's an outcast in politics, and for some, I might think that's a good thing. I don't think you want to be friends with Dick Cheney. I think Donald Trump's worse. Like, Donald Trump might be getting worse than Dick Cheney pretty rapidly here, especially with the ICE raids. But I get the feeling that behind the scenes was a lot of flattery, but and maybe some camaraderie over some of this like press moments. But what I'm pleased to not be seeing from here is the capitulation that we're hoping we wouldn't get from Zoran.
Democrat, to the best of my knowledge. He's a Democrat. And when the mayor
talking about FDR still,
he said, "Sir, do you mind if I have a picture taken by that portrait?" It's an amazing portrait. I hope the picture comes out good. But it's an amazing portrait in the cabinet room. So he's a big fan of the New Deal, I guess, and of FDR. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said that you both spoke about crime.
Yeah.
There are many police officers set to come off the rolls at the end of this year in New York City. Are you going to allow those police to be replaced with police officers, actual cops? And are you going to require that that happens? Would there be some consequences?
Well, I hope it happens, but again, that's going to be ultimately the mayor's decision.
What's your answer?
Is that I look forward to delivering public safety with the NYPD, and I've said over the course of our campaign that we have the number of police officers today. They are the ones that's budgeted about 35,000 headcount. And I think the key thing is that we have to make it easier for police to focus on police work, not ask them to respond to 200,000 mental health calls a year.
So is that a reduction from what you're at right now? Are you committing to maintaining the same level of cops?
I've committed over the course of the campaign to maintain the 35,000. That's the headcount that we had through the campaign.
And not replace them with caseworkers, social work.
No, I've said that's the headcount that we want. What we need to do is make sure they can focus on serious crime.
And he just retained a great police commissioner, I believe, right?
Yes, we did. Commissioner Fish.
If the newspapers are correct.
That one they're correct about.
He retained, I think, somebody that is she's a good friend of some of the people in my family, of Ivanka, and they say she's really good, really competent, and he just retained her, so that's a good sign.
That again, that little dig of, you know, that's one thing the newspapers are right about. There's a slightly different world where Zoran Mamdani is like been mayor and he's like smacking New York Post reporters around rhetorically saying, "You're fake news, you're fake news, you're fake news." I could totally see it. But yeah, the entire time Zoran Mamdani said, kind of controversially to some people within DSA, but I think there are realities to being the mayor of New York City. And one of those is keeping a decent relationship with NYPD, because we saw what happened when Bill de Blasio tried to buck that tide, especially during the Black Lives Matter protest, and NYPD arrested the mayor's daughter for funsies. So yeah, and also Zoran has said we're going to keep to that point. Zoran has said we're going to keep the amount of NYPD officers at about the same amount, but we're going to add social care workers. And he's framing it by saying we can have the mental health experts deal with mental health crises, and then we can have cops on the beat to deal with robberies, burglaries, violent crimes, the more like complicated sort of things that you see within New York City, detective work for investigations, econometric forensic analysis, which is a fancy word for saying investigating crimes have to do with lots of money changing hands or money laundering or things like that go on in a big city full of a lot of corrupt organizations that kind of run in the underbelly and have tendrils and tentacles throughout all parts of power within the city. It's a very interesting thing. Trump knows about it very well. Eric Adams knows about it very well. Cuomo knows about it very well. And hopefully Zoran does too, because I think that's the thing that's most likely to blindside him with all of his hopes here. But let's round this out.
Are there still topics that you see the two disagreeing on in the future? And do you think you'll have more meetings like this?
There will be topics that we disagree on. I think we'll probably come to a conclusion, and ultimately he'll convince me or I'll convince him. You know, it's for the good of New York. Ultimately, it's for the good of New York. I don't care about affiliations or parties or anything else. I want to see if this city could be unbelievable, if he could be a spectacular success, I'd be very happy.
Do you think you guys will meet more in the future too?
Excuse?
Do you think you'll meet again in the future? You know, throughout the administration?
I think we will. I think we will. I hope we do. I enjoyed the meeting. We had a great meeting. Please.
Mr. President, Republican Elise Stefanik has campaigned multiple times by calling Zoran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval Office?
No, I don't. But she's out there campaigning, and you know, you say things sometimes in a campaign.
Isn't that sort of?
She's a very capable person. But you really have to ask her about that. But I don't particularly. I think I met with I met with a man who's a very rational person. I met with a man who really wants to see New York be great again. And I can say again, because New York was great. You know, when I came down to Washington initially, the city was so hot. It was doing great. We were having some telltale signs of problems. We had a mayor that was not doing a great job, but still, it was moving along. And it went bad. It really went, you know, pretty bad. And I think it's been at lower points, but it went pretty bad. I think he can bring it back. Now, the question is, will he bring it back all the way? Will he bring it back greater than ever before, which is, I guarantee, that's his wish. I think he wants to make it greater than ever before. And if he can, we'll be out there cheering. I'll be cheering for him. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you chose not to answer the question about the city hall.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no, I care very deeply about Jewish safety, and I look forward to rooting out anti-Semitism across the 5 boroughs and protecting Jewish New Yorkers and every New Yorker who calls the city hall.
Sorry, I got muted again. My bad. But anytime there's some sort of thing where they're looking at each other after having a fiery, tense moment with the press, that's definitely what they talked about. That's definitely what they're bonding on. I think that was a smart move. I think at the end of the day, we just need to see, is Zoran really going to be about, you know, flattering Trump like a lot of politicians do? Or is he going to take something that's a little bit more of like a Claudia Sheinbaum approach, where maybe you're, you know, reconciliatory and relatively peaceful in private to be business oriented and get what you want, and then save the sharp and strong rhetoric for when you're speaking externally. I think Donald Trump might, on some, again, you've got Moxie Kid, I respect it level, prefer that a lot more than this sort of like back and forth without people having a conversation. I think he's very, you know, like a lot of old boomers, like, oh, well, he won't talk to me. He won't come to me and shake my hand and treat me like I'm good. Like, once you get towards that sort of ego thing that a lot of these people have, I don't know why I went to a jank voice for that. But I think Zoran played this really well and frankly kind of dog walked Trump a little bit. Trump was looking kind of weak there, looking kind of like, I don't know. They must have given him some of whatever is the stuff that is helping keep his brain working, because he seemed to be fairly sharp and, you know, wants to be in his element when he's attacking the press. And this is a big meeting for him. Trump seemed to be really happy because there are a lot of cameras and a lot of reporters there. Some who are kind of asking straightforward questions, some who are like, let's get Zoran on the anti-Semitism thing. Oh, let's try to see if we can get them to fight each other here or there. But I think both Zoran and Trump were more savvy in this case, united by their hatred of the press and press distortion especially. I think in Zoran's case, it's a lot more real. And in Trump's case, he just hates anything that reflects him in a bad light, even if he's doing bad, shady, inhumane, terrible things. So yeah, hope y'all enjoyed this. Make sure you're liking. Please share, comment, of course. Want to continue to do more coverage like this in the future, and really need your help to do it. So thank you very much, and I'll talk to you in the next one.
Your ideas are yours, unless you give them away to certain AI platforms. Have you heard of Abby? On the surface, it looks like a place to pitch story ideas. But if you dig into their terms of service, which most people don't read, you'll find something alarming. Let's start by just taking a quick look at these actual terms of services. I need to read this to you because it is ridiculous. By using the services, you agree that Abby, or Abyss AI, may use your content to improve and promote our services. You hereby grant to company a perpetual, non-exclusive, royalty-free, transferable, sub-licensable, irrevocable, worldwide license to host, use, distribute, modify, copy, publicly perform or display, translate, create derivative works of, and otherwise exploit your content, that's what it literally says, in any manner, in all formats and distribution channels now known or hereafter developed throughout the universe. They openly admit that all of their shows are one-click AI generated. And now here's the catch. AI output itself cannot automatically be copyrighted because copyright law requires meaningful human authorship. But Abby's terms of service claim the AI output as their intellectual property, not through copyright, but through contract. That means by using the platform, you agree that the AI-generated content you've generated belongs to them. And while the law might not recognize it as owned, you've contractually given up your right to treat it as your own. And this is a huge risk for creators. Abby also builds its library using your ideas, prompts, and story concepts. While you retain ownership of your content, the line between your original ideas and the AI output is blurred, and their contract gives them wide control over how those results are used. And then there's Disney Plus, which announced earlier this month that they will be experimenting with AI tools for fans. Here you're interacting with Disney-owned worlds. You're not giving away your original IP. Sounds safer, right? But there's still a catch. You're feeding ideas into a system that they control, and they could observe patterns in fan creation to influence future content. It's controlled and legal, but it's not truly yours, and your creative freedom is being limited and possibly monetized. The takeaway for creators should really be, don't give your ideas away lightly. Protect your work and think twice before letting AI platforms touch your imagination.
Hey ho, let's go. Coming to you live from the 102.3 WHIV FM studios in New Orleans, Louisiana. We are community radio dedicated to human rights, social justice, and breaking down the static around public health. Welcome to Noise Filter, the show that swaps out confusion for clarity and shines a light on the health stories that matter. And today we're talking about a story with consequences that have echoed across continents, the heartbreak and havoc caused by sudden cuts to U.S. foreign aid for people living with HIV in South Africa. So let's set the scene. Within a day of Washington announcing the aid withdrawal, nonprofit clinics serving those living with HIV began shutting their doors. Overnight, thousands of South Africans, many of whom are sex workers or belong to marginalized communities, were left scrambling for life-saving medications. Some managed to secure their prescriptions just in time, while others were forced to choose between hope and the black market. Consider this: South Africa has more people living with HIV than any other country on earth. Before the cuts, around 2 million out of 8 million people living with HIV were already without medication. Now, with the closure of 12 major clinics and up to 220,000 people facing disruptions or total loss of daily HIV meds, experts warn of hundreds of thousands of new infections and tens of thousands of additional deaths if funding isn't restored or replaced. Patients report being turned away from hospital doors, told they need referral letters from clinics that no longer exist. Health workers themselves are thrown out of their jobs by funding cuts. They can't monitor their patients or even are there to distribute medications. The government in South Africa promises they'll fill the gap, but the challenge is immense. Community leaders and advocates say stigma and fear are driving even more people away from these state clinics. Marginalized groups, people of trans experience, sex workers, they all worry about discrimination and being denied care. For some, the only alternative is buying medication illegally, where prices have doubled since the cuts. This isn't just an issue of missed doses, it's a powder keg of future outbreaks. Researchers calculate that if things keep going this way, South Africa may see hundreds of thousands of new infections and tens of thousands of preventable deaths just the next few years. Worldwide models estimate up to 10.8 million additional HIV infections and 2.9 million HIV-related deaths by 2030 if donor funding continues to dry across Africa. U.S. officials argue the budgetary belt has to tighten, and it's time for African countries to take more responsibility for healthcare. But for millions of South Africans, all that means is longer lines, more hardship, and the threat of a health system rolling backwards. So as we soak in the reality of public health ripple effects, remember that global aid is not just dollars in a column. It's the difference between life and a slow, avoidable disaster for some of the world's most vulnerable people. The costs of cutting care is counted not just in budgets, but in the lives disrupted and the future stolen. Here at Noise Filter, we believe medicine should be in reach for everyone, not a game of musical chairs played at the expense of the sick. And stay tuned, stay noisy, and remember, when foreign aid vanishes, the hardest hit aren't nameless. They're people with stories, strength, and dreams. And as for silent suffering, sorry, we turn the volume all the way up.
Good morning, comrades. You are listening to WHIV LP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade. Get more information, goodmorningcomrade.com. You can listen anywhere in the world, WHIV LP New Orleans, WHIVFM.org/listen. Very special guest today. We have Pep Talks TV. He is. Oh, go ahead and introduce yourself to the folks.
Hey,
go ahead with that.
How's it going, everybody? I appreciate you having
Chicago
me on the
man,
show.
right?
What's that?
Chicago, eh?
Yep, Chicago boy.
I love Chicago. It's like the very first time. Sorry, I'll tell you, introduce myself and I immediately start talking. Go ahead, introduce yourself and then I'll get it.
Oh, hey guys. I'm Pep Talks. The TV is more of a just had to kind of differentiate myself. But yeah, you guys can call me Pep. I have a show on YouTube and Twitch, 4:00 Central Time. Mondays through Fridays. Thursdays I kind of take off a little bit, but beyond that, on every week, and then I have this space show called PEPAGANDA on every Tuesday. I start the day noon my time, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Cool. And coming out of the Chicago area, like I said, I was actually in Chicago twice this year. I did get to go to a Cubs game for the first time ever, but the very first time I ever went to Chicago, was in 2019 when the teachers were on strike. I kind of like worked it out so I would meet up with a couple of friends up there. It was awesome. Like it was just like marching down the street. They had a giant like I don't know what it was, some kind of a Mother Jones puppet just like walking down the street. It was crazy, dog.
We have a ton of creative people. They actually did something like that for the No Kings protest. I know it went pretty viral where they had the three big puppets of Trump, Elon, and I forgot who the other one was, but it was really, really cool. I know that like
Chicago goes down. They throw down at
hey man, we birthed Guar, so like talk about burning effigies.
And as a currently a Richmonder, Guar is also here. The Guar bar is in Richmond.
Oh my god! Oh
yeah.
man!
But yeah, I love Chicago. Like I said, I went to a Cubs game. I went for a couple of work things there. Always have, and I mean, maybe people who don't go to Chicago don't know this. Chicago has some of the best Mexican food I have ever had in my entire life.
I am so glad you said that. I actually on my stream, I'll get excited because I have one that's right near me. It's one of the best, but I can't because it's a family joint that it's like, oh, that's easily doxing myself.
Yeah.
But it's like, God, I want to share it with you guys. It's so good.
Yeah. Save that one for like Twitter or whatever.
Yep.
Anyway, just wanted to, talk to you just about sort of, what's going on, the state of the world. I know one of the things that's sort of on my mind lately is the Zoran Mamdani just deciding to like waltz into the White House and just like charm the pants off of the president of the United States.
I mean, it was when you say charm the pants off of it.
I mean, he almost threw his panties at him. He almost
did.
At him.
That look. I used that as a thumbnail, and somebody was just like, "Oh, they're all using the same photoshopped image." I'm like, dude, it's like, dude, that was a direct rip.
That photograph, like, I'm calling it now. In 20 years, that photograph is going to be in history books.
I think so. I think so, because that day did feel historic. Like, all jokes aside, like it felt
like elementary school history books. It's going to be in there.
Oh yeah, and it's also going to be like have a little aside where it's just like, and for you body language bros, make sure that you don't do what Trump just did, where sitting there looking up at the guy, just what'd you say? Oh, your eyes are beautiful.
I do find it to be really interesting too, because like we've been talking a lot about Zoran Mamdani on this show, just because he's sort of been kind of like the one ray of sunlight that kind of exists, the sort of like one thing that like kind of does feel a little bit hopeful, not to like put an entire movement on an individual or anything like that. Like obviously like there was part of the reason that his campaign was able to be successful in New York City was because they were able to essentially organize 100,000 volunteers and people to door knock, and essentially built an army to knock out the Democratic establishment in the city of New York, and also kind of like buck a lot of the Democratic establishment in nationwide as well. Essentially bringing at very least the minority leader Hakeem Jeffries to at least somewhat to heel in terms of like making him at least acknowledge that he was he had to sort of at least kind of bend the knee. And it really is sort of interesting seeing coming out of the New York City victory. And I don't know if you talked about this yet, the sort of like trying to play it cool approach, I guess you could say, playing the long game approach of like, oh, we could support a DSA member in Chiose to essentially pick a fight immediately with the biggest dog in the yard on the Democratic side.
I did kind of talk about it at the end of my last stream.
Yeah, go ahead.
I did talk a little bit about it. I have a little, so I don't know. I'm a little skeptical because I'm not one to ever just listen to any party leader and just take their word at it or like for it. But when you have Bernie, Zoran and AOC all saying the same thing, it makes me think that this is not about Hakeem Jeffries. This is about something else. And then I looked into Chiose a little bit, and he's not like your grassroots guy. Like, the guy just joined the DSA in October. He has people in his own like political space saying that he's like the ultimate opportunist, which I'm not.
That's
really,
part of politics, but like in a certain
no,
sense,
but I'm not looking for another George Santos.
Yeah, well,
you know,
that's a little bit of a stretch for a comparison, but I see what you're saying.
Well, no, like for us, like we don't need a left wing George Santos, even though he was left wing for a minute and then not, or whatever he was about. Like that guy.
Yeah, I hear what you're
crap.
saying. Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah,
but like yeah, and again, like this is somebody who would be, Chiose, for people who are listening, and apologize for constantly talking about New York on a New Orleans-based radio show, but this is of national interest. Somebody like Chiose, who is a city council member currently, who has been a supporter of Zohran Mamdani. In order to implement the agenda of Zohran Mamdani, he would essentially lose a vote on the city council for him to essentially roll the dice and take on a campaign against, somebody who is nationally unpopular in Hakeem Jeffrey, who's the minority leader, but he is locally still quite popular. Not to say that he couldn't win, but it is definitely like a big energy sink, and that's a lot of energy that could be going towards the implementing the agenda that
hold on, because like I had this actually this will play into something a little different, because this isn't necessarily leftist politics, but I was having questions about why every right winger right now is panicking at the prospect of being primaried. Like they'd rather quit than be primaried. So I'm already kind of like, what's going on there? That's weird. Like, I don't understand the implications of them like losing a primary and like what that means for them politically. So like when it comes to like Ose and the left, I hate to say it, because like you kind of were on that point of he may not even win that seat, and like we don't want to just hand that over to a Republican.
Now is not the time to take an L.
Right, and that's where I think that they might be playing that game, because every once in a while, like this is where the incumbency thing with Biden, it would have made sense if he was younger and he didn't already say that he was going to quit. But like incumbency in politics, it is something that is kind of valuable. I hate to say it, and this is where people will.
It's extremely safe.
Yeah, and right now, like you were kind of saying, it's like not the time. And that's maybe where they're coming at it from.
And when you have, Mamdani running for running for mayor, you have very little to lose in that situation. Like, it's I mean, obviously personally, Zohran had a lot to lose because his political career could be can sort of be ended by an unsuccessful bid for mayor or whatever.
Do you think it would have been, or he would have just run for something else?
No, or he could have said whatever. I mean, it could have definitely impacted negatively his future prospects, right?
Okay.
Yeah. But my point is that now that he has just won a very, like the mayor of New York is not like, that's not a little small deal. That's a big deal.
I actually said that there's a reason that like Daredevil, that's a mainstay, is like Kingpin winning the mayor like race was a huge deal in comics and the show. And that's where it's like, even for pop culture, that should give you an idea of how much that is like an office that is looked at with some reverence.
Yeah, and it's like it's the person that's essentially in charge of the largest bureaucracy in the country, at least state-wise, right? Not national, but as far as like cities go, it is the biggest one that there is.
That's why it kind of made sense what you did with Tish.
Yeah, as much as I disagree or whatever, like yes or no, like people who are on Twitter and who are like, talking about, oh, I cannot believe that he put Yimby's on his transition team, or is keeping Jessica Tish or all these other things. The way that this sort of project has been constructed, at least giving it as much grace as I can possibly think of right now, has been to build not just for like seizing the highest office that you could possibly get right now and knocking out, the leader of the. If you catch that car, what do you get? If just like the next Democrat up will just take it, right? But in terms of if you can provide proof of concept, if you can essentially establish that this agenda that you ran on that was popular is also possible, then holy crap, everybody across the country who, is in a different city can say, hey, New York just did that. Why can't we? Not only is it popular in crazy New York as the Democratic establishment would like to make people think that it is, it's not. New York has normal people just like everywhere. We were talking about that with Alex last week. But the reason that the Democrats are able to continue to reign in hell as they continuously do rather than serving in heaven is because they rule out the possibility of things ever getting better. And if you can prove that things can get better, that's a scary situation for them because they're always saying that things can't get better. They're always saying that we can never do anything because it's impossible. And if you could just shove that in their face, that's a huge.
No, I kind of actually brought that up at the end of my last stream, where we were talking about how it's not necessarily giving in to the Democrats, like by winning, like literally just by winning, by showing people how these are policies that you want. You have to be so undeniably popular in the way that we do create policy for the working class, and we do provide for them, and we can show like how taxing billionaires and taxing people, that because I have this thing where I'm just like, fine, let them be effing billionaires, but you cap it after $1 billion and you tax it 70%. That would be such an improvement on what we already have. And then we could create a lot of the programs that Zoran and that a lot of the DSA really wants that would be undeniable, like the healthcare situation. I think would you have to show people that it's like, no, this is something that would really not just in words benefit you. It's like, let them see how it works for them and then go you know what? Fuck you. You're not taking this from me. It's kind of like the Medicare thing. People, I think in the 70s were they were against the idea of taxing them, getting taxed more to pay for a Medicaid system or a Medicare system. And then sure as shit, those same people that were against that in the 90s and the early 2000s were the ones holding up the signs going, keep your government hands off my Medicare.
Yeah.
Because they're also stupid, but.
Well, and again, I got one other point on this too. And again, as many people think and people understand that Donald Trump is, stupid or whatever, which I tend to, at least to some extent, agree with. He has not come after things like Medicare and Medicaid because he realizes that, if nothing else, those are things that would actually destroy his popularity.
Well, his way of doing that was through the underhanded thing with the big beautiful bill.
Yeah, you got to do it workaround. You got to do it in a sneaky, underhanded way and not directly. Let me pause for station ID. You listen to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is Good Morning Comrade with Pep Talks. We are talking about, I guess we're talking about Zoran Mamdani in New York City again. One super last thing I wanted to mention about that I think is super interesting as a DSA member. The idea, the notion. Let me just do a little bit. I've been a member of DSA since 2017. I was a co-chair of New Orleans. I was the chair of the Labor Committee. I'm a steering in Richmond DSA, et cetera, et cetera. I've been around for a long time. The idea that the mayor of New York City or the mayor-elect of New York City would show up to a DSA meeting and talk, essentially make his feelings felt towards the endorsement of Chiose, which he did do. That is, in terms of legitimization of DSA as a member, absolutely massive. Because he's the mayor, but he's just another member too of the organization.
What's the difference in DSA where they're able to produce candidates a lot quicker than say the Chicago chapter? Because that's my one hang up. It's about how we handle that, where we right now still have nobody. We have Kat Abu-Ghazaleh that's running for the D9, but that's we don't have any prospects for 2026, which last time I checked, coming up soon for local office.
New York City's chapter, as far as like to get in DSA baseball for a minute, has like 11,000 members. It is a absolutely massive chapter, and like it's just they're able to marshal resources and supporters in a way that a lot of smaller chapters can't do yet because they're not at that capacity yet.
How did they do that though? Because it seemed like they kind of worked with the Democratic coalition a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, guys like Zoran was in the Congress before in the state assembly, I should say.
Yeah.
Prior to that, Jabari Brisport and Julia. Oh my gosh, what's her name? She was Julia Carmel on Twitter. She was like a normal person back in the day. Julie Salazar was an early DSA elected in the state Senate, I believe, and they just sort of worked their way up. Zoran worked his way up just by going through the state legislature, and just it took some time. It took a number of years, and they had a very specific program that they did. I don't want to be too critical of chapters that I don't know very much about and talk too much out of school about it. But
I mean, if you have a question about it, I do.
Yeah, as somebody who had been a part of that, I mean, running campaigns and figuring out what wins in your locality is really difficult. But once you can hit on it, and once you can get I can give an example of what happened in New Orleans just this past election. We ran 3 I thought pretty good candidates, particularly. So we ran Bob Morrell in New Orleans, Danielle Christmas for 2 city council seats, and then Pastor Gregory Manning, all his DSA candidates. And they were.
Oh my God! Did she at least have like every day's Christmas? Like, oh man, it's the same way if I ran for Congress. It's just like, wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?
Yeah,
like,
would you like to? Yeah, that might run you in a little bit of trouble.
Sue somebody.
No, but like they are developing and they're getting used to it as things go. They're building up that capacity and they're going to get there. But yeah, wouldn't you like to be a pet? I can always hear whenever I hear that, I hear it in the Johnny Five voice.
Me too. Me too. No, for real. That's how I found out about that slogan. I was just like, wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? And like, I was like 5 years old. I was just like, Mom, Johnny Five wants to be a pepper.
Johnny Five said that. Which, by the way, anybody that is under, like, anybody that was born in, like, 2000 does not know what we're talking about right now.
Dude, Short Circuit, it's one of my favorite movies of all time. It also has one of the sickest burns from a robot where it's like, hey, laser lips, your mama was a snowblower.
Yeah, no. That was great. That was also, like, peak Ali Sheedy, peak Steve Gutenberg.
I saw her at C2E2. She looked...
What?
Yeah. And I didn't pay to meet her because it was a little pricey, but I was just like, oh, it's Ali Sheedy.
So
cool.
Ali Sheedy, oh man. That's sad that Ali Sheedy is like making people pay to see her though. Like she was such a
it was a Breakfast Club reunion. It was a special thing. Emilio Estevez was here, and that was a big one I regret because he was only charging $54 for the last day that he was there. And I was just so dumb. I was just like, yeah, but it's Breakfast Club. I wasn't thinking Coach Bombay. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. What's wrong with me? I literally have Dude, I have a Mighty Ducks jersey upstairs. I was like, what am I doing? I'm so dumb. And next time, actually, I guess they're doing another reunion soon where I was like, all right, this next time I will pay.
Yeah. I mean, whatever, man. They were, I don't know. It was really, those movies, just to sort of like, change the subject a little bit. That was like, there was like a run in the 90s. Of
80s,
like
89 through 96
of like just these kids sports movies, right?
Yep.
Probably it started what year did Bad News Bears come out?
Oh, okay. Bad News Bears. That was like 70. That was like 78, right?
That's like the first one.
Yeah.
Right. That's like the prototype. But then you get like
but that was a different type of like. So it wasn't like the kids one.
They were cool. They were dirt bags.
Right. Because like no, I think it was Sandlot. I think Sandlot started it for us. It was Sandlot, and then they had like little what was it? The Big Green. You remember that one? The soccer movie. Little Giants. That one was fire.
Yeah. They always also, even in Bad News Bears, it wasn't in all of them, but Bad News Bears stands out because Tatum O'Neal, and then Little Giants stood out because of Icebox. They always had a girl, or not always, but like in the good ones, they had a girl. Mighty Ducks had girls. They had
Mighty Ducks,
what was
the
her name?
figure
Connie?
skater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or yeah, there was
Actually,
there was a couple
the
of girls.
if you ever saw Queen of the Damned, the one who's not Aaliyah in the movie, she's in that. She's in the Mighty Ducks.
Oh no way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. I mean, it was really
Actually
interesting.
Foggy Nelson. He's the dude. Like he's the bully.
Oh, from the
Mighty
Daredevil TV series.
No, yeah. But he's the original guy that could do the. He had the wicked shot.
Yeah. Fulton or something like that. Fulton Reed.
Yeah, something like that.
That was Foggy Nelson from the Daredevil show.
Yes.
No way.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Because he was big, and then Foggy, he's like a dork, you know.
Yep. No, it was so funny. Like, because I was like, where do I recognize him from? I was just like, oh my god, it's the dude from Mighty Ducks.
I cannot believe, by the way, speaking of Daredevil, we're all over the place, but it's fine. That Daredevil show, they're bringing it back, and they're doing, or they already did, I guess, Daredevil Born Again. I haven't seen it yet. I loved the first 2 seasons of that show, but Daredevil Born Again, if you've ever read that comic by Frank Miller,
it ain't the comic.
Banger. Oh, it's not as good.
Well, see, the thing is,
Or
they
it's not
did
as
Born.
dirty.
They
It's not
actually
as,
did
like,
Born Again
Frank
in the
Miller
first season, or like the second season, or third season. It was the one after the church, or like he went to battle with the hand in the Defenders, because that also played into it. Where he meets his mom, he wakes up in the hospital. Like that's literally out of Born Again.
Yeah.
The big difference was like obviously not having Karen Page do what she did.
The heroin,
Well, also just be a blatant POS. But then they did have the thing where somebody sold him out. Like that was the big thing about it. The Disney Born Again.
Don't ever be Matt Murdock's girlfriend. Just don't do it. It's a bad deal.
No.
I've never been thought of.
That's the one where it is like, and Spider-Man thought he had it bad, where it's like, nah, dude, Matt Murdock's got it worse.
Within arm's reach.
Oh yeah.
But no,
Frank Miller's runs. The Man Without Fear is one of my favorites. I have all those issues. I absolutely love that. It's back when John Romita Jr. tried. It was fun. The Spider-Man books have been
on cocaine.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, his modern Spider-Man books are just. They might as well be called Spooderman. Doesn't draw feet. He's turned into Rob
Liefeld.
Yeah, he turned into Liefeld. It's just like, come on, man, you're so freaking lazy. It's bothering me. Although
Rob Liefeld Jr.
Frank Miller just did 2 pages in the Deadpool Batman crossover, and they're so bad. They're laughably bad because they're all in crouch positions. So it's just like,
he really, like, I don't know when it was, because like we're talking about comics now, but like I don't know when it was that Frank Miller just decided that I forgot how to draw. If you look at his like 1970s original Wolverine comics, they are so amazing. They are so detailed. If you look at The Dark Knight Returns, and if you look at a lot of those pictures, I mean, Batman starts looking a little like squatty and thick or whatever.
So
still
good.
looks really cool.
Yeah.
And then
Sin
if you
City.
look at like
Sin City was great.
Great. Especially like the sort of like he really like perfected the noir mood of the whole thing. But then if you look at like Dark Knight Strikes Again, and it's just like everybody just looks like they're crumpled over.
It's bad. It's bad. He got that guy Grandpa.
Picture, every photograph or every drawing of Wonder Woman looks exactly the same.
They're so yeah, and she comes back with that stupid breastplate that's like so unnecessary. It's like, come on, man. Like that works for certain artists that can, I don't know, like do like the thing for the Goon Squad, but like for what this is unnecessary. This is just unnecessary. But yeah, he got that guy Grandpa to come on to the Dark Knight 3, and I just remember I was like, well, I'm a Grandpa fan now, but I think I might be less of a Miller fan now.
One of the funniest things about Dark Knight 3 that I had heard, I don't know if it's true or not.
Master Race, I have it upstairs.
I've never finished it.
It's
I
rough.
was buying it hard copy by hard copy, but from what I had heard, and this is the rumor, maybe it's true, maybe you could straighten me out, but essentially Frank Miller is like, yeah, I'm not writing nothing. Brian Rezzarella, you got this.
Yep.
Which is awesome.
Yeah. Because the coolest parts you could tell were totally Brian. Actually, he's a local guy to me. I met him at a Three Floyds beer event, of all things.
At a what?
I met Brian Azzarella at a Three Floyds Alpha King beer event.
Okay, that's
you
a
know
local
what Three Floyds is. It's
brewery?
a brewery in Munster, Indiana. It's about like an hour and a half for me.
Really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. It's good. It's good brew. It's good brew. But yeah, it was really cool to like meet him. Tim Seeley, I met him. He also drew the Zombie Dust logo. Tim Seeley is like a rad ass dude. I'm actually friends with Danny Warren Johnson. Went to a AEW event with him because he had an extra ticket.
Oh yeah.
That
You know
was-
who else went to an AEW event? Zoran Mamdani. Did you ever see that video of him at it was AEW Grand Slam in like 2022 in like Flushing or something like that?
No, I remember when that one went out. That was a big deal.
He was there was a video of just like him just like and not just in the crowd, he was like watching and into it. And I was just talking about this with somebody, with my brother actually. And like professional wrestling has taken over. If it hasn't already been like in like as a key part of American politics, it has hit critical mass.
Dude,
and like
Linda McMahon is our Department of Education secretary. I was just okay. I'm so glad that I'm talking to you because nobody understands what we watched during the Attitude Era. I watched her get wheeled out and slapped in the face by Vince McMahon.
Do you remember? Yes, I kicked him in the balls too. But which is awesome. But no, if you remember, WrestleMania 4 and WrestleMania 5 were both held at the Trump Taj Mahal in Atlantic City.
In Atlantic City, yeah.
There was a promo.
Used to do events there.
There was a promo that Hulk Hogan cut. I was talking about this with Alex last week. It was one of the craziest promos he ever done. He said, "Yes, I'm going to pick up the giant and I'm going to slam him, and the building is going to rip apart and it's going to be flooded with water, and Donald Trump is going to be there, but it's okay. He could just grab onto the biggest back in the world, and we could do the backstroke to safety." And he does the backstroke out of there. It's just like, and then thinking about that. And then just like thinking, like fast forwarding until 2024, when you have Hulk Hogan at the RNC ripping up his shirt and having it be Trump.
I've literally been a Macho Man guy since I was fucking 6 years old. The goat. Hated Hulkamania. My mom bought me a Hulkamania shirt and I never wore it. She didn't know better.
Macho Man was woke, right?
Macho Man was Macho Man was just cooler. Like he was so cool. I like the
He had
bad
the
guys
voice.
though. Like I loved Roddy Piper. I love Piper's Pit. Like I don't know, man. We grew up in the
Racist
golden age of.
sometimes, but you know what? Who cares?
Well, that's the thing. He was the bad guy.
Yeah, he was definitely the bad guy. I mean, he did one time paint himself half black. You know, he did smack
Yes.
Jimmy Snooker.
Was he problematic?
Oh, hugely problematic.
A little bit.
But definitely a showman. Definitely one of the goats. I
He's
mean, I'm
actually-
not.
you
I'm
want
not
to talk about
shaming you
woke.
for loving hot rod.
No, actually, at the end of his life, he was very into like, social justice type of stuff. So, one of my favorite moments was on Bill Maher where he took his pants out. He's like, "Is this fucking fake?"
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. You listen to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is Good Morning Comrade. We have Pep Talks on the show. Cursin' Pep, we call him. They call him Cursin' Pep.
Oops. My bad.
It's okay. 30-10 though.
Yeah, it's one. I got one.
Oh, there's three already. I'm counting.
Oh, is there three? Uh-oh.
I got a record. You have the tension after this one.
All right, now that it's at my attention, I will remember. Oh boy.
But no. But like wrestling has taken over. You were right about like Linda McMahon, and she was also even in the first Trump administration, she was in charge of the Small Business Administration.
That made more sense for her though.
It does make more sense.
Yeah.
But part of the reason, I don't know if you knew, you probably did. Part of the reason that WWE went PG in the like mid 2000s is because Linda McMahon was running for Congress, like for Senate. And so, like, one of the reasons that they stopped doing, for example, chair shots to the head in professional wrestling wasn't necessarily because like wrestlers were having issues when it comes to, you know, brain injuries and CTE and all this other stuff. No, she had consultants allegedly come to her and say, those guys are getting crushed in the skull with a chair. That's going to look bad for your Senate campaign.
I mean, well, the fact is, like, they could have used any of that stuff from the Trish Stratus.
Bark like a dog.
Yeah, like they could have. Yeah, exactly. They could have used any of that. To just
They could have had her sale of the Stone Cold Stunner, and that should have ended her campaign.
You know what? One of my favorite pictures that's gone viral recently was the one where it was Stephanie, Linda, and Triple H. And it's just like and Donald Trump, and it was just like all four of these people have been Stone Cold Stunner.
Yeah, all standing in the Oval Office.
I was just like, what? Yeah. That's dude.
It was.
And to know that Stone Cold's actually kind of based is nice. You know, it's also like when CM Punk. Like, I'm glad that he turned out to not be such a, you know, POS. The way that like people tried to make him out to be. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute, maybe it's because he was actually, you know, not into that politics. And same with Daniel Bryant, where it was the same thing. Where I was just like, man, how come all these guys, like, they play him as bad guys? They all have different politics than them. They all have a little bit of the, you know, social justice in them. You know, again,
they're lip coded.
Yeah, well, definitely. I mean, CM Punk doing the thing for the trans community, that was huge. Huge.
Big deal. One of the funniest things about Bryan Danielson you just mentioned, when he was like, it is one of his last runs, like after he had, so for folks that don't know, Bryan Danielson is a professional wrestler. He's retired right now, thank God, because he had so many head injuries over very many years. He's had to retire like 3 or 4 times due to those head injuries, but he made several comebacks in that period. There was a time though when he came back, and I love this, when he decided that he became the champion and he got an all natural, like natural fiber hemp belt with wood and turquoise plates in it.
Yep.
Boo,
he called it the what was it? The Planet's Champion.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, dude, that was so cool.
Boo. Or even if you want to go back, like again, like professional wrestling, at least in, I mean, obviously professional wrestling is one of the gayest, like the gayest things that you could possibly have on television.
Easily.
But it's always sort of like tried to, like, especially the people within it, especially like workers and fans, they've always sort of like had this sort of internalized homophobia. And so like we have a character who is gay, they're always the heel. So Goldust, for example. Goldust was the son of Dusty Rhodes. Oh, he still
lives. Yeah, baby. The working man wrestler.
But like he's like, but his character is that he's this sort of like essentially very gay coded. And I remember there was this one incredible moment, and like this is like encapsulates a lot of not just again, because if you look at somebody like Trump, he's kind of sort of like, you know, seemingly very, very gay coded as well.
Gorgeous George.
Yeah,
that's Trump.
Yeah, he's a heel like that. But it's also at the exact same time, like there was this moment in the ring where Jerry Lawler is like cutting a promo on Goldust or something like that, and you know Goldust, Jerry Lawler was like, "Aren't you, you know, gay or queer or something like that?" And this is how Goldust turns babyface. He goes, "No," and he just beats up Jerry Lawler. And it's just like, oh, he's the good guy now because he's not gay and he's beating up this dude.
Yeah, that's a problem.
It's definitely
like this is why I like the Acclaimed. Like Anthony Bowen's nice guy, by the way. I met him at a local event here. I'm so glad that like AEW is inclusive and they don't do that.
Nyla Rose was a champion like several times in the women's division. She's a transgender.
Yeah, she was like the second one.
Giselle Shaw's still running around. She's a champion of Maple Leaf Pro.
TNA.
With,
yeah, I forgot about
TNA, and she's with Maple Leaf Pro. I think she's Scott D'Amore's girlfriend, actually.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah.
God bless Scott D'Amore.
Scott's always been pretty cool though. Like I don't know.
Team Canada. That's another always evil thing in wrestling is the foreigner. They're doing that right now in WWE with Chelsea Green and like Ethan Page.
With Ethan Page. Yeah, I was about to say that was pretty funny. Or shit, I haven't been creamed like that ever. That was like,
yeah. It's just it really is. Everything is wrestling, and you know, like who do like at least in the kayfabe of American politics, who is hated? Right now, I mean, obviously, it's not. I mean, this doesn't necessarily reflect in, you know, popular polling or whatever, but like one of the targets is trans people. One of the targets is immigrants. You know, this is sort of like very, very aligned with that exact same sort of like, you know, that same kayfabe, that same philosophy, that same sort of like perspective of we need to have a heel, we need to have a villain. And that's what it
guys
is.
like Eddie Guerrero made that their thing, though.
Well, yeah, and again, what are they doing when they do that? When you have the villain be the foreigner or be the
well, hold on, Eddie,
you're generating
I steal.
Yeah, but like you're generating this heat, and in the wrestling business, the whole point of it is to generate heat, so you sell tickets and you make money.
Mm-hmm.
And in American politics, again, you're doing the exact same thing.
10,000. I'm so glad that we're talking about this because, I've been talking about pro wrestling and politics pretty much since I got into politics, funny enough. Because when I remember like being in debate class and talking about that with my teacher, I'm like, this is very...
You don't get it. Yeah, they don't get
pro
it.
wrestling because like they literally said, they're like, yeah, these guys will go on a debate stage, act like they hate each other, and then they will go shake hands and have a beer afterwards. I'm just like, so like wrestlers. And they're like,
no, that's ridiculous.
Like, no, that's like pro wrestling. So you don't get it. It's the exact same thing.
No difference between that and CNN or MSNBC or Fox News or any of this stuff.
It really isn't. And I hate the fact that it like so many people, I mean, you grew up with this, I'm sure, where like, we had to hide it, man. Like I had to hide being a pro wrestling fan. I went to a very small school, and there were WrestleMania season, baby. Every time I would wear my wrestling shirts, and that's when it would all
beat them up.
Well, dude, Austin 316 when that hit,
that was
I will never forget seeing the girl I had a crush on wearing an Austin 316 shirt. I was just like,
oh yeah. Well, you know why that broke through though, right? That broke through because it actually had elements of class war to it. Mm-hmm. What did Stone Cold Steve Austin do every single week? He beat up his boss. There was one time, it was the awesomest thing I'd ever seen in my entire life. I love this. When he had just gotten fired, Stone Cold in the story had just gotten fired, he marches Vince McMahon into the middle of the ring. He holds up a gun to his head. And Vince McMahon pees himself.
Yep.
And then he shoots the gun, and it's a flag that says bang.
Yep.
One of the most amazing things I'd ever. Could you imagine how awesome that would be to do to your boss?
I mean, just a stone cold stunner your boss, drive a beer truck into the office. That'd be
Spray
fun.
him down with beer.
That'd be awesome.
The Attitude Era broke through because it like that was when a lot. Well, they definitely were doing all of the salacious, all of the crazy stuff, all of the boobs.
I still don't think that was what sold it. It wasn't. No. It was Stone Cold, and when the Rock hit though. Like everybody gives Stone Cold a lot of props, but I watched
Rock
it.
Was Elvis.
Rock was Elvis. When the Rock hit, it was a different feeling. Like that's when everybody that I knew was into wrestling. They were just like The Rock. I was just like, I know.
No, hit Vince McMahon in the head with a bedpan in his hospital. Again, also in this too, if you remember, again, just to talk about the who's a heel and who's not, the Nation of Domination They were they were the Black Panthers in wrestling.
They were, but they were good. They were well booked.
They were the heels because they're scary black dudes, and like they were militant, like the militant black organization that was supposed to be the bad guys, and The Rock came out of that. The most popular wrestler in history, essentially, him or Austin.
Yeah, but you know what's funny? I remember.
That's so cool.
I was about to say I remember Rod Killings though. Also, you know,
goat, another goat.
And I was about to say, he kind of was talking about that, where he was just like, yeah, but my favorite part was the fact that that's not what, like, it wasn't The Rock that sold the Nation of Domination. It was damn.
Yeah, damn. Yeah, it was.
No, I've always, I don't know. The weird part is, like, I don't like The Godfather.
The
character,
or the guy.
You know, not the character. Like, I didn't like that. Yeah, I didn't like the pimp character. I thought that was always like, I don't know,
a little goofy.
It wasn't goofy. It was kind of like playing into the stereotype stuff when it shouldn't have been, because they already had enough guys that, like, they were just breaking through on their talent alone. Like, Booker T was the first one where I was just like, dude, Booker T's so good.
Yeah, Booker T. But like I guess my in just like slight defense of The Godfather is a gimmick. And just to be clear, this guy was just literally a pimp.
He was
like
yes.
that is a pimp.
He had his hose.
Yes, with women coming to the ring, and he would very often just say, "Hey," to his opponent in this match. He would be like, "Instead of having a wrestling match with me, you could just go home with these ladies." And a lot of times he would just take them up on
do it.
That is just another stereotype. That is just another one of the things that is in wrestling. So like, I guess my point here is that it's just not that different from a lot of these things.
Yeah, but I never was into that. Like, even when I was a kid, I didn't like the Mountie. I didn't like any of that. Like, I didn't like any of that stuff. I didn't like the guys that were all about
Big Boss Man.
Yeah, well, Big Boss Man was all right. Big Boss Man, whatever.
He was police brutality. That's what he was.
He was police brutality, but he was booked as a heel. Listen. They didn't try to book him as a face. That's the only thing that I'm just standing up for here, okay? Also, he's a good worker. Like, I still like recognize like the good work. You know, like that's where I've always been disappointed by the Ultimate Warrior, where it was just like so many of my friends loved Warrior. I was just like, dude, he's not good.
Also, he didn't have a gimmick. Like, his gimmick was, I am a cartoon character and I like to scream and I'm jacked up on steroids. And I scream nonsense.
Were you like at the same age then, where I was like 8 or 9, and I remember like my younger cousins loved him. They thought he was like the ultimate future of wrestling. And I remember even at that point recognizing his in-ring work as being subpar, where I'm just like, he doesn't do anything. He's just shaking the ropes and then he's done.
Like, you know who the only person that could carry him to a great match was?
Hulk Hogan.
Well, that was actually a great match.
Actually, that was a banger match, and I'm not gonna piss on it.
I can't remember which year it was, which WrestleMania it was, but it was it was Macho Man Randy Savage versus the Ultimate Warrior for the Intercontinental Championship. It was a banger, and it was, in part because of,
Randy. Well, Randy was like, he could make anybody look good.
Yeah, he can. Again, like it's a cliche, but he could have a 5-star match with a broomstick, and
he really could have. Like, cliche. I mean, don't give Jim Cornette a heart attack now, like, because now he come out here and be like, you know what? Now I'm watching Kenny Omega going out there wrestling a 7-year-old girl. Yeah, it's not much different.
He's living to a blow up doll.
That was funny though. The blow up doll match was funny.
Okay, listen, WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. We've been talking a lot about wrestling. Another thing that broke through. Again, I don't know where we're going. Another thing that broke through because it was real, and that is another one of these things that, like, when you have these sort of like pull back the curtain, you cannot talk about any kind of wrestling history without talking about the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. I'm talking about Bret the Hitman Hart, okay? And one of the most like things, again, this is about being real. This is about things actually breaking through, whether or not the particulars of 1997 in Montreal
here?
are real, whether or not like that was a shoot or a work or anything like that. The one thing that connects it with people is that it was communicated. And again, the story goes, and just to sort of like for people who are listening who don't have the backstory, in 1996, Vince McMahon essentially had a 20-year contract with Bret Hart, so that he was a champion. He would essentially sign the future of the WWF at the time, like essentially hitched it to Bret Hart. And
it was a record contract at that time too.
It was an insane contract, whatever. And at some point, Vince essentially says, "I have to breach this contract. I can't do it. Whatever." And Bret's like, "Okay, fine, cool, whatever. I'll go get a job with this other company. Whatever." But I want to go out on my terms. He had a particular problem with another great wrestler, Shawn Michaels, where he essentially said, "I'm not going to drop this title belt because wrestling is a work." He's not going to drop this title belt to Shawn Michaels, and Bret Hart is legitimate enough that he could prevent Shawn Michaels from doing it because he was actually a badass when it came to like a fight, right? Or
wasn't it also the fact that the last show was in Canada?
And it was in Montreal, and this is sort of one of those things where they sort of like, okay, we have to concoct this cockamamie scheme where, Bret Hart essentially, gets screwed out of the championship, and Vince McMahon is there in the aftermath of this, which was like everybody watching is just like aghast at what's going on.
Real quick, I'll just add this. So Vince McMahon said that Bret was going to retain the belt but drop it on Monday.
This is what he told to Bret.
Yeah, he said that you're going to be able to keep the belt, and then you can
go out on your own terms.
You can go on your own terms. You can put the belt down on Monday, and that was the agreement. But the big thing is that Bret didn't know about the twist.
Yeah, there was they made it so that the other guy wins, and in the aftermath, like Bret Hart's like standing in the ring, like what the hell, like what's going on, and he spits a big snotty loogie right in Vince McMahon's face.
It was a rocket.
It was disgusting. It was green.
When you say snot
on
rocket,
like old 1997 CRT televisions.
Yep.
Like this was how like disgusting this thing was. Later on in the back, and again, this might be all part of the fantasy or whatever of it all. They just happen to have a film crew there for a documentary for Bret Hart on this documentary that came out. It was called Wrestling with Shadows, right? And in this, there was a backstage a fight that took place where
it wasn't a fight. It was a one punch.
Allegedly again, and Bret Hart will tell this story. He essentially did an uppercut to Vince McMahon and knocked him out.
Just knocked him out. No, because they're my favorite one is oh my God, the blonde hair guy. He's been there forever. Michael
PSAs.
Yeah. He was in the room and he came out and said he was just like, yeah,
Bret Hart murdered him.
Yeah, he uppercutted it. And the film crew wasn't in the room, so you see the aftermath. So you see Vince come out and he's just like,
yeah, busted up face. Like you see enough. But again, like you can be a conspiracy theorist enough about this, and it is kind of like wrestling's Kennedy assassination.
Oh, it is. No, it is 10,000%. There isn't anything else.
You don't know what's real. People will talk about this endlessly.
I don't know. You know what sells it to me? Hebner. Hebner leaving the
referee. You mean the referee?
Earl Hebner leaving the building the way he did. That sold it to me. Where I was like, "Oh, he knew," and he was like, "I don't want to be here." Because Vince, he was the only one Vince told, and he was just like, "I don't want to do this." He's just like, "You're gonna do it, or you're gonna have a job, pal."
Yeah. Oh man. But anyway, like we're definitely going down wrestling lane here. Wrestling.
Yeah, this isn't a wrestling podcast. My bad, guys.
No, it's cool. But like it is one of those sorts of things that like it was able to break through because it was real. When you have real moments, people connect to it. Part of the reason people disengage with wrestling at these sort of like times like now is because it doesn't seem very real. You know, even when you'll have a wrestling match where like, look, I love Samoa Joe. He had a wrestling match on Sunday in a cage where he got bloodied, cut open, all this other stuff. It felt like a wrestling match. It didn't feel like anything like super duper crazy or special or anything like that, other than the fact that this dude got a championship, which he deserves. He's awesome. And God bless. I'm not being a hater. Nothing in that feels real right now, so people don't pay attention. On Friday, when Zoran Mamdani goes to the White House and Donald Trump falls in love with him in front of everybody and undermines an entire like political strategy for the next year, that's a real thing that is sorry to sound like Joe Rogan for a second, but like that is a real thing that is happening in that moment.
I literally have an emote on my channel for that.
That's the real thing.
Yeah, or it's him saying it.
Yeah.
I literally took the screenshot of him saying that's a real thing, just for added authenticity.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I feel like I'm like throwing a lot of like stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks in this discussion. But I do think that it makes sense to me. You know, when these real things, because nothing is more fake in the world than a lot of these politics. And part of the reason, even though he's a liar, even though he's completely full of crap, 99.9% of the time, Donald Trump is able to make people feel things. Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, all these friggin' losers can't do it. Bernie Sanders, even though he's just talking straight up about like we need universal health care or whatever, that makes people feel things.
Consistency, though.
Yeah.
That's his biggest thing. Consistency.
And talking about things that matter. You know, he might not be the most electric person. Zoran Mamdani, same thing. He's talking about affordability. He's talking about buses. He's talking about.
But he is electric. He does it in a way that where you're like,
he's got it all.
Yeah. Same with
He's
AOC.
kinda like
I'll give her
Obama
that.
level
Her
with
delivery is
Twitter.
great.
Yeah.
You know,
So I don't know.
you can really feel the not just excitement, but the like you were saying, authenticity. You can feel that they actually care about this.
Yeah.
You know, like we
Or even
as
if he
an
doesn't
American
care about
public,
it, even if he doesn't care about it, he's gonna do something. It's gonna have an impact.
Or he's gonna try. I mean,
Yeah.
I just hope he doesn't turn into Brandon Johnson. Like Brandon Johnson's such a
Okay, what
disappointment.
happened with him?
So he was not necessarily DSA, but he was
He was
sold to us.
CDU. He was
That's
dropping
what I'm saying.
CDU.
He was sold to us as a more left candidate, and everybody hates Lori Lightfoot. We all hated her. She is awful.
He was Eric Adams.
She's awful. She was so bad.
He took some of the most hilarious pictures I've ever seen, though.
Oh yes, the pictures were
Absolutely.
hilarious, and I like there were some of them that were borderline tasteless. Where I was like, because I lived through it, man. I lived through Rahm Emanuel's BS right before her too, and she did nothing to walk back.
Oh, he's a soulless
any of
lizard.
his policies. The second that she doubled down on his transportation policy, I was like, I am so done with this. Like, I'm not like I barely remember Mayor Daley too. But I grew up through him, and you know, everybody is just they always talk about the Daleys, you know. Oh, well, Daley wouldn't have done this. You know what? Chicago was great when Daley was the mayor. I was just like, do I have to remind you that actually the crime rate when the last year he was mayor was the highest Chicago's crime rate has ever been? But okay.
It doesn't matter if people feel good about you, though. It doesn't. It literally doesn't.
No, they just remember Marshall Fields at Christmas, and they're just like, I just remember going to the Loop and being able to look at the pretty lights and not having all these, you know, color. They had some color to their skin. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, we get it. We get it. Got myself.
And again, like it's another one of those sorts of deals where, like, again, the level of crime literally was higher in that era.
Oh, it was so much worse.
But now, the same people that would complain about, you know, the crime now, I don't ever go to the city because the crime's too high or
It's
whatever.
literally
They were like,
suburbanites.
oh, you remember when Daley was around?
Yep. I was a season at like not a season, but I was like a quarter season ticket holder at the Blackhawks for a while, and I sat next to a guy who was like that, where he would drive in from the burbs, and it was just like, yo, dude, the way he would talk about like leaving the building, you would think that he needed private security. Meanwhile, I'm just walking home. I'm like, all right, like, whatever, man.
Yeah. Every city's like, I don't know, man. Every city has lower rates of crime than like the suburban area surrounding it.
Oh,
It's
well,
just how it
again,
goes.
because they don't know how to think per capita.
Yeah.
They have no idea. They just think about, again, what you see on the streets, like, again, homeless people. Like, they hate homeless people. Let's be real. Everybody hates these homeless people that are invading our communities. Like,
Treat them like they're rats or something.
they do. They literally do, man. Like, I'll admit, like, we got some, they're problematic, and it's not even like a little bit of like the social worker would not be, that wouldn't be it. Okay. Like, I'm just going to be real. Like, this is actually a funny story, but it's also gross. My friend got pissed on outside the House of Blues.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's an experience.
We were just sitting there smoking a cigarette. And all of a sudden he turns around. He's like, "Are you peeing on me?" I was just like, what is happening?
Look, if you're in the city, stuff is going to happen. It's fine. Would you rather it be boring?
You know what stinks though? He was from the burbs, so he to this day will tell me about that story where he's like, "Dude, I got peed on." I'm like, I mean, that was just a little bout of bad luck. It's like, I mean, he couldn't have chosen anybody better, I guess, in that moment to scare him away from the city forever.
Yeah. Well, we do got to wrap it up. So
No
where
worries,
can people
man.
find you? Where can people, see what you're up to?
You guys can find me on my channel, Pep Talks TV, on YouTube, and at Pep Talks TV on Twitch. You guys can see my stream Monday through Friday, 4:00 p.m. Central Standard Time. And yeah, we have a lot of fun. I do about 6 to 8 hours on average. So yeah, come join.
Cool. Well, thanks again for joining us. In the meantime, I bid you adieu and good night. Bang.
All right.
Hello, everyone. It's December is here, and it's the first Kristina's Corner of December. I worded that weirdly. Anyway, I know what you're thinking, Kristina. You do not sound like you're out of breath. You do not sound like, coughing fit. Where, huh? Because your girl got diagnosed with seasonal asthma, and I take an allergy med, and every 4 hours, 2 puffs or 2 inhales, and I'm good. I'm good. Finally, I can talk. I can breathe. I can sleep. I can sing. Well, I don't know about singing. I can try to sing. I'm not gonna do that for y'all now. But anyway, I got my coffee. I've been so crazy. I haven't streamed since Wednesday night because I've been trying to recuperate. I've been trying to heal, not speak a whole lot, let my voice heal, let my lungs, let the tension go, like all that jazz. Oh, that's good. I have been I'm addicted to Jonathan Bailey. Why is he gay? I've been watching Bridgerton. Finally, I'm all caught up on Bridgerton on Netflix. Ladies, if you want a man who yearns, oh Lord, Anthony Bridgerton. Anyway, so I haven't really kept up on what's going on political wise. I do want to go over the whole Anti-Semites of the Year award and how Nick Fuentes is not on that list because the woman behind Stop Anti-Semitism is a big fat fucking coward who needs to be called out. So there's that. It's funny. It's so amusing to me that, you know, organizations like Stop Anti-Semitism, the ADL, they'll go after, you know, people of color who are pro-Palestine, but like the white supremacists who hate the Jews, oh, it's just an awkward hand gesture. Oh, they're not anti-Semitic. It's just, you know, they just misspoke, yada, yada, yada. And it's like, we know what you're doing. You're afraid of these people, which is so funny. Imagine being afraid of Elon Musk and Nick Fuentes, you know, like, it's interesting. But anyway, how was y'all's Thanksgiving? Because Thanksgiving was last week. I made TD's mac and cheese. I tried. I did not use the right pots to make the roux. The roux didn't come out good, but the mac and cheese still tasted really good. Also, a sad update about Teeny. Y'all know I was talking about her in my last few shows. Her mac and cheese is great. She cooks really good food. Unfortunately, right before Thanksgiving, she had a placenta rupture. And she lost one of her twin girls. And I blame all the idiots on TikTok who kept tagging her in their videos, being like, Teeny, I fucked up my mac and cheese. This is your fault. And it's like, no, it's your fault. Stressed her out. So mad. So that's some sad news. I mean, right around Thanksgiving as well. That's never fun. I had a dog with me, if y'all knew that. That was great. She knocked down my tree with my cats because she kept chasing my cats around. But the tree is intact. We put it back together. Yay. So that's good. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Also, tonight, we are starting our movie night extravaganza, movies about movies with Sunset Boulevard. I'm excited. I love Sunset Boulevard. I love Gloria Swanson. Did you know she had an affair with Joseph Kennedy, the dad? I know. I'm as shocked as you are. That man having affairs? Why I oughta. Anyway, I'm excited. Oh, I gotta order my Jessica Rabbit cosplay because we're also doing Who Framed Roger Rabbit this month as well. So that should be interesting. Also, tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. Forrest and myself, we're hosting our new podcast, The Absurdity Space. Let me show you. Let me show y'all the theme and all that jazz. First of all, let me post a link in chat because we need 50 more subscribers to stream from that channel. But let me show you guys the theme. Well, hello there. Conan made the theme, and I kept telling Forrest, I'm like, it's got to sound upbeat and normal, and then kind of sound not upbeat and normal. And Conan really honed in on that with the theme. So here we go. Ignore whatever. Okay, so let's do this. That got it stuck in my head now. It's so good. You had to add the 9/11 clip. Maybe the Force do that. The escalator. The day our soul died. The Eric Adams thing. Oh man. Da-da-da. And there you have it. Our intro. Yay. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm very much excited. Honestly, that's kind of what I was going for when I was telling Forrest. Our biggest story that we're probably going to cover tomorrow is the Olivia Nuzzy drama with like her and these men that she's been with. Keith Olbermann was her sugar daddy. She had an affair with my former governor, Mark Sanford, too, at one point. Her emotional affair with RFK Jr. It's a lot because her ex-husband or fiance keeps dropping massive dumps about like her whole life. And the whole point of our show, The Absurdity Space, is to cover like absurd stories. Like we're not going to cover normal political stories. We're going to be covering we're going to have fun when discussing politics. And there's one thing I know about Forrest and myself. You put us together and shit just gets weird. It's funny. It's fun. It's funny. It's going to be great. So yeah. Sorry, I'm giggling now because I'm thinking, oh, this could be so funny. So yeah, it should be interesting. I'm excited because I, for one, need to talk politics with Forrest on the regular. Like people yeah, you and him discuss movies, but where you two really shine is when you're talking politics together. And I'm like, awesome, let's do a podcast together about politics, because Forrest has worked for Michael Brooks, he's worked for Katie Halper, he's worked for Ben Burgess, so like he has, so he needs to use an outlet besides Twitter to talk about this stuff. Yeah, that was when I found that out. I was like, wait, what? Tell me more. Tell me more. Okay. Some pop culture stuff I want to talk about. And I'm not, because, I'm not gonna, copyright all, but fucking Trump using Sabrina Carpenter's Juno song for like another mass deportation ad. And she's like, fuck you, get rid of this or I'm a sue. Meanwhile, I'm over here like, yo, Taylor Swift is not that hard. I mean, everyone's like, well, she said not to. I'm like, yeah, but a lot of other artists do cease and desist. Taylor Swift doesn't cease and desist the Trump administration when they use her songs for their shit. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, that's Conan's fault. That's Conan's fault. That's why Forrest and I are doing the podcast. Peace and love to Conan. Oh shit. Anyway, but I will say this: if you check out our Vice episode, Conan went off immediately, and me and Forrest were like, "Whoa, what's going on here?" So Conan unleashed when it comes to the political talk. Let's go. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so shout out to like Sabrina Carpenter, Olivia Rodrigo, artists who are like, we are suing, we're doing cease and desist, and don't be using our songs unless you want to get sued again, But Taylor Swift is like, I don't like it when he uses my songs, and it's like, well, do something. That's very true too. Honestly, very true. So, I mean, she's actually sued people for like using her songs in like their wedding videos. Like, it's stupid. Like, that's on YouTube. I'm like, come on, T Swift, what the hell? Because she still has like a conservative country fan base, even though she hasn't been country since like 2012. Like, that's it. That's what it is. She still likes, and this is the thing, fuck Kanye West, but Taylor Swift used that moment of him embarrassing her at the VMAs still to this day. She still wants us to see her as that young, she was like 19 years old, 19-year-old girl who had her big moment in spotlight ruined by that guy, And I'm like, you know what? You're almost 40. I don't see it anymore. Okay, let it go. I'm not blinded. You're a grown woman. Okay, you're not. It is a little girl anymore. T Swift, whatever. Anyway, yeah, that's my. Hey, people get mad at me when I say that. I'm like, look. Okay, like, she ain't no victim anymore, at least. But she's been milking it for years. It's like Kris Jenner milking, her daughter's own sex tape for money. And look where Ray J is now. He's fucking mental too. Also, my Wicked for Good TikTok now has over 2 million views. And that's been exciting. Have any of you guys seen Wicked for Good yet? Hopefully. Someone is editing clips of Wicked for Good into the Wizard of Oz and trying to like match up the timeline. And it's really good. It's really good. Like I was like, you know what? I would pay to see this movie. This is what I would see. I would see this. And everyone's like, really? I'm like, yeah. Actually, there is a TikTok, no music though, because it's like acting out like a scene that I want to show you guys because it's so funny. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm able to talk more than I should, and it's making me way too excited to, I'm happy to be streaming again. Yes, they are, but we don't see Dorothy's face, and a lot of people are like, "We got to see Dorothy." I'm like, guys, if you want to see Dorothy, you watch The Wizard of Oz. This is not her movie, okay? So, possibly. Well, here's the thing. Why am I doing the Donald Trump, Bubba Bill Clinton jerk off dance? Anyway, there are certain characters in Wicked Part 1 that become certain characters from The Wizard of Oz in Wicked Part 2. And all I'm saying is, instead of getting that morning wood, Elphaba's getting that morning straw now. Ayo. Okay, sorry. I'm bad. I'm bad. I'm so sorry. I said I did not. Okay. Also, too, I cannot believe that is the same man who would sing, "If I only had a heart, kill the witch," It's interesting. Like a lot of people are like, "What happened to the Tin Man in Wicked for Good?" And I'm like, he didn't. You know what? All I'm saying is Fiero was the only adult because poor Dorothy had to deal with the Tin Man with the axe, with the axe to grind, literally, for being turned into tin, and a cowardly lion who fucking ate the 2 lines he had in the movie. Coleman Domingo. You know what? They're thinking of making more Oz movies. I'm like, well, adapt all the Gregor Maguire novels so we can have Son of a Witch, the musical, and then A Lying Among Men so we can Coleman Domingo his flowers as the cowardly lion. He literally had like 2 lines in the whole movie. It was funny. I was like, this was the big deal? Okay. He has this big moment in Elphaba's new solo song, No Place Like Home. She's about to finish the song and he's like, don't listen to her. She ruined my life. And I'm like, she freed you from a cage, dude. Like, what? Okay. I don't know, but it's funny as hell. But my favorite part though was seeing glimpses of the characters from The Wizard of Oz in Wicked for Good, and a lot of people are wondering how come there's a lot of stuff from the 1939 movie that is not in Wicked for Good. MGM copyright. Even the yellow brick road, how it's designed, is copyright. The freaking legs under the house with the shoes are copyright. The ruby slippers are copyright. The specific paint that is used on the witch is a copyright. The monkeys, the winged monkeys design is MGM copyright. Like this is why a lot of people don't understand why they did it. It's like, well, when the musical came out, Wicked was not a success. I mean, it was a success, but it just wasn't a critical darling. A lot of people were wondering, really? As someone who knows a thing or two about musical theater, Wicked did not win Best Musical. It was Avenue Q. I know, the X-rated puppet show, yes, that won Best Musical because they did a whole campaign like, yeah, Wicked's like this big musical, but like, we're the underdogs here, you know? We don't want a repeat of 1988 when the Phantom of the Opera went over Into the Woods, right? We don't want a repeat of that, right? We don't want that. Anyway, that's a whole other can of worms. But yeah, Sondheim fans like myself still, that's just I love Phantom of the Opera, still kind of bitter that the Phantom of the Opera won Best Musical, and it was not a critical darling either on Broadway. So a lot of people were like, what? So, and the one critique in regards to Wicked was the fact that Act 2 is just not as good. It's a weaker act. It's very sloppy. It's very messy. They're trying to make all these ties to the Wizard of Oz, and it just works sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't work. It really, the Wicked for Good could have been a 3-hour long movie. It should have been longer than part 1. There's so much it would have added. Blue diamonds on a green field. Hello. Okay. Anyway, I'm surprised that's not the name of the duet. Anyway, I'm rambling, but you come here for that, right? So, but I think the reason why Wicked has made such an impact and has become like the 5th longest running Broadway show is because it's tied to the Wizard of Oz, and everyone loves the Wizard of Oz, and that's why it's still running on Broadway to this day. I'm like, no one's going to deny the like anything that involves the Wizard of Oz, especially like the 1939 movie. It's going to be a success, and they had to work around the copyrights to get it, you know, to make it make sense. Like, for instance, the shoes. A lot of people were like, oh, do they turn ruby? They're silver. In the show, they do. Yes, that's how Nessa is able to walk. Well, in the show, walk or fly. Fly in the movie, which, in my opinion, I prefer that. Because it is kind of ableist to give an actress who is not handicapped, who's playing a handicapped character, the ability to walk. But Marissa Baudet, who I know, who plays Nessa, aka the Wicked Witch of the East, in the Wicked movies, she's the first actress to play Nessa Rose as an actual handicapable person. So it was not right to make her, you know, be able to walk. To me, that's just very ableist. So they're like, you know what? Everyone deserves a chance to fly, so we're going to make that major change. And they glow red. That's how they were able to go with that's how they're able to go around like the major like ruby slippers, because everyone's like, they're silver. Why? And I'm like, well, in the L. Frank Baum novels, they're silver. Ruby was only used because the Technicolor, it looked nice. Like, you know, I know everything about the Wizard of Oz and the lore of it, so ask away. But also too, I mean, even with Return to Oz, like a lot of people wondering how come a lot of L. Frank Baum's books were never really adapted after Wizard of Oz. I'm like, well, look at Return to Oz and what a nightmare that was for Forrest, because the first 10 minutes of Return to Oz, Dorothy gets electroshock therapy. I'm not kidding. That happens in the movie. And then, of course, Oz the Great Powerful with James Franco and the Wizard's origin story. And it's like Sam Raimi's worst film. His worst film. I think we could all agree on that one, right? That was weird. Even that also caught a lot of people off guard. Even I was like, this movie sucks. I was like, this is, I mean, not a miscast, but it's like, really? Mila Kunis as the Wicked Witch of the West? Man, I'm like, you know what? When it comes to like revisionist lore, I prefer Wicked. I prefer Elphaba being the wizard's illegitimate daughter. Wait, what? Who said that? I didn't say it. You didn't hear me say that. I did not say anything. Okay, I didn't say it. Anyway, I think it's funny though when my TikTok algorithm is showing me people who've read Wicked, and it's like, oh yeah, he definitely did a lot of silent movies. I mean, the 1939 Wizard of Oz film was not the first Oz film, believe it or not, which a lot of people keep forgetting. But for those who've never read the Wicked novels, don't give it to your kids. Don't make the same mistake I did, because they market the books like they're for kids, like they're for like young teens. Because when I was younger, I'd seen the musical in Atlanta, and then I saw the novel, and it had like the playbill, like the cover is the cover of the show, which I'm like, oh, and has photos from the show. No big deal. I'm like, oh, perfect. This is just like the. No, it's not. There are so many changes Steven Schwartz and Winnie Holzman made to the show to make more ties to the 1939 film. So when I'm reading this, I was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, this is not the musical. I mean, it is, but it isn't. I mean, I mean, the duet, As Long As You're Mine, and in part 2, is just the entirety of Blue Diamonds on a Green Field where Elphaba and Fiyero are fucking. Like, oh my god. Oh, oiling her breath. Like, it's a whole, like, oh my God. That's why I'm mad that the movie is PG, because it's like, oh, we could have gone PG rating. We could PG-13 rating. We could have gotten some more than that gray sex cardigan, which, by the way, if y'all saw Wicked for good, that is... Everyone keeps talking about Elphaba's sex cardigan. It's a thing. It's a thing because she's wearing like a lacy teddy, but then she puts this cardigan on, and we're like, oh, okay. I'm just like, what? I'm like, okay, put that on, girl. You know why? Because you're gonna, you know what? Honestly, okay, you know what? Let me show y'all a TikTok about how I feel. Oh, okay. I need to stop. I need to stop. But this is how I feel in a nutshell. Okay, like.
That first time, and then Fiyero started getting a little frisky. I feared there was water involved in these pants. And then Elphaba knew it was up. She was like, Emerald City, nah, I'm gonna show you these emerald titties.
Hell yeah. Emerald titties, baby. Let's go. Sorry. This movie should have been PG-13. Honestly, if it were me, I would have made Wicked for Good rated R, just because I would have made a more accurate depiction of the Fiyero and Elphaba affair chapter for the As Long As Your Mind scene. But man, when Jonathan Bailey was taking off his suspenders, the noise that my theater made, maybe it was just me, but no. A lot of women were making noises, and some men too. But yeah, anyway, thirsting on main is what I do best. Okay, I can't help it. I'm single. Okay, I have needs. But I was gonna say, oh yeah, oh man, it's bad. But yeah, read the Wicked novels knowing they're very different from the show and the movie. Just fair warning. Just warning y'all. I mean, the novels are good, but also too at the same time, it's like, what was going through Gregor Maguire's head? Also, he based Elphaba off of Saddam Hussein. I'm not kidding. You ever see those videos? I've been seeing those videos, like the messed up origins of Wicked. I'm like, I already know he based Elphaba off of Saddam Hussein. I'm not kidding. Y'all think I'm like, what? Yes, you did. He did. Because I forgot why, but it's a political novel. It's a political novel. See where Source read, he's like, I can make a good kidly friendly musical on this. But by the way, Wicked should not have been for kids, in my opinion. I say this as someone who fell in love with the show when I was 10. But I need to stop. I need to be stopped. This is not good for me. I'm sipping so hard. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. So, did any of you watch this past episode, Welcome to DERY? Marge is Richie's mother. I'm convinced, because she's a jokester, prankster, like, good for her. I'm glad for her character. Also, we finally get a history on Bob Gray, the character that it based itself off of to get kids to approach it. That poor man who has a daughter who also is a clown named Periwinkle. It's all starting to, tie together. In fact, that also the casting for Mrs. Kirsch was point on, especially with It Chapter 2, even the same nose. I was like, when she said, no one in DERY who dies really dies. I was like, oh, she said the line. I was like, she did it. She said it. I'm excited to see the background of Bob Gray and how it killed him and used him to its advantage, because that thing was using what's her face's vulnerability about her dad to to his advantage. Also Rich. Oh, that's who Mars names Richie after. I still think that's Richie's mom, because she develops these feelings for the cute little Cuban kid Rich. He knows to play the drums and he's just in love with her, and it's like, they're so cute, but then he's gonna die. And it's like, that's where she names Richie from. I'm convinced. Do not tell me otherwise. This is probably the lore for the movies, and I'm just gonna, can't wait to be right. Oh, all you people that are getting snow, lucky you. I'm getting rain. Blech. Also, my mom and I got a new cleaning customer, and the house was just built. Just built like a month ago. Everything's all moved in. It's not even dirty. Thank God. Like, literally, we were like touching stuff, and we're like, oh, this is gonna take us like 2 hours tops, and it's a small house, so I'm excited. Yay, more money. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. I haven't heard anything, but I do know that the brother and sister behind the 2 It movies with Bill Skarsgård, they are really trying to tie other Stephen King lore into the show, which is great, because if you know anything about the Dark Tower series, that has a lot of ties to other Stephen King lore, so I'm excited. Well, they're kind of toying with that, because Dick Halloran from The Shining is a character in Welcome to Derry. Shawshank Prison is a place that's mentioned a lot in Welcome to Derry. They're tying a lot of things. Turtle, Mandarin the Turtle is also a thing. I mean, they really kept, kept mentioning a turtle in the show. They're like, look, our mascot's a turtle. Oh, she's got a turtle on a charm bracelet. Oh, here's a turtle here. And it's like, we get it. You're going to have the turtle in the show somehow. It's funny, but it's good though. It's good, because that's the one thing that a lot of people who love the It novel don't like, is that they don't expand on like the lore and really how it came to be and all that, which is what the show is doing. So it's like, yes, oops, yes, we're getting that. Yeah, let's go. I'm excited. I'm excited. Also, my mom and I haven't watched Wicked together, so that's been fun. Ha ha ha. Yeah, that's true, if I remember that correctly. Oh man. Also, for some reason, not to go back to Wicked, but my TikTok algorithm is okay. How many of you guys watch The Boys? And I'm assuming you guys have also watched Gen V, right? Right? Gen V, the spinoff of The Boys. Are y'all caught up on season 2? A lot of people, some of y'all don't know this, but SpongeBob the musical was a thing. You can watch it on Paramount Plus, because they did a live taping of it, I think during COVID or something. Ethan Slater, who's in the Wicked movies, who plays Bach. Woodsman, emphasis on the Woodsman, giving him that last name gives you a hint to who he is. Who also is now dating Ariana Grande, and you know what? I get it. I see what she saw in him, despite their affair. A lot of people are like, with his performance in Wicked for Good, they're like, whoa, SpongeBob though. And it's like, guys, the SpongeBob musical was 10 years ago. He was like 20. He's like my age. Like, I'm like, guys, he's first of all, he's an actor, right? He's an actor. And it's like, and then he placed Thomas Golican in, is that how you pronounce his name? I forgot. In Gen V in season 2, he plays like the bad guy, and people are like, where's SpongeBob? And it's like, guys, again, the musical was like 10 years ago. He looks like a dorky dude who could also be evil, okay? I'm not one to say, but like, he has range. I mean, he was wearing a diaper in the show, and I was like, oh, what's happening? I'm confused. Though I would say Gen V is not as good as The Boys. I feel like the acting is like a free form, like, the show could have been on like Freeform, but not like on Apple or Amazon or whatever. I don't know, but like it's but yeah, like I don't know. But it's just so funny when people are like, I can't believe this guy has range as an actor. I'm like, aren't you not supposed to have range as an actor? I have range as a podcaster and streamer. I don't know why I said that, but it is what it is. Ooh, I think Bill Skarsgård could get some some nominations for playing Pennywise in the season 2 of Gen V. Ethan Slater's character literally wakes up. He's wearing like a robe and a diaper at first, and I'm watching it. I'm like, what is happening? Why is he wearing a diaper? I don't get it. Yay, it's good to be free. I know, right? I mean, but also too, there are people who are genre actors. I mean, Bill Skarsgård. I mean, he's done a lot of horror stuff. I mean, his first big thing was that Hemlock Grove on Netflix years ago. And he's kind of accepted that he's a genre actor. He's like, I don't mind doing horror, you know, and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh, cool. Because he's not a conventionally attractive guy. He cannot be like the romantic lead. Like, I feel like a lot of actors are well aware of. I think a lot of actors are aware of like their looks and what can be like the limitations or whatnot. So they're like, yeah, I'm just gonna stick to like a genre and like and be really and just do. I mean, look at Mia Goth. I mean, she did a lot of Victorian stuff, but then she's doing a lot of horror. She's also doing The Odyssey with Christopher Nolan. So I'm like, awesome, cool, let's go. Speaking of Jim Carrey, have y'all seen him recently? That dude's looking like Mickey Rourke. The filler, the Botox. Dude, Heather Shaw cannot be the only person with perpetual Jim Carrey face. He can't even do this anymore. I'm sorry. He can't do his Grinch faces anymore. I'm just saying. Anyway, that's not good. Apparently Trump posted 400 times on Truth Social last night or the night before. 400 times. 400 times. That's a lot. That's a lot of post. That's a lot of truth posting, you know? That's a lot. Also, Elon Musk was on a podcast and he was talking about how, you know, when I get involved in politics, you know, it just doesn't ever work out. Things go bad. And the guy's like, so are you saying that we should be run like the government like a business? He's like, no. And I'm like, good. That's what I mean. The only time we ever hear of him was when he responds to some idiot Nazi on Twitter. He's not really doing anything anymore because he realized that he did his damage. It still didn't do everything that he'd hoped for, but like, I don't know. It's a thing. It's like, yeah, I'm assuming that like an AI bot for his Truth Social post. Because I mean, I retweet a lot more than I tweet, but like at the same time, it's like, God damn, dude. I don't get it. Oh my God. I know the Thanksgiving Day parade happened, but was that not a millennial treat? I just remembered the basic Thanksgiving Day parade. I mean, first of all the bad lip syncing. Second of all, Little John, Shaggy, and a lot of these parents like, how dare my children watch these artists sing these inappropriate songs? And I'm like, I'm sorry, but I was like 7 when like It Wasn't Me came out, and I was like, "Hey, you give me your right hand and tell me with the girl next door. Bet you this sweet but naked banging on the back floor." I was bopping to that song when it came out. No offense, and I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. You know what? Clip this. I don't care. Younger Gen X, elder millennials are producing the kids that are the problems of today. The puritanical morality police, the younger Gen X and elder millennials are responsible for these kids. They are so like beyond helicopter parents. And everyone's like, these things, younger millennials, we're not having kids. It's the older millennials that are and younger Gen X that are producing these kids that are like, they just don't know anything because these parents are raising them to like, I don't know how to explain it, but like the fact that parents are like, I can't believe they would play this song, It Wasn't Me, at the May St. Theater Parade. There are children here. And I'm like, I grew up with this music. It really wasn't that bad. My parents let me listen to Guilty Conscience, you know, the song with Eminem and Dr. Dre, and I turned out fine. I think. It's funny. It's amusing to me. It's amusing how parents are. I'm like, you guys grew up with like gender bending, gender non-conforming artists, and yet you turned out like this. I don't get it. That's something that my sister and I don't understand. And I ask my mom this all the time because she's like the last year of like the boomer generation. I'm like, you guys grew up with like these artists that didn't conform to like the societal norms in their art, and yet you guys ended up turning out like so conservative. Like what like it's so funny when people are so shocked by stuff that's always been around. And that's kind of the problem with conservatism, is that they get outraged about stuff that's already been in existence. Like if you're gonna be offended that Shaggy sung It Wasn't Me at the Macy's Thanksgiving Parade, knowing that song is a millennial bop, or the fact that Lil Jon performed Turned Out for What? Like, come on. Like, he performed that at the DNC, which was hella fun. That was, honestly, Tuesday. Was it Tuesday night? Yeah, Tuesday night at the DNC was probably the most fun night. And I had to do the freaking podcast, and I missed out on it. Anyway, I'm still mad about that. But it was just so funny seeing all these articles like parents outraged by the performers at the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. And it's like, you know, with the Wicked for Good rating, PG today is not the same as PG back then. I get it because they add the PG-13 rating, but like PG movies today are very G-rated. Like it's like I'm like the PG rating might as well no longer exist. I mean, there was a lot of things that they could have made more graphic in Wicked for Good, like the transformations for the Tin Man and the Scarecrow, but they did not want kids to be afraid. I'm over here like, listen, I remember when I dressed up as Wanda for Multiverse of Madness, and a lot of parents were like, this is PG-13. Is this going to scare my kids? And I'm like, listen. And I was dressed up as Wanda. I'm like, listen, parent, you're a parent? Okay. I watched Aliens and Nightmare on Elm Street when I was 5, and guess what? It did not traumatize me. I was not even scared of the witch or the monkeys in the Wizard of Oz. I don't know what's wrong with me, but nothing scares me besides like a jump scare because like I'm an anxious person. But like when I asked my mom, like, was I scared of this? Was I scared of this? And my mom's like, you were not at all. Like, no. And I'm like, the fuck is wrong with me? Hey, when I was a kid, we all watched the It miniseries. I loved it. Was not scared of Tim Curry. I thought he was awesome because I also remember that he was also Frankenfurter and Nigel Thornberry. So and you know, and include. So I, you know, but I made a lot of my friends watch the original It miniseries. Guess what happened to them? They all developed that stupid fear of clowns, and they blame me for it. I'm like, they're like, you made me afraid of clowns. I'm like, if you think that was scary, are you kidding me? Are you fucking serious? That's my fault? I'm sorry, but I can't help it that you're a little baby. I was watching the chest burster scene in Alien when I was 5, thinking, oh, that's so cool. I mean, even like the violence and like CGI violence is not that graphic. Like I had my cousin who was like 4 watching Deadpool, both Deadpool movies, and nothing fazed him. He laughed at like the graphic violence. And I'm like, see, this is fine for kids. It's not that bad. I mean, the sex probably would be bad, but like the funny, like the Juggernaut ripping Deadpool in half, that shit was funny. You know what, Rich? That's exactly right. That's why some stuff is not as scary anymore, and it's more laughable. I mean, even the CGI in Welcome to Derry is kind of laughable. It's like, oh, that's scary. Okay, I don't think so. That's why a lot of horror these days have to depend on like stupid jump scares, because they know that CGI like effects are not as convincing or scary. It's like, you know, a lot of the aliens now in the alien movies are all CGI. They're not actors in the alien suits anymore, and it's ridiculous. It's insane to me. I'm like, you're taking away the sacred text. Like, for instance, in Wicked for Good, they should have made a real tornado. I know. What? Hey, they did it in the original Wizard of Oz with very little source to go by what a tornado looked like. They just were told, oh, it looks like a cyclone of dirt. And they did it so well. I'm like, they should have made a real tornado. Would have been cool, but you know, whatever. They couldn't. That's probably trademark too. Anyway. So anyway, end of rants. Just kidding. I can't believe she's resigning. Actually, I can't believe it. I feel like Marjorie Taylor Greene sees the writing on the wall and realizes that she can no longer do this. She can no longer do this. She cannot. She knows that after Trump, MAGA is dead. Like Erica Kurt's like, you know, my future husband, JD Vance, we're grooming him to be the new president, the new leader of the Republican Party. And I'm like, that guy has no riz at all. Like nothing, none of it. Why am I getting so many notifications on my Instagram? Oh, Jesus. Wait, who? Yep, that's that. I got a comment. I got a comment about Ethan Slater saying that's the same guy from freaking SpongeBob. Yep. Anyway, yeah, that's, you know what, Matt, you got a point right there. Take the money and run. Okay, just run, just run. That's what I would do. Dollar bills, y'all. Dollar. Okay, where the fuck? Okay, there's this guy. I think I show you. There's this guy on Instagram and TikTok who does a good JD Vance impression. I've showed you him, I think, but it is funny. It is funny because he nails the like awkward cringiness of JD Vance, the rizlessness that he has. Like, I don't want what Eric. I mean, I think maybe he is packing and we don't know it. Maybe that's what, you know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna make assumptions that could get me in trouble, but I'm just saying something's definitely going on between those two, right? Like, I mean, I don't. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, you know what? Okay, put up one in chat if you think something's going on between those two. Shit. I think. I don't know. There's something wrong with me. That's not happening. Man, okay. Anyway, so there's this guy who does a really good job on social media as JD Vance, but it's very funny. Yeah, you don't touch a stranger's hips, yeah. Yeah, I don't. It's so funny. They're like, Charlie Kirk should be, Time Magazine's, most influential person. I'm like, what was influential about him? He got killed. That's nothing really. I mean, all these people, they're trying to find the next Charlie Kirk. My former governor, Nikki Haley's son, is trying to be another Charlie Kirk. There's this other white dude with the bad haircut who's trying to be like, they cannot find you cannot. They're struggling to find the next Charlie Kirk, and they haven't, and I don't think they will. I feel like after Trump is done with, if the Democrats are smart, they'll take advantage of the fact that, you know, the Republican Party could be done so when Trump is gone. You know, I'm praying. Like, there's not going to be something else. I mean, I'm seeing videos about, like, whatever happened to Paul Ryan. He was supposed to be the next GOP darling. I'm like, he couldn't keep up with Trump. He did not want to be Trump. He didn't want to be whatever the Trump Republican Party was doing, you know? Mitt Romney, same thing. A lot of these, I mean, there's very few, like I think it was like Thomas Massey. Like, there's a few anti-Trump Republicans who still do very well electorally that are still in office, but like others just couldn't. They didn't want to stick around to see the mess that they contributed to come back and bite them in the ass. You know, that's basically what happened. It is what it is. Okay. Anyway, okay, that's funny. Sorry. I saw a video and it's driving me nuts. So I'm just hoping that's actually true. I'm hoping for that, Johnny. Honestly, I mean, apparently I heard. It's just been fun talking to you guys and catching up instead of really covering much. Because again, my mind's been consumed by other things. I think I read that the Trump administration is like preventing SNAP benefits in like Democrat-run states over like information and data. And it's like, you mean to tell me that you're gonna take away benefits from the people who pay the most taxes towards the federal government? You do realize that that's gonna screw SNAP benefits up even more for people in red states. I'm just saying, like, it's kind of weird. It smells funny to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not passing the smell test. Excuse me. I didn't mean to do that, but it happened. Stamp coffee. Boom. That's exactly right. That you know what? That is so true. That is so true. See, a lot of people are like, I'm moving to Florida because there's no income tax. And it's like, but Florida is also pretty expensive to live in too. And also it's a marsh. There are certain states that should not have actually been states. Like Florida, Louisiana, below sea level. They're gonna be like Venice, Italy in a few years. Venice, you have to wear rain boots because that entire city is water. Like, literally, I've seen people, I'm like, yeah, I've been to Venice. You have to travel by boat if you want to get around the city. I'm like, wait, what? They're like, yeah, it's water. It's people go there for the water, to travel by gondola and a pole and you know, do like Phantom of the Opera shit. And I'm like, I did not know that. Like, yeah, you gotta wear rain boots because that entire town is like, has like this much water in it. And I'm like, okay. Interesting. So, yeah. I mean, I'm glad I don't live that close to the coast. I mean, I'm sad that I'm not near a beach. Because the best part about living in Jersey is that where I was in central Jersey, when people try to ask, when I tell people, hey, what part of Freehold is Jersey in, they can't answer north or south. That's why I say central. We were like 15 minutes away from the beach. And then like 15 minutes away from Great Avengers. So it's like, yeah, cool, fun, let's go, you know? But down here, it's like you gotta travel 2.5 hours to get to, you know, to get to like Beaufort or Charleston or something like that. And my mom hates bridges, so it's like I don't mind bridges. I like going over. You know, you're getting closer to Jersey when you're crossing the Delaware Bridge, and you're like, "Oh yeah, we're getting closer." Yeah. I used to go there all the time when I still lived up in Jersey. Some of my few fondest memories that I remember in Jersey were of great adventures. The haunted hayride, running up to all the cartoons, the Looney Tunes characters, giving them hugs, getting my giant life-size Scooby-Doo plush, getting my own Pinky and Brain. Like, it was cool. I had my own Pinky and Brain plush. Narf. Say, Brain, what are we gonna do tomorrow? The same thing we try to do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world. Oh, they didn't have the Looney Tunes scenes. See, in the 90s they did. In the 90s they did. I remember that. Late 90s. Yeah. The show, I agree. But my sister loved that show. My sister likes watching trash reality shows, but I'm over here like, I like Bridgerton and Welcome to Derry. Like, my sister doesn't watch much. I mean, she watches some Netflix shows and movies, but like, I'm like, you know, I'm over here like, I have taste. My sister watched Pet Sematary once, and when she was a kid, and never watched a horror movie again. And I'm like, really? Pet Sematary scared you? That shit's mid. I don't know. Do I hear a cat behind me? I don't know. Anyway. The fact that the actor who voices Pinky also voiced Carl Weezer and like Jimmy Neutron, Boy Genius, I was like, what? I was like, that's a lot. I know him kind of. I'm friendly with him on online. He's cool. Rob Paulson, he's cool. He's a gem. And also Yakko, the Animaniacs. Oh, I love the Animaniacs. The only show I know that can have adult humor and child humor, and everyone's fine with it. I need to get your fingerprints. Holtz prints. Fingerprints. Good night, everybody. I remember like, what does that mean? My mom's like, you know what? When you're older, you'll figure it out. Hello, nurse. You know, I love the Animaniacs. The fact that the reboot couldn't last made me mad, because it's like, man, they had so much material to go by. But we're nearing like the end of like millennial nostalgia, like the 80s, like Stranger Things. I feel like the 80s nostalgia is gonna die. We're gonna come into like the 90s with a lot of shows about like 90s nostalgia and early 2000s nostalgia. And I blame TikTok for that, but I'm looking forward to that because I'm tired of all these shows that take place in the 80s. Do we really like Stranger Things? Don't we watch the Stranger Things? They're full of Zionists. Watch Welcome to Derry. That show's better. And I'll say that. After one season, it's better. Oh yeah, by the way, before I go, spot the kitty. Can you see it? Can you see it? Look at this. Look at him. Look at him. Oh my god. McGraw, such a bad cat. Bad cat. He knocked down my he knocked down my tree too with the dog, but like my mom put the tree back up. Yay. Anyway. I take a deep breath, man. Oh, I haven't talked this much in a while. Oh, remember guys. All right, I'm still gonna copy and paste this. Okay. Remember, subscribe to the Absurdity Space on YouTube. Tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern. Movie Night Extravaganza. We're starting our Movies About Movies month. I'm like, why don't we just call it a Hollywood Extravaganza? That might be perfect. Anyway, we're going to do Sunset Boulevard. I'm excited. I'm ready for my close-up, Mrs. DeMille. Okay, sorry. Anyway, 8 p.m. Eastern, Sunset Boulevard. Excited. Tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, the Absurdity Space Force and I are going to go nuts. Y'all ain't ready. When you put us two on just a show together, shit's going to get crazy. Anyway, Alex is up next. Enjoy the show. I'm assuming he's going to talk about a lot of cool stuff as per usual. Anyway, we didn't do Sing in the Rain. Anyway, I will see you guys in 2 hours again. Bye.
Hello. Welcome, folks, to Devil's Advocate Productions on this space. I am Alex, Devil's Advocate. I talk about movies, TV, video games, music, whatever I want to talk about on this channel. We have a guest who will show up momentarily. Gina from Raw News and Politics, also on this space. But I wanted to just quickly highlight that I just finished recording and uploading an interview that will appear on this space at some point in the future with a candidate for Congress in California's 32nd district, Chris Ahuja. And we talked about Fight Club a little bit, but we talked about his run, why he's running, and what it takes to run a campaign and not compromise on your values. Like we've been talking about so much here on this space. Ezra Klein was brought up by me about how you want to throw marginalized communities under the bus, how Zoran Mamdani won without doing that, and how progressives can across the country run on affordability, run on class war, and still not throw the culture war stuff under the bus. I also, if you're interested, made a reaction to Curtis King's new song. Curtis King has a great podcast, talks about music. He's a artist himself, a rapper himself, and he's been championing direct to consumer distribution. Streaming services notoriously pay pennies on the dollar for streams to artists. Record labels have for time immemorial screwed over the people who make them their money, the artists themselves. And so he's talking about the future of the industry is just get your stuff directly into the hands of the consumer. And he made a song, not about that, but he made a song. So I wanted to react to that song, listen to it, see what he's got music-wise. I've never listened to his stuff. And just talk a little bit about direct-to-consumer, that idea of like the future of music.
I'm wearing this T-shirt, the Paradox, because I made a reaction to their album. They were just a band I came across on YouTube. Found them, thought they were cool. Found out their new album was coming out. This one, NSFW, and went and saw them live last Monday. Same thing that happened with this band. Where is it? DERY. I found them on YouTube. I thought they were awesome. Found out their album was coming out. Made a reaction. Went and saw them 2 weeks before going to see the Paradox. So I think, in just my experience, coming across something like on YouTube or TikTok or whatever, and being like, I like this band. I'm going to follow them. I'm going to buy their merch. I'm going to support them directly. Matter of fact, DERY said at the concert, buying one record for $30 is more than they would get from like 10,000 streams on Spotify. So it would be, it is important to support artists where you can. Boku SF saying, I see Ben Dixon. I miss Ben. Yes, me too. He was the first person I had a conversation with in my series, A Conversation With. He was the first one, the inaugural conversation. The second one was Lindsey Boylan. And the third one is now Chris Ahuja. And the fourth one, I was planning on it being Gina Bonanno. And I am trying to get a hold of her, tell her, hey, I'm here. And we're live. But if she can't make it, that's okay. I still got plenty to talk about. By the way, first of all, Chris Ahuja's website. I always like to check out a candidate's website. So like the landing page is everything. It's got all his, his stances, what he's running on, and the person he's running against. I'm going. I'll show you. This is the person he's running against. This is their website, where the landing page is just blank, just white. Yep. You got to scroll down for, donations. Scroll down to give them your information, and it just gives you a little bit. I'm Brad Sherman. I've been here in Congress. I'm on the House Foreign Affairs Committee and the House Financial Services Committee, and one of the leaders behind the formation of a Consumer Financial Protection Agency. Okay, good. But what does it say that you're going to do? What does it say that you're going to do? Why is there a giant blank space here? But I had never heard of Brad Sherman until recently, when this article popped up, or this controversy happened. Brad Sherman was on a plane and was looking on his iPad at porn. On his iPad, on a plane. Now, multiple pictures of him just scrolling around, looking at porn, and he then blamed Elon Musk's algorithm for him looking at pornographic images. How does that make sense? Serving him saucy pictures amid a potential scandal involving him scrolling through softcore pornography in public. The 71-year-old California Democrat was photographed looking at pictures of lingerie-clad girls on his tablet while on a flight. Again, a tablet? Pictures of Sherman were posted by X on the Dear White Staffers account, an account made up of a group of Capitol Hill staffers working to expose poor working conditions. The images were later reposted by Donald Trump Jr. This was on Twitter. These pictures came up on the For You page. I must have looked at more than 1,000 posts. But you didn't move off that page, did you, Brad? You just kept looking. And there's so many. But this is who Chris Ahuja is running against. And I just think it's so fucking funny. Again, this is a corporate establishment Democrat who's been there for decades, doesn't see a reason to really run or campaign, much like Ed Markey. Was it Ed Markey? No. Much like Joe Crowley, the guy that AOC beat in her race. He didn't see a reason to campaign. He didn't see a need. And she clobbered him. And I think that will happen again. It's happening more and more across the country. As we've seen, candidates like Graham Plattner against Janet Mills, Chris Ahuja in California with Brad Sherman, Kat Abou-Gazella in Chicago. What is the incumbent announced that she wasn't going to run for re-election because, again, she didn't want to run. She was just like, I'm comfortable here so long as I never have to run and I keep getting elected. But once there's a challenger and you're telling me I have to debate, I have to go out and defend my career, she's like, I don't even want to do that. I'm just going to leave and I'll go on a speaking tour like Hillary Clinton's doing, talking about TikTok is brainwashing people to believe that Palestinians are human beings, and just make your money going on book tours and whatnot. But we got lots more to talk about today. This is just a funny video I wanted to bring up because, man, oh man, it's just so it's so perfect of like what if a dictatorship we're living in, because this is like North Korea stuff. This is Kristi Noem talking to Donald Trump. And just listen to what she says, dude.
And worked hard doing security, and they have been absolutely fantastic. Sir, you made it through hurricane season without a hurricane. Yeah. And so FEMA, you kept the hurricanes away. So we appreciate that. And FEMA is deploying resources and dollars 150% faster than ever before. So if somebody does have something bad that happens to them, you are immediately there helping them and telling them they have the resources to get back up on their feet. And worked hard doing.
Like, you kept the hurricanes away. This is North Korea stuff. This is what they would say about Kim Jong-il. You stopped the hurricanes from happening. And again, not that serious, but just exemplary of the kind of administration this is. They just suck up to Trump no matter what it is, no matter however they can. They just suck up to him. And it's just pathetic. It's pathetic. It's embarrassing. Yeah, Etch. Exactly. Let's go around the table and glaze dear leader. It's embarrassing. The Sharpie is back. He's got the Sharpie. He can change the course of the hurricane with the Sharpie. It's just embarrassing. And we got, I want to talk about Pete Hegseth. Because again, this is just the kind of administration we're in right now. Again, if you haven't checked out my reviews of every South Park this season, the last episode was about Pete Hegseth and how all he's doing is making content. He's not doing anything to keep anybody safe. He's actively harming Americans, but all he's really doing is filming himself going out and making content, looking like a badass. Same thing as Kristi Noem. Just going out, making videos of ICE arresting people to show to dear leader, to be like, hey, we're doing our jobs. Please don't fire us. Please don't publicly, shame us, because then your fans will threaten our lives. Like they have Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like they have everybody who Trump points a finger at. His fans go, send death threats. Pete, never forget, Pete Hegseth's own mother once called him an abuser of women adding to his controversies as defense secretary nominee. Now, this was a while ago, but Pete Hegseth is now in office as the defense secretary. And he's in charge of those strikes against boats in the Pacific and Atlantic that they say are drug smuggling boats. But first of all, drug dealers don't get executed. That's not the punishment for dealing drugs, period. There's due process. And this is like international incident shit. This is acts of war. They're just doing it again to like South American countries because they don't think those countries are going to stand up and be like, we're going to sue you, or we're going to, send our army against you, because they be in their rights. This is act of war shit. This is act of war shit. But this is Trump defending Pete against these allegations. Again, not really defending him because they're proud of it. They like it. But kind of trying to, wrap his arm around his boy.
Pete didn't know about second attack having to do with two people. And I guess Pete would have to speak to it. I can say this. I want those boats taken out. And if we have to, we'll attack on land also, just like we attack on sea. And there's very little coming in by sea. I think we've knocked out over 90% of it. There's very little, and I understand that. There's very little. We're saving hundreds of thousands of lives with those pinpoint attacks. It's an amazing. Pete didn't know about.
Like, again, he didn't know about it, but we're saving lives with these. What do you stand on it? Just stand on it. We did this and we're proud of it. Fuck you. Or, oh, this was bad. We shouldn't do this and we're going to stop doing it. They keep trying to have everything both ways. And it's just not going to work. It's not going to happen. Yeah. I wanted to play this clip because this is good from Boston Brian, fellow This Space host, posted this on Blue Sky. This is Pete Hegseth's own words. Boston Brian says it's really going to suck for Hegseth one day when they hopefully play his own words against him at his own trial. Because again, these people should be prosecuted. They need to be prosecuted. They're the next Democratic president or administration or whatever. Hell, we might win the midterms. There cannot be any more. We turn the page like we did with the Bush administration, or we turn the page like we did with the first Trump administration, and don't prosecute them and hold them to account. In, what was it, Brazil, Venezuela, Argentina, somewhere in South America, the former president is now serving 27 years for his crimes. That's what we need here. That's what we need here. We need these, again, lock them the fuck up. That was Trump's marching orders. His clarion call, lock her up, right? For Hillary Clinton. And I'm saying, lock them all up. Anyone who committed fucking crimes, lock them the fuck up. Everyone on the Epstein list, Democrat or Republican, doesn't fucking matter. Put them all in one cell together. This motherfucker, prosecute for war crimes. I don't know the statute of limitations on war crimes, but Obama, Hillary, whatever. Lock them the fuck up. But this is Hegseth's own words a couple years ago.
There are some guys at Leavenworth who made really bad choices on the battlefield. And I do think there have to be consequences for abject war crimes. If you're doing something that is just completely unlawful and ruthless, then there is a consequence for that. That's why the military said it won't follow unlawful orders from their commander in chief. There's a standard, there's an ethos, there's a belief that we are above what so many things that our enemies or others would do. There are some guys.
I mean, this is sedition, according to Trump and Hegseth, because those Democratic senators saying don't follow illegal orders. And that's what he's saying right here. He understands what an illegal order is. Like, say, striking a fucking boat in the middle of the ocean with no fucking clearance, no input from Congress at all. Crazy. Now, it's not just the administration, of course. It's the talking heads. And one of those talking heads, who I hope to talk about with Gina today. But again, she might have gotten the wrong time. I might have gotten the wrong time. Might have been some miscommunication. However, I saw her tweet this about Megyn Kelly, and I was like, oh my God, we got to talk about that. Because holy crap, Megyn Kelly, once again, remember, folks, Megyn Kelly is not on Fox News anymore. And the reason she's not on Fox News is because she was one of the hosts of a debate, I think one of the primary debates in 2016 with Donald Trump, and was trying to, flex her journalism. I'm one of the biggest names on Fox News. I'm kind of untouchable right now. I can kind of dictate my own strategy and not have to kowtow to what, Roger Ailes and Rupert Murdoch want. I'm going to ask him tough questions. And Trump responded by saying, I think you're bleeding out of your wherever, saying she was on her period. She then came out with a Me Too story about Roger Ailes, saying he sexually harassed her when she was getting hired. Left Fox, or was probably fired. I don't remember exactly, but left. Went to NBC because NBC said, "Oh, we'll snatch you up. We'll give you a daytime talk show. Here you go." Which again, NBC, what the fuck are you trying to do, rehabilitating her image? Second of all, that same year, there was a movie being made about her, Bombshells, which is a good movie, starring Charlize Theron as Megyn Kelly, about the kind of culture at Fox and her experience with Roger Ailes. She was on the red carpet with Charlize Theron. This could have been a whole new chapter in her career. But what did she do? She said, blackface isn't that bad for Halloween. Again, during a morning talk show on NBC, and NBC said, okay, we tried. That's it. We're done. We're canceling you. But we're also still are contractually obligated to give you $69 million. About that much. I believe it was like $69 million. So she got paid out without even having to really do her job from NBC, and is now hosting a podcast show, much like Tucker Carlson, that kind of only airs on Twitter. However, I do see in the corner of this image, it says Sirius XM. So I guess this is on fucking Sirius, which is also, again, Sirius. What are you doing? You're trying to get that market of, I don't know, angry Karens who love right-wingers, but need to hear it from a woman's perspective. And I think Megan, you said it perfectly. Megyn Kelly is stuck in perpetual prom runner-up mode. I think you're right. Because she is not the most popular, like, female right-wing pundit. That's probably Candace Owens at this point. Tommy Lauren had her moment. Ann Coulter had her moment years ago. Megyn Kelly's trying to get that spot, but Candace Owens already's been sitting there. It's like, you can't out crazy me. Just like Tucker Carlson can't out crazy Nick Fuentes, so he's trying to cozy up to Nick Fuentes. Now, this guy on with her is actually very funny to me because this is Mark Halpern. I was watching Majority Report earlier, and they pointed out who this is. Mark Halpern was on Morning Joe, and I don't remember exactly why he's not on Morning Joe anymore, but I think it also had to do with Me Too stuff. So here's someone who left a company because she got sexually assaulted, and here's someone who sexually assaulted and was fired from that company. Two different companies. Now they're joining together in the we both don't have better options, let's work together space. That's the space they're in. And let's just play this clip. Talking about the drone, not the drone strikes, but the air strikes on these boats.
So I really do kind of not only want to see them killed in the water, whether they're on the boat or in the water, but I'd really like to see them suffer. I would like Trump and Hegseth to make it last a long time so that they lose a limb and bleed out a little. Like, I'm really having a difficult time ginning up sympathy for these guys who 10 seconds earlier almost got taken out by the initial bomb, but because they managed to get ejected, a little too soon, had to be taken out in the water. I realize legally it may make a difference, but truly, Mark, this is a tough case to really gin up the sympathies of the American people.
Yeah.
So I really do kind of not only want to see them killed in the water, whether they're on the boat or in the water, but I'd really like to see them suffer. I would like Trump and Hegseth to make it last a long time so that they lose a limb and bleed out a little. Like, I'm really having a difficult time ginning up sympathy for these guys who 10 seconds earlier almost got taken out by the initial bomb, but because they managed to get ejected, a little too soon, had to be taken out in the water. I realize legally it may make a difference, but truly, Mark, this is a tough case to really gin up the sympathies of the American people.
Yeah.
So I really do kind of not only want to see them killed in the water, whether they're on the boat or in the water, but I'd really like to see them suffer. I would like Trump and Hegseth to make it last a long time so that they lose a limb.
Yeah. So again, just like really trying to, I'm not like other girls this moment. Like, I actually want to see more suffering. I want to see more gore and maiming because I'm so cool. Aren't I cool, guys? Don't you want to watch my show where I'm vitriolic? I'm spitting fire. Me and Tucker used to work together, remember? It's sad. It's sad. Megyn Kelly, again, I guess she has a deal with Sirius XM. But like, it doesn't have the same feel. Okay. It's like Bill O'Reilly. Bill O'Reilly, ever since he left Fox, fired from Fox, doesn't have that same I don't know. Dude, when I started watching the news, I liked Bill O'Reilly's show. I didn't like him, but his show really was engaging. He had different sections. You knew where it was going. It felt familiar. It was one of those shows I would actively try to not miss because he was entertaining. And again, horrible. I don't like him, but his show was just, it was well put together. As opposed to someone like Hannity, who shows like just a hour straight rant. Fuck it. We'll do it live, Chuck. We'll do it live. Trudge trusts Fox more than the individual hosts. I think you're right to an extent, Latino Mufune. Except for when it came to like Tucker, because there are people who watched. This was an article years ago that like white supremacist groups they don't like Fox, but they would tune into Tucker to see how he would kind of frame their worldview to make it more palatable to a wider audience. And when he left, I think a lot of people did go with him. Now, again, not enough, because he's still one guy. And, those super fans of Tucker, they went and watched Tucker. They're going to watch him regardless, wherever he was. But the people who only saw him on Fox, they're not going to, again, also take into account the age of the people watching. They're old. They're not going to go sign up for like Daily Caller online or whatever it was, wherever he's broadcasting now, or tuckercarlson.com, and watch on their iPhones because they don't know how to get it on the TV. They're not following him. They're just like, oh, I liked him, but I guess I'm going to watch Jesse Waters now, who's now in the time slot. PB says, I had a cousin who was a sports fanatic who claimed she didn't watch Fox News, which just spouted all the right-wing talking points. I mean, there's a lot of crossover with the right wing and sports. Stephen A. Smith is kind of exemplifying that now with as much of a profile as he's getting. I don't watch sports, and I don't watch ESPN, but my dad does. And I definitely have seen him around over the years. And he's always struck me as like silly guy, ridiculous guy, unserious guy. But now they're talking about he could run for president as corporate dam or even a Republican. Like, I don't even know. But I think first of all, again, on Majority Report, I saw somebody asked Emma when she's bringing back ESPN. And I've been saying on this channel, somebody needs to reach out to her, whoever has her number, let her hack, I don't know, and say, hey, you want to bring back ESPN? Yes, VN, do it here on this space. Get Dieter on there as a co-host, get Lumencast as a co-host, get Jeff, Good Morning Comrade as a co-host. We have plenty of people on here, Ben Dixon, who know sports, who are into sports, who can talk about it with a leftist framing. And I think that would be a great, we need it. As Dieter says every week, a different messenger for a different kind of audience. I'm a nerd guy. Okay. I like South Park. I like movies, TV, video games, music, that stuff. I could talk about that stuff and how it relates to leftist politics. Like I just did a De La Soul album. I've never listened to De La Soul before. They have a new album. I loved it. And I'm talk about in the reaction, hey, this bar about like police brutality, that's been going on forever. And that's a theme throughout hip hop and rap music. It has never gone away. And it's always persistent. And I want to do that so that someone who's looking up a reaction to new albums coming out or trailer reactions to movies and TV shows or video game reviews and whatnot, come across my channel, click and get a good, fun trailer reaction or video game playthrough or whatever. But it's me. So I'm playing like I got one that I want to make soon. Battlefield, where I stream Battlefield on Twitch for like an hour. I've never played Battlefield, but I tried it. And in that stream, I was talking about, here's the problem with the gaming industry. They'll even make the game free, but you have to pay for features like multiplayer and a campaign mode and all different skins and stuff, all of which used to be unlockables, where you just buy the game for $60 and then everything is in that game. I remember the first game that made me really go like, what the fuck is this? Was Destiny, because I bought it for, what was it, PlayStation 3, 4? It was one of the first games that came out. Holy shit, the people who made Halo are making a game for PlayStation. Here it is. Okay, let me play it. It's fun, whatever. You get past like level 2 and it goes, okay, that's the end of the game. If you want to play more, you have to buy the DLC. You have to buy the rest of the game. And I was like, what the fuck is this? One of my favorite games is Tekken, a fighting game. You can't unlock characters anymore. You have to buy them all separately as they come out. It's fucking bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. Boku, you say you're a recovering Battlefield addict. Spoilers for my takeaway. I like Call of Duty's control scheme better. It's just more familiar to me. Battlefield was a little too complicated to figure out. And it was also like, what do you call it? Battle Royale mode. Like, that's the only mode you could play in the free version, right? Because it's just constantly like, hey, buy the multiplayer, buy the campaign, buy these other modes. It was so frustrating. But yeah, man, that's why I'm saying I went on a rant, but I'm bringing it back. A different messenger for different audiences, all right? Ben Dixon, he can talk to church people, black church people. And they will listen. They will hear and go, oh, you're right, because you're a pastor. So I understand that this other black pastor that I've seen on Twitter talking about trans people are demons or whatever the fuck, or these immigrants getting snatched up. That's not our problem as a black community. No, you got Ben Dixon, Rebecca Azor talking about how this affects everyone. You got Olay talking about immigrants. She's an immigrant from the Bahamas. Hey, this affects me directly. It's not just going to snatch up Latino criminals. Matter of fact, there was a graph that came out that showed most of the people that ICE has been snatching up have not broken any laws. And they'll say, oh, well, they broke the law by being here illegally. Again, do you know the immigration system? Olay does. She went through it. She can explain. Different messengers for different audiences. I'm going to get to a clip in a minute from the I've Had It ladies. The reason they've been getting so much traction is, oh my God, these are two white blonde women from Oklahoma, wine moms, or that aesthetic of wine moms, and go, yeah, but progressive politics, that is the way forward. You would think these people, someone who looks like that, or like Gina Bonanno, who's supposed to be on this show, you'd think that they would go, oh, well, I want to play it safe with someone like Gavin Newsom or, Kamala Harris again, or Hillary Clinton. I'm with her. I'm still with her. But no, they're out here saying we need people like Zoran Mamdani. We need people like Grant Plattner. We need people like Kat Abigazela who are going to fight to get material change for people so that they feel it themselves. Now, I was watching this Oleami video yesterday where they were kind of going back and forth, like, how are you going to reach white people? Like, can you? And my idea is like, you don't have to. What you have to do is you have to like eke out a win where you can, and then just let people feel the benefits to their lives. And that's how you'll get white people on your side. That's how you'll get people who don't pay attention to politics, people who think they're apolitical or centrist, or this doesn't affect me. I don't know how any of this affects me. How about this? You now don't have to pay for the doctor. You now have cheaper rent. You now have cheaper groceries. Do you feel that? Do you understand that? Well, guess what? That was from progressives. That was from these nerds, these hippies that you just hear about and go, oh, they're just whining about wokeness and cancel culture and blah, blah, blah. No, they got you free groceries or cheaper groceries. They got you free childcare. That's what they did. And make them feel it. Like the ACA. People, so many people are still like, don't touch my Affordable Care Act, but I don't want Obamacare, not realizing it's the same thing. Make them feel it. Make them feel it. These Republicans cannot get rid of the ACA, despite them trying for over 13 years, whenever it was implemented. Because whenever they try, their constituents come out and go, I'm not, you're going to fucking take my health care away? Fuck you. Make them feel it. If you give, and that's really the secret, if you give people reasons to want the government to help them, you make people aware that the government can help them. They're going to be mad at you when the government doesn't. They're going to be pissed off when you won't. And that's what they've been running away from, both parties, for upwards of 70 years. Since the New Deal. Anyways, let's watch some more clips, folks. This is this is Stephen Miller's wife. Hold on, let's check out the chat. Chat span. Everyone has the opportunity to post a comment. Okay. Less sure about Graham Platter. Mamdani has the soul of a new democracy in him. Yeah. Look, again, we'll see about all of them. Okay, we'll see about all of them. Zorian can fuck it up. We'll see this time next year. I'll give you my report from New York. Is he trying to get his shit done, or is he stalling? Is he making buddy with like corporate Democrats? I give him time. Same thing with Graham Plattner. Same thing with AOC and the rest of the squad. I think AOC and the squad are doing what they can. And, for a lot of people online, it's not good enough. I want it now. I want to see the change right now. But you need to build power. You need to build a coalition. You can't leverage a force the vote if you don't have a groundswell of people behind you being like, yeah, you should force the vote. We need Medicare for all. Anyways, this is Stephen Miller's wife, Katie Miller, on CNN, talking about the bombings again and how awesome they are.
I want to go back to something that Bakari said. He said that those orders that were given of the drug boats in Venezuela were illegal. Can you cite those statutes, please?
Yes, because it's actually called the Due Process Clause of the United States of America. Because can you point to one of those boats that actually had drugs on them? Do you know that? Do you know about the Trinidadians who were killed innocently, who were just fishermen? Can you actually kill those fishermen without due process? So the answer to the question is yes. I can cite the Constitution, just as Scott did.
If you go and say that those were members of Al-Qaeda or ISIS coming to our shores with enough drugs or enough ammunition to kill 100,000 Americans, wouldn't you expect our commander-in-chief to take action to stop that? But that's what's happening here. That is what's happened, by the way. That's what happens in every war zone, whether you go to Iraq, Afghanistan, Iran, Somalia. Go there. Let's talk about it.
Give me one name of one individual that you can compare to Al-Qaeda coming through that had enough fentanyl to kill all these Americans. Can you name one?
Let's go to what these drug boats are talking about, which is that we are actively ensuring that the war on drugs that we've been doing for 50 years, which has not worked one single day.
Yeah, right, we can agree on that.
We can agree on that for sure, that the war on drugs has not worked. Who started that, by the way? Nancy Reagan. Your fucking idol. So Katie Miller, as fucked up as her husband. Sometimes crazy meets crazy and they fall in love. And it's so sweet. Crazy ass racists fall in love. This is just more of that same interview, I think. Again, I just find her kind of fucking hilarious. Once again, I got into news because it's entertaining. It's a reality show about reality. And boy, this is New York from Flavor of Love. This is one of them personalities.
What Katie and Scott fail to realize sometimes in their analysis is that
most of America understands that immigrants are a part of the fabric of our country. And they're the people who make our country go. They're not just.
Also, take a shot every time she blinks. You're gonna be hammered in 2 seconds.
Just the people we look down on in some condescending fashion.
Is that like
They're
the
not- I
Somalians
was
in
gonna
Minnesota?
I was just going to finish my thought. They're not people who are just people who do our lawns. They're not people who are just people who clean up hotels. They're not just illegals who come up here and commit violent crimes, but they're actually a part of the fabric. They know our families. We see them at the grocery stores, etc. And what we're seeing right now with that was funny. You said Somalians. I mean, that's a way to otherize a whole group of people. But what we're seeing right now is individuals who come into our communities armed, National Guardsmen. You saw them in Chicago raining down, ripping away children. The imagery is a problem that the Trump administration has not necessarily dealt with. They don't know how to deal with it because they're going in with reckless abandon. True. Anybody who thought that Donald Trump wasn't going to do this, it was living under a rock. But the fact is, I don't think, one, having them on American soil is constitutional, and two, this is not going to fix our immigration
So
problem.
let me just.
Yeah, he's right. I mean, this is not going to fix like the immigration problem. Is not. We need to just round everyone up and get them out, because again, every country has immigrants. It's making the immigration process simpler and easier and swifter and faster and more efficient, which is a progressive policy. It's something that really Democrats should have been championing. Like they tiptoed towards it with DACA, right, under Obama. But Obama was protested for deporting people. He deported tons of fucking people. And they protested him for it, and rightly so. But I mean, Katie Miller, I don't know. She's quickly becoming one of my favorite people to watch because she's fucking crazy. And I just want to play this last clip because I think she gets into it with the host here. And I just want to see him go at it. It's fucking hilarious, man. And again, they have no rebuttal for this. Like he said, the imagery is not doing the administration any favors, but they have no rebuttal to the imagery because they love it. To them, it's cool. To them, that's what they want. They want to see, people screaming for their children being ripped away because they're brown people and we can laugh at them. That's what they want. And it gets, makes their base happy, makes them happy. But everyone else, from us, on the left, all the way to normie people, apolitical people who don't really care, seeing people children ripped away from their mothers, it cuts across all aisles. As Joe Rogan once said, you're not on the human team if you cheer this on. But anyways, this is Katie Miller, I think, getting into it with Abby Phillips here.
It's about whether someone like Tucker Carlson, who is a very powerful force in the conservative movement.
You host people on your show all the time who call my husband and myself a Nazi. So how is that any different from Tucker Carlson going on? Nick Fuentes having Tucker Carlson on his show? It's not different.
He's actually
anti-Semitic. He's anti-Semitic.
a Hitler admirer. Nick Fuentes is actually a Hitler admirer.
He literally is not a good
That is
human
a
being.
different thing.
Excuse me, you have Jennifer Welch on your show very often.
Jennifer Welch from I've Had It.
And you've never pushed back as she has called my husband a white nationalist.
Hold on.
That is no
Katie.
different than Nick Fuentes
Katie.
going on Tucker Carlson's
Katie.
show. It's not,
Nick-
and you should admit it.
Well, hold on. Wait, hold on. How is it anything similar? It's not remotely similar at all. Nick Fuentes sits around and says that he likes Hitler. How is that
What does
similar
Katie have to do with it? What does she have to do with
hold
that?
on.
She has nothing to do with it. Literally
Scott,
nothing.
Scott, Katie is the person who just said to me that it is comparable to say that Nick Fuentes, who is literally a neo-Nazi, is the same as somebody, a liberal, who has an opinion, who is not a neo-Nazi. They are not
a hateful opinion.
the same.
How do you want? Excuse me.
Hold
Just
on.
let's go back.
You see what they're doing here, though? And they've been doing this for a long time, but they're in power now, and the crazies are running the fucking asylum. They equate being called a racist, being called a fascist, with actually being a fascist or a Nazi. they say it's just bad words. You're just saying a bad word to me. How is that different from Nick Fuentes saying bad words to you? To them, it's the same because there's no power change in it. It's just hurt feelings. But a fascist's actions have real world implications for somebody like Abby Phillips. Abby Phillips could be fucking snatched by ICE today because, I don't know where you're from. Your skin color doesn't look right. I'm going to put you in fucking Alligator Alcatraz or wherever the fuck, or one of these new facilities, mega prisons I've seen that are going to be like empty Amazon warehouses that they're going to use to like warehouse people. There's a difference. Your husband getting called a Nazi is, factually accurate. Your husband's a fucking Nazi, dude. He's a fucking fascist, white supremacist. I don't know how he married you because you look kind of ethnically ambiguous. I don't know. Maybe you're going to get snatched up by ICE if you don't make the roast right. Hell, Pam Bondi her sister-in-law just got fucking deported. Maybe it's because, hey, I don't want any custody things with my nephew or my brother's complaining. That's the difference. Anyways.
They are
one
not,
more time.
but
Nick
Katie,
Fuentes
it is
can espouse
not.
Also, see how fucking angry she gets, dude? Like, it's just fucking rage. It's just rage. And again, I understand having rage. I'm a very rageful dude. Okay? I had it, especially growing up. And I've tempered it and focused it like the Hulk. It's for good, to use it for good. But she can't hold it in. She's trying to be professional here, but she can't hold it in. And she looks like a fucking idiot.
And on Tucker Carlson's show,
it is not the
and
same
he didn't push
thing.
back the same way you didn't push
Katie.
back when someone called someone in my family
Hold
a
on a
Nazi.
second.
It's not different.
Hold on a second.
It's not.
If someone comes on this show and says, I love Hitler and I admire what he did, they would never, first of all, I would never invite them on the show and they would never be invited back. So those two things are
But yet
not
you've gone on Jennifer
the
Wilson's
same
podcast. It's the same thing.
They
It's
are
the same
not
thing.
the same thing.
First of all, I didn't know. Yeah, again, Wanda, I was literally about to say this. Why is she on CNN? It says a lot about that network. I didn't know Abby Phillips get to cast her show. I thought that was like mandated because why the fuck would you have Katie Miller on? Why the fuck would you have Scott Jennings on constantly? I've never heard of Scott Jennings until, she's been having him on repeatedly over the last few months. So if you're the one inviting people, fuck you, Abby, for having her on and for having Scott on. Don't have them on. Secondly, to your question, Wanda, I would assume it was going to be mandated by the producers because David Zaslav, who owns Warner Brothers, he's the new CEO of Warner Brothers after it was bought a year or two ago by Discovery. He was in charge of Discovery. Now he's in charge of Discovery and Warner Brothers. He's conservative and, a conspiracy, tinfoil hat theory was that one of the reasons he wanted to buy Warner Brothers is so that he could make CNN a little more right wing. And it's seeming like that's not that big of a conspiracy. Again, if he's the one making the calls of who's gonna appear on CNN. But yeah, that's Katie Miller. She's fucking hilarious and crazy. I just love watching people fucking freak out. But anyway, speaking of Jennifer Welch from I've Had It, this is actually a response to Katie Miller from that segment. And this is her co-host Pumps, I believe she's called. But yeah, let's check out this response.
For the permanent record, I want to say it again. Yes. For the permanent record, I want to say it again. Yes. I think Stephen Miller is a hateful white nationalist with Nazi ambitions. And I want to make sure I'm crystal clear about that. And I don't think that alone. millions and millions and millions of Americans do. And Katie Miller, when you go to bed at night, I mean, and you tuck your kids in, at some point, your kids are going to know, oh, our parents are racist. Our parents don't give a shit about certain people. At some point, your lack of empathy, when you love on your kids, if you can't transfer that empathy to other people because they look differently than you, or their origins are from a different country than you, and you can't transfer that, that's a level of psychopathy and sociopathy that I don't know can be treated other than being in a padded cell in a straitjacket, because that's how insane and cruel and mean I believe you and your husband are.
I mean, fair, dude. Like, I mean, did you see the way she freaked out? They can't hold it in. Her and Stephen Miller, again, I think they are a match made in hell, because they are their crazies match. Their crazies match each other, man. They are freaking raving, frothing at the mouth racists. And they just love watching these videos of, ICE. Now, speaking of videos of ICE and the propaganda and the content that Kristi Noem and Pete Hegseth put out, White House shared a video. And I'm not going to play the video. This is just a screenshot. But they continued their use of copyrighted music and imagery and used Sabrina Carpenter's song in this video that they put out. And Sabrina Carpenter responded by saying, "This video is evil and disgusting. Do not ever involve me or my music to benefit your inhumane agenda." So we stand Sabrina Carpenter. Good for her. And Zeteo actually wrote about this incident on their site. Again, fucking shout out Mehdi Hassan. Get him on here. Breaking: Trump White House slams Sabrina Carpenter after using her song in evil video. So apparently they were mad that she responded to them. And they said, well, she said, like we just read, this video is evil and disgusting. And they responded with, here's a short, using her song lyrics. Here's a short and sweet message for Sabrina Carpenter. We won't apologize for deporting dangerous criminal, illegal murderers, rapists, and pedophiles from our country. Anyone who would defend these sick monsters must be stupid, or is it slow? Again, why use her song if you're going to trash her? You know what I mean? Like, we're using this popular artist to promote ourselves and make it, again, trying to force the culture to accept us as cool and mainstream, and we are a part of the culture. And then when that artist says, no, fuck you, then they say, oh, fuck you, stupid artist. Nobody even cares about you in the first place. Then why'd you use her song? Sounds like you're jelly. Sounds like you're jelly that no one fucking likes you. No one fucking likes you, and you can't force people to like you. Okay, the Republicans have been losing the culture war since the 60s, and they've been trying to force it backwards, and it just won't work. It just won't work because they don't get to dictate what the culture is, and neither does the left wing, the liberals, right? Hillary Clinton could not dictate that she was going to get the nomination in 2008. She wanted it. It was her turn, but here comes Obama, cool, younger black guy using Facebook and shit. And she's like, oh, I guess I have to fucking wait again because I guess, the voters actually want this guy instead of me. But who decides on what's cool? Who decides on what the culture is? It's not in any of our hands. It's in the youth's hands. The youths. It's Gen Alpha. It's Gen Z. They decide. Okay? They say, we don't give a fuck about Hillary Clinton. We don't give a shit about like decades support for Israel. Fuck Israel. Fuck that shit. We see what they're doing online. We say, fuck you. I don't give a shit that this is like a Democratic tenet and blah, 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 blah. We out. Our culture says, fuck this. And then everyone has to adjust going forward. But yeah, I just wanted to bring in Carlos, if you're ready. I'm going to throw Carlos up on stage, do a little transition. Here we go. Boom. How you doing, bud? What do you got for us coming up next?
I might help to unmute myself. Real quick, do you want to talk about what you're gonna do next week? Because that sounds pretty cool.
Oh yeah, next week on Thursday is the Game Awards, which I watch every year. I love the Game Awards. I'll be streaming it on Twitch, which you can find down there below, with my friend Warhite. So next Tuesday on this hour, I'm gonna have anyone from this space who plays video games come on my show, talk about the games they've been playing this year, talk about what they'd like to see win Game of the Year or whatever awards are going to be handed out. And if they'd like to co-stream the Game Awards on Thursday, absolutely. If we could figure out how to do it with Streamlabs, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, it sounds really cool, actually.
Are you popping in?
I might during the Tuesday. I think you said the 9th.
Yeah.
I want to say. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Hell yeah, man. And tonight, I would be remiss if I did not mention that there is an election happening. It is election night,
please.
folks. In Tennessee, Afton Ben, APAC tracker approved, not taking any APAC money, grassroots candidate, not taking any oil money either, is running in Tennessee's 7th district.
Heck yeah.
And seemingly snuck up on everybody, because only this past weekend did I see anybody on the right talking about, oh shit, we got to pay attention to the special election down in Tennessee.
Yeah, it could actually give us some information as to how the midterms are going to go, especially since this is a very deep red. This is Trump country we're talking about.
Yeah.
Trump won that by like what, 20 something points. I want to say 22. And all of a sudden, it's within the margin of error.
Yeah, man. Spitting distance. And I just want to play for everybody her last campaign ad, and I'll get your reaction to it.
Angry about high grocery prices? Worried about healthcare costs? Feeling burned by tariffs? Then December 2nd is your day to shake up Washington. I'm Afton Bain, and in Congress, I'll work for you, not the rich donors or special interests. Together, we can bring balance to Washington by making healthcare more affordable, bringing down the cost of living, and protect workers and small businesses from job-killing tariffs. I'm Afton Bain, and I approve this message to shake up Washington.
Oh yeah, man.
Nice. That's that Mamdani sauce right there.
It's that Mamdani sauce. That's what
you got to talk about affordability, right? Talk about economic policy that is based around working class politics. So yeah, that's the winning recipe, honestly.
And we'll be, I assume, we have movie night extravaganza happening after your show, but I assume if there's any updates, we'll get some in the chat. So,
I'm sure.
Stay tuned to this space and to Carlos with a difficult truth up next.
Awesome.
get so caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and having to survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day. We good to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, with the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult to cruise through.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. Thank you so much for that, Alex. Awesome stuff. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. James Fox, welcome. Boku. Hey, Johnny, too late. James Arrow, Adrian Vixen, welcome. Chuck, welcome. I hope everyone's doing all right. Latino Mufun, hey, how's it going? Rich Pete. How's everybody doing? Yeah, just to kind of keep going on that video game award stuff. I'm gonna be honest. I don't play a lot of modern games, but I know more or less like how I know more or less like the vibe check that's happening, and I've got a pretty good feeling that Game of the Year is probably going to go to Claire Obscurion, Expedition 33. Pretty sure that's who's going to take the cake. Ladybug, welcome. Yeah, excellent show. I agree. Excellent show. Welcome, everybody. Folks, it's the top of the hour. Please, if you want to support the channel, do all the things. Hit the subscribe button. Like, share, comment. Hit the little emoji icons on the right hand. Hey, if you're on mobile, I think you can even hype this this channel up. Hype the videos. Do all the things, folks. We're here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. We've got live content. We've got syndicated content. There's something here for everyone, folks. Way too much stuff in video games these days. For me, I like mostly linear experiences. I get that. Expedition 33 is definitely the favorite to win. My underdog wish is Donkey Kong Bonanza. Don't discount Nintendo. I can't play games anymore. I stick to solitaire and free cell. Yeah, I play mostly older games now. And by older, I mean like what? 2017 and under? I'm like that Moxkin dude from Fast and the Furious 2 who got banned for driving too fast. Will Nintendo sue if they don't win? Oof. Shots fired at Nintendo. Nintendo will always sue for anything. True. Nintendo might sue. There's always a non-zero chance. True. It is their MO. They literally like to sue for basically anything. Weren't they trying to weren't they trying to like patent like a basic game mechanic and they wanted to sue whoever used like the kind of like the capture and like summon effect on video games, claiming that they have a right to patent that, and then the Japanese courts shot it down, and I think that's kind of still playing out here in the U.S. Pokemon catching, yes. Yeah, that ability they claimed was proprietary or whatever you want to call it. That's pretty funny. Mario Kart owns carts. All right, folks, we got a couple of things to go over. Just a couple, though. Also, hey, if you are in Tennessee or if you know folks in Tennessee, what are you doing here? Go vote. No, seriously, go vote if you haven't. And if you know people in Tennessee, there's still about an hour left. Ish. What, Tennessee is Central Time, isn't it? I guess it depends. But yes, polls are still open. Polls are still open, folks. If you know somebody or are in Tennessee and haven't voted, go. Central and Eastern, gotcha. That always confuses me because the parts of Tennessee that I've been to are Central Time. So it always messes with me. Humanity is like a jigsaw puzzle, and each person is a piece. Respect each other. Be a piece. Thank you, Groove Dragon. Yeah, be kind to each other. I mean, how cool would it be if we have the Democratic candidate win? I think I had, actually, the results all queued up because polls close, at least in Eastern Time, in about an hour. I imagine in the next couple of hours, we'll know results. I really do hope that Afton Ben wins. I don't play any of the new stuff, but I'm still excited for any video game related on this space, gaming on this space. Let's go! I agree. I mean, look, I don't play a lot of new titles either. I think the newest title I've actually picked up and decided to play was Stellar Blade. And I gotta agree with Mike Figueroa. It's a great game. If you haven't checked out Stellar Blade, I mean, it's kind of, it's like a year old or something? 2 years old? Was it released last year? I can't remember. It's a fantastic game. I was gonna join chess, but too many weirdos are using it now. I love chess. Chess is a game. I'm terrible at it, though. Chess is definitely a game, and I'm very terrible at it. Yeah, well, you can quote me on that. Apparently we live in a weird, bizarro world, because we have a Republican, trying to get a vote to ban congressional stock trading. Yeah. Well, how the turntables. Dell, billionaire donating money through Trump accounts to pay $1,000 to every child from October 25th of 2028. You know, this is a propaganda campaign. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, gives me 1930s Germany vibes. YouTube doesn't let us talk about websites on a website, so I just had to call it chess. Florida Representative Anna Paulina Luna is pushing forward with a discharge petition to circumvent Speaker Johnson and force a vote on a congressional stock trading ban She said in an interview on Tuesday today, but how will they afford their $5,000 quart tubs of ice cream? I know, you gotta think about these poor people, you know? Isn't she the one who executed a dummy on video? I have no idea, but it's a Republican congressperson, so probably. It wouldn't surprise me. There's a couple of congressional representatives that are like this. The politically explosive topic is still divisive among House Republicans. Yeah. Banning stock trading is a very divisive issue among Republicans, I guess. But broadly popular with the public, obviously. Representative Luna said she's done waiting around for accountability on Capitol Hill. Representative Tim Burchett, who's working with the effort on Luna, agreed that many Republicans are tired of GOP leaders pushing off the legislation. It's just the latest internal GOP fight Johnson has to deal with. At the same time, Luna and Burchett formally launched their discharge petition effort Tuesday afternoon. Johnson faced a revolt among his members on the House floor over a procedural move involving legislation to regulate name, image, and likeness of compensation in college sports. Cool. Yeah. The supposed SCORE Act that they were talking about earlier is probably just another garbage legislation too. But in any case, the point being is that it's fascinating that somehow there are a couple of... I guess this is part of like the faux populism, because like you can't really trust these people as far as you can throw them. But at the same time, what I would say is where are the Democrats trying to jump on this? Because the right maneuver here would be to immediately jump on this and basically call their bluff. Like, oh, you want to ban insider trading? Okay, let's do it. And have all the Democrats try to force this. Because if it works, I mean, that would be great. Honestly, that would be great. This is not the first time they've tried to make legislation like this before. It's like talking about fish and chips and immediately needing fish and chips. I was wondering what was up with chess lately. Every time I'm on Kick, there's always several chess streams on the front page. I guess chess is back popular or something. I didn't know that. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really visit Kick. I do know there's a couple of chess streamers on Twitch. I know that for sure. Will this go anywhere? I'm not sure if this legislation is going to go anywhere. But I would say that Democrats, especially of the progressive bloc, should immediately jump on this and call this bluff, right? Like say, yeah, let's do it. Let's get a ban on insider trading. Or rather, stock trading for Congress completely. Because there's really no good reason why this should be a thing in the first place. There should be no world where politicians are allowed to participate in the very game that they are regulating and that they have constant information on. It's like these politicians want to be the dealer in the casino. Pelosi's husband beat the market by 11%. Yeah, there's a lot of Congress people who way overperform in the stock market, even overperforming against like actual like investors. And obviously, you can't do that unless you have some information to be able to make those decisions. Marjorie Trader Green started with 700K and ended up with 25 million. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And there's several congressional members like this. In any case, I'm 100% behind a ban on stock trading for politicians. Like if you have to pay politicians more, okay, just to decouple them from potential conflicts and influence, outside influence, then so be it. Pay politicians more if you have to, but absolutely ban congressional stock trading, 110%. I'm fine with politicians making no more than the minimum wage. Well, the thing is, like, the idea is that you want to make sure that politicians are paid just enough to be or so as immune as possible to outside forces, to outside influence. Does that make sense? Because if they're paid incredibly low, then it's pretty easy to buy politicians. If you leave that room. $7.50 hourly? No, I disagree. No, I disagree. I'm not saying that you should make them all like bajillionaires. I'm saying that they should be paid. They should be paid enough to be immune through outside influence. The greedy are just gonna greed. Well, yeah, you're always gonna get those people, but you know what I mean. That's backwards thinking. Well, then explain it to me. Explain it to me. Vouch them in other ways besides money. So what do we do? What do we do with within the system? They shouldn't be doing it for money in the first place. Right. Okay, that's a fair point. Like when you become if you become a school teacher, right? You're not becoming a school teacher for money, right? You're not becoming a school teacher for money, but we still should pay school teachers a pretty decent amount, a pretty good salary so that they can live, right? Does that make sense? The same thing, like we should, if you go into a profession for doctor, obviously you're there to help people, but you should also be compensated enough. I just know paying them bribe level wages so they don't take bribes is backwards thought. Well, I would say, then what should we do? What should we do? In this situation? Make them want to raise the minimum wage by making them live the minimum wage. Yeah, but they could do that now. They could do that regardless. They can do that right now. UBI is the answer. I mean, UBI is a proposition, but that's for everybody. Force politicians to live on nothing else but the government welfare programs that they hate so much. Tie minimum wage to congressional pay, make it a certain percentage, and every time they get a raise, the minimum wage goes up. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. Politicians should lose all rights to privacy. I mean, yeah, well, they're public servants, so everything that they do in terms of what's relevant to their job is not... it shouldn't be secret. Anything that politicians do that involves their job, meaning being a public servant, is not something that they should be able to hide. The system as it is today is effed. Well, that's that is a whole other problem, but yes. Time to reboot and rethink. I agree. The system at its core is kind of it's kind of donezo, but I'm saying, like, what can we do now? Because at the end of the day, the here and now is what we what helps build the blocks for the future. Have the same percentage of increase be the same as the percentage of increase of minimum wage. Yeah, sure. That's fine. I agree with that. Small steps in the correct direction. Yeah, anything that helps is I'm on board with. Including this, including banning congressional stock trading. We cannot have we cannot have both the ruling class and a democracy. Right. I agree. Politicians get paid to withhold good stuff from people. That's what should be illegal. I agree. Welcome, Matt. Ireland is giving UBI to artists. Yeah, I mean, UBI should be universal, right? Not that the artists don't deserve it. I'm saying that it should be universal. Politicians shouldn't be part of the GDP. There's no industry there. Well, I mean, the GDP is kind of a... the GDP is kind of a flawed... is kind of a flawed... metric. But yeah, I get what you're saying. That is a dream to get UBI and do what you love. Yeah, I mean... Yep. Don't call it UBI. Keep calling it minimum wage. Yeah, that's fine. The thing they haven't changed since the 90s. Yeah, I would agree with that. That's fine. That's fair. Well, UBI is not the end all be all because we still have to, deal with the whole capitalism thing. I think that UBI, if done right, I think could be a positive step in the right direction. UBI makes it a new metric. Well, yeah, I mean it's separate from minimum wage, but I get what you're trying to say. Cut hours per week to 30 while making the same money as 40. I agree with that too. We don't need the work week as we think about it. It's not necessary either. Not necessary either. Hey, remember when we were told that the administration is super against drug smuggling, so much so that they've been blowing up random boats in the Caribbean, and at this point they've killed about 80 plus people that we know about, in several instances of war crimes, including the latest one that was revealed that happened in September, where it appears on video that they went around and double tapped a ship that they say was smuggling drugs. Of course, we don't know that. We'll probably never know that because they blew up the boat and killed everybody. We were told that drug smuggling and drug trafficking is really bad, and that's why we need to commit the war crimes that we're committing in the Caribbean. Except apparently we don't care about that at all, actually. Yeah, poor fishermen. Former Honduras President Juan Orlando Hernandez freed after Trump pardon. Well, okay. But what exactly did this guy do? Former Honduras President Juan Orlando Hernandez sentenced last year to 45 years in prison for drug trafficking. Yeah. Yeah, so it's not really about the drug trafficking, is it? It's not really about the drug trafficking, is it? Or who knows? Maybe it's the wrong kind of drug trafficking. You see, if you're from the scary socialist nation, then the drug trafficking is really bad. But apparently this kind of drug trafficking that warranted as a 45-year sentence in prison, apparently that's okay. Maybe the Trump administration would like to clarify that one. Don't hold your breath. For his role in a drug trafficking operation that moved hundreds of tons of cocaine into the U.S. and was released from prison following a pardon from President Trump. Officials confirmed Tuesday. That's today. Did you hear teak wood is becoming scarce as super yacht wood? Oh, no. But seriously, that's kind of bad. This feels worse than any crimes committed during the Gulf War. Yeah, it's so blatant and it's on video. Like they literally posted several of these videos on social media of all the war crimes that were just blatantly committed. Whether or not someone's going to go to jail for this is yet to be seen. So excuse me if I'm being a bit cynical on that. Yeah, no one seems to be being held accountable for that. And it's not that, like, the only reason we know about this is because they've posted this. Okay? Except this one that came out to light a couple days ago where they double tapped a ship. That wasn't known. This happened September, and that didn't come out until now. Because it was especially egregious. Hernandez was released Monday from U.S. Penitentiary Hazleton in West Virginia. A spokesperson for the Federal Bureau of Prisons told the AP the Bureau's online inmate records also reflect his release. The release of Hernandez, a former U.S. ally whose conviction prosecutors had exposed the DAProdAC cartel influence in Honduras, comes just days after the country's presidential election. Trump defended the decision aboard Air Force One on Sunday, saying Honduras believed Hernandez had been set up, even as prosecutors argued that he protected drug traffickers who moved hundreds of tons of cocaine through the country. So, yeah, I mean, okay, sure. Me coughed at the same time. Parasocial relationship confirmed. True. The pardon also unfolds against the backdrop of Trump's aggressive counter-narcotics push that triggered the intense controversy across Latin America. Yeah, the intense, just to be clear, okay, like, look, I know the AP, like, when it comes to reporting, they're usually pretty good for the most part in comparison. As far as legacy media goes, the AP is pretty decent. But let's be honest here. The intense controversy that we're talking about is committing war crimes. Just killing people and destroying boats without a single shred of evidence other than we say they're drug traffickers, and that's it. These are not controversies. These are extrajudicial killings. These are real human beings with families, 80 plus that we know of. That's the controversy. In recent months, U.S. forces have repeatedly committed war crimes because they were saying that they were ferrying drugs north. A series of lethal maritime attacks that the administration argues are lawful acts of war against drug cartels, and that critics say test the limit of international law and amount to a pressure campaign on Venezuela's president, Nicolás Maduro. Is the AP's decent or just less awful than most legacy media? That's a good question. Like, maybe somewhere in between, because, like, you know, the AP is where a lot of the legacy media kind of stems off. So the AP does a lot of, like, firsthand, like, on the ground work. So I tend to like them a little bit better than most legacy media. Yeah, absolutely gross. The attacks give a whole new meaning to shred of evidence. All that was left to shreds. Yeah, no, and that's kind of the point. That's kind of the point. The Trump administration has carried out 21 known strikes on vessels accused of carrying drugs, killing at least 83 people. And again, even if this was all true, even if they weren't lying, because the Trump administration never lies. You can't just extrajudicially kill people, okay? Like, we have to actually prosecute and confirm and then properly sentence the people should they have been found guilty. But instead, we're just saying these are drug boats and that's that. Like, it doesn't make any sense because you shouldn't be killing people over crimes that haven't been proven, but crimes whose sentence, even if they were proven, wouldn't be death by explosions, okay? This is not how it's supposed to work. Yeah, I agree. Killing at least 83 people. Yeah, just shy over 80. The administration has justified the attacks as a necessary escalation to stem the flow of drugs from the U.S. and asserted the U.S. is engaged in armed conflict with drug cartels similar to the war against Al-Qaeda following the September 11 attacks. Yeah. It could be Chicago next. Ana Garcia thanked the guy's wife, thanked Trump for pardoning her husband via Twitter. Speaking to reporters on Tuesday outside her home in Tegucigalpa, she thanked Trump for pardoning her husband and drew a parallel between the two men. Oh, okay, now it all starts to make sense. Today, the whole world realizes, like they did with President Trump, the same Southern District, the same prosecutor created a political case. Yeah, sure. My husband is the president who has done the most for Honduras in the fight against organized crime. His rationale? I was asked by Honduras. Many of the people of Honduras told reporters. So, yeah, I mean, I guess the entirety of Honduras told him to do it. And, yeah. The people of Honduras really thought he was set up, and it was a terrible thing. They basically said he was a drug dealer because he was the president of the country, and they said it was the Biden administration setup. And I looked at the facts, and I agreed with them. Oh, man. This is great. On behalf of President Hernandez and his family, I would like to thank President Trump for correcting this injustice. Cool. Very cool. The war on drugs have been a war on all of humanity. For decades, immigration has increased because of RCA-sponsored profiteering on the war on drugs has made narco hellholes most of the southern hemisphere, the global south. Yes, I agree. I agree. I agree. So we pardoned some drug traffickers, convicted drug traffickers, but apparently, if they're poor fishermen, then they deserve to be blown up and killed extrajudicially. Got it. I gotta be honest, I never read a lot of Tom Clancy books. Imagine being a fisherman and being Team America by SEAL Team 6. I mean, seriously, these poor fishermen did absolutely nothing. Yeah, it's wild and sad. They're just doing their thing, presumably to feed their family, and next thing they know, the U.S. Navy comes about and just obliterates them. If you count overdoses often caused by illegal drugs, having unknown purity, the war on drugs has killed more than any other war in history. Yeah, I mean, the war on drugs is terrible. Okay, like if you actually wanted to deal with like seriously, think about it. If you actually wanted to deal with drug trafficking, right? You would start by decriminalizing drugs, right? Decriminalizing drugs, and essentially taking that power away from the cartels, right? Because the only reason the cartels have all this power is because, number one, they feed off poverty, which is something that we kind of caused by destabilizing that region for decades. Number two, if you decriminalize drugs, that is a pretty big blow to cartels. If you decriminalize drugs and you stop prosecuting people for drugs, instead, use those resources to get healthcare. Essentially, that's the answer, really. But we don't want to do any of that. We just want to kill random innocent people. Brown people around the world are afraid, and I say that as a brown person behind the scariness. It's wildly scary. Yeah. Mobsters of the Prohibition era lost all powers when alcohol was legalized. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same concept. It's the same concept. Don't worry, I won't. Happy segment time. I wish I had something. Well, okay, here's more positive. Well, I mean, we talked about it earlier, but you want a happy segment time? In about, what, 15 minutes Eastern, polls will be closing, and, chill. You know, folks, we still have TOS to abide by, okay? So anyways, happy segment. Okay. The Democratic candidate might win the Tennessee special elections, and we'll know, I would say, in a couple of hours or less. Now, at this point. Polls closing in less than 15 minutes. Drugs are not a good enough reason to start a war. I agree. I agree. Speaking of which, while the administration tries to catch itself and get their story straight, apparently Trump is now trying to defend Pete Hegseth and saying that Hegseth didn't order the double tap. Apparently what happened was this admiral, while coincidentally, mind you, coincidentally, this is very important. Coincidentally, Pete Hegseth wasn't there at the time he stepped out. Those orders were given. Can you believe it? Yeah, double tap is only for zombies. That's right. I understood that reference. Isn't it about the oil and not the drugs? Yeah. This is 100% about the oil. In fact, I'm pretty sure. Was it? Were you here with that? When we played that video. When we played that video. Where the representative was saying, like, yeah, this is about oil. Pretty sure it was on the Majority Report. Stop calling it a double tap. It makes it a Bond movie. It's murder. It's 100% murder. Yeah, I heard they have oil we need. Well, yeah, the representative from Florida, I want to say, said that we should go invade Venezuela and do regime change because look at all the trillions of dollars that are just waiting to be extracted by American companies. Oh, you don't think so? Okay, well, yeah. This was said on TV by this representative, Republican representative. I don't know if it was today, but I think it was yesterday or the day before. But in any case, apparently, Pete Hegseth said he did not see any survivors in the water and was not watching when the admiral in charge of the operation ordered the follow-up strike. But he added that the Admiral Frank Bradley made the correct decision and had complete authority to order the second strike. So basically, they're confirming that this absolutely did happen, and this was the intention. The president said he was not aware of the second strike at the time. He also said the U.S. is going to start doing those strikes on land, raising the prospects of deeper military involvement against alleged drug traffickers in South America. Again, this has nothing to do with drug trafficking. This has nothing to do with drug trafficking. Tiny Trump hands. And see how this gives the murderer a chance to explain? This is so gross. Yeah, I mean, they were always going to try to pass the buck, right? Like, no, it wasn't me, it was the Admiral. But if it was the Admiral, then, like, it's fine because he has the authority to do that. Yeah, this is not... In a just world, this is not going to play out well for any of these people. Why should we listen? All this is evidence, by the way. All this is evidence of war crimes. All of this is to document and point out who did what. So yeah, I think that's important to kind of put these details together. I heard the Admiral resigned. Jesus, that's not gonna save him. By the way. But we give them an excuse by saying the double tap is the bad part. No, the bad part is killing innocent people. The bad part is killing innocent people without any trial, without any crimes being committed, as far as we know. What's explicitly even more egregious here is that they went around and killed the survivors. In this particular incident. In most incidents, they just straight up killed everybody completely. I cannot wait for the trials. The ratings will be bigger than the Super Bowl. We all get it, Carlos, but we also give them a context to explain the horrible stuff. Well, no, none of this is excusable. They can pretend that this is legitimate, and they can try to explain themselves, but in reality, it's not legitimate, and there is no room or excuse for any of this. The two that were blown apart in the second strike were 2 of 11 people on board. 11 people on a boat are fishing. No room for drugs. Yeah, I agree. Well, it's because we don't know. Like they are just killing people. That's what it is, really. We don't know if they have done this more than once. Yeah, I mean, clearly, if there's this much evidence showing that they have done this before, we can assume that this is probably not the only case. This is just what we know. Does that make sense? These are just the incidences that we know of. They've done it twice. This could be 3. Yeah, I mean, I completely believe that. If we have such irrefutable proof that this happened, it stands to reason that there probably has been more incidents that we just don't know about. 11 people would not be on a drunk boat. That's way too much weight. that could be drugs. Yeah, exactly. It just doesn't make any sense. They're just indiscriminately just blasting boats out of the water. The fact that there's no charges, since there never will be, it's normal operation for the country who had Truman. If you are fishing with rods, you want as many on board as you can carry. Yeah. I agree. The president suggested Venezuela might not be the only country at risk, though he said Venezuela has been very bad. If they come in through a certain country or any country, or if we think they're building mills for whether it's fentanyl or cocaine, I hear Colombia, the country of Colombia, is making cocaine. Anybody that's doing that and selling it to our country is subject to attack. So he's threatening to do this to other countries too, like Colombia. Matt said it. At worst, it was human traffickers, and they killed all the human traffickees. Oh shoot! I didn't think about that. I mean, can you imagine? That would be a very United States thing to do, honestly. That would be a very United States thing to do. I'm not gonna lie. This if this theory, because of, this hypothesis, it is plausible. We just won't never know because they destroyed every evidence. They destroyed everything, so we just don't know. But it is plausible. We just don't know. But yeah, this would not, like, if it turns out like in a couple decades we find out that this is exactly what happened, would anybody be surprised? Like, if everything gets like declassified, I don't know, in like 20 years, and we find out that this happened, would anybody really be surprised? Probably not. Probably not. Again, this kind of all extends to this whole thing that's been happening. Now he's not just putting Venezuela on the crosshairs, but he's talking about attacking just random Latin American countries like Colombia. Yeah, the point of 25 years is the confirmation of a crime. Operation Reciprocity. That's how our beautiful country of laws does it. True. Did Trump will say a while back that he would give the death penalty to drug dealers? Yeah, which you can't do because that's not... We have like literal, like, what is it? Unreasonable punishment or something like that. Cruel and unusual punishment. Yeah. Pretty much gave the game away when they said, I guess they aren't doing much fishing in that area, eh? That's true. That's very true. Welcome, John Lithium. Trump has launched... This is the kind of stuff this is the kind of stuff that's particularly egregious. Trump has launched an offensive on alleged drug trafficking boats in the Caribbean and Pacific in recent months, killing dozens through targeted missile strikes. You see, like, again, this is horrible framing. This is horrible framing. Trump has not launched an offensive on alleged drug trafficking boats. He's literally just indiscriminately shooting at random boats, some of which are fishermen boats. We just don't know. We have no idea. All the evidence is gone. We don't know. But yeah, anyways, the point being, all of this to say is that it doesn't seem like he's going to stop. It seems like he's trying to drum up war in Latin America for some reason. Let's not talk about the midterms too much. But for some reason, elections, we are trying to get into a war in Latin America. All right, folks, I got to get out of here. It's 8 o'clock. Movie night extravaganza coming up. I believe they're discussing Sunset Boulevard. Thank you all for being here. Folks, if you enjoy the content, don't forget to do all the things like share, comment, subscribe. We're here Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. Check out my show here on this space, 7 p.m. on Tuesdays, Eastern Time. Find my stuff on Twitch and YouTube. Same username, A Difficult Truth. The rest of the week, I appreciate all of you guys being here. Please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all. I hope to see you guys in the next one. Tuesdays, 7 p.m. Eastern. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you all. Thank you, Ladybug. Thank you, Boku, Johnny, Barbara, all of you guys. Latino Mafoon. Thank you. Appreciate it. See ya. Yeah, gamer mode time.
Yes, this is Sunset Boulevard, Los Angeles, California. It's about 5 o'clock in the morning. That's the homicide squad, complete with detectives and newspapermen. A murder has been reported from one of those great big houses in the 10,000 block. You'll read about it in the late editions, I'm sure.
Tonight, we're revisiting a film we did really early on in the show, whose panel was kind of a mess because we hadn't quite figured out the format. Starting out our Movies About Movies month for December, we're talking about Billy Wilder's 1950s noir, Sunset Boulevard, starring William Holden, Gloria Swanson, Erich von Stroheim, Nancy Olson, and Jack Webb, with cameos by Buster Keaton, H.B. Warner, Cecil B. DeMille, Hedda Hopper, and Anna Q. Nilsson.
You're Norma Desmond. Used to be in silent pictures, used to be big.
I am big. It's the pictures that got small.
Sunset Boulevard examines the switch from silent era pictures to talkies, and the fact that many of the biggest stars from the 1910s and 1920s were left behind by the switch, as the big faces style of acting, utilizing theatrical displays, eyes, and a larger-than-life style, was eclipsed by fast-talking dialogue and a less theatrical style of film acting. These idols, who were extremely well-paid in the Roaring '20s and beloved by millions of people, all but disappeared in the following decades, often into the large mansions in the Hollywood Hills.
There was a time in this business when they had the eyes of the whole wide world. But that wasn't good enough for them. Oh, no. They had to have the ears of the world, too. So they opened their big mouths, and out came talk. Talk, talk.
Former stars like Mary Pickford and Paula Negre lived reclusively in the hills long after their careers had dried up. Billy Wilder, as a young man living in Berlin, had been obsessed by the silent film culture in Hollywood in the 1920s, and moving to Hollywood in the mid-1930s, had watched the immediate transformation wrought by the transition to talkies. He wondered what went on in those big mansions in the Hollywood Hills once, as he said, the parade had passed them by. Billy Wilder wrote Sunset Boulevard with his collaborator Charles Brackett. This would be their last film together out of a partnership over the course of 16 films. They'd win Best Original Screenplay together for Sunset Boulevard, They'd previously been nominated for Ninotchka, Hold the Line at Dawn, and A Foreign Affair, and won both Best Adapted Screenplay. Billy Wilder won Best Picture for The Lost Weekend. Brackett would go on to write and produce the 1953 version of Titanic, which would go on to win him another Oscar. He also would produce The King and I with Daryl Zanuck, among many other films.
Nobody important, really. Just a movie writer with a couple of B pictures to his credit. The poor dope. He always wanted a pool. Well, in the end, he got himself a pool. Only the price turned out to be a little high.
Sunset Boulevard starts with a murder in the Hollywood Hills. A struggling screenwriter named Joe Gillis, played by William Holden, face down in a pool. The type of pool that he always dreamed of owning, says the narrator, turns out to be Gillis telling us the story from beyond the grave. Gillis is a writer from Dayton, Ohio, who has written a few B pictures, but nothing of any consequence. He's grasping, lazy, entitled, and quickly sinking.
You got the wrong man. I had some trouble with my car, a flat tire. I pulled into your garage until I could get a spare. I thought this was an empty house.
Trying to avoid the collection agency, he stashes his car in the garage of a mansion that seems to be abandoned, only to find out it's the home of fated silent film legend Norma Desmond and her butler, Max von Meyerling. From there, Gillis is thrown into one of the greatest stories of psychological delusion and codependency ever told on screen, as he is hired by Norma Desmond to work on her screenplay based on the story of Salome, which she intends to give to Cecil B. DeMille, who she worked on so many silent films with in the distant past, to film at Paramount.
Salome, what a woman. What a part. The princess in love with a holy man. She dances the dance of the 7 veils. He rejects her, so she demands his head on a golden tray, kissing his cold, dead lips.
I love it in Pomona.
However, quickly it becomes clear that Norma Desmond is mentally ill, prone to fits of suicidal depression, and her delusions are aided by her butler, Max, who makes it seem like audiences of millions are still clamoring for her return. Gillis is slowly lured into the mansion from staying in a bungalow outside, which floods. His privacy is taken away, and Norma Desmond comes to rely on him for all of her psychological needs. Even as he tries to break away, she continually threatens to commit suicide. At the same time, Gillis sneakily enters into a partnership with his friend's fiancée to write a screenplay that will hopefully get him out of this work morass.
No one ever leaves a star. That's what makes one a star.
Norma Desmond is played by Gloria Swanson, one of the most prolific silent stars of her era, who starred in Cecil B. DeMille's Male and Female, a World War I romantic drama For Better for Worse, Something to Think About, and The Affairs of Anatole. She also starred with Rudolph Valentino in Beyond the Rocks.
You know, this floor used to be wood, but I had it changed. Valentino said there's nothing like tile for the tango. Come on.
Not on the same floor with Valentino.
In 1925, after signing with United Artists, Gloria Swanson began trying to produce her own pictures at the worst time for a silent star, as the talkies would be sweeping Hollywood by storm just 2 years later. She started Gloria Swanson Productions, first producing The Love of Sonia, then a production of Sadie Thompson, which was already controversial as it was about a prostitute living in American Samoa. Bankrupted her to the point where she only had $65 to her name. Although it was critically hailed, Gloria Swanson received a nomination for Best Actress at the first Academy Awards. Her time in the sun was basically over. She was able to make a few more films, including Perfect Understanding, where she starred alongside Laurence Olivier and was the producer on the film. But from the 1930s, she was ironically most often on the radio, touring in summer stock plays, published a newsletter, did political activism as a lifelong Republican, and did sculpture and visual art. She should be hailed as a leading actress attempting to take ownership of her own work as a producer, which is a thing that actresses are grappling with even today. It's becoming more normal now, with actresses like Margot Robbie and Greta Gerwig doing what Gloria Swanson was struggling with a century ago. Erich von Stroheim was a visionary German director who had directed Gloria Swanson, known for being an early auteur, avant-garde filmmaker. Billy Wilder famously said that von Stroheim was always a decade ahead of his time, to which von Stroheim said, 20 years. Von Stroheim has been hired as a director by Swanson and Joseph P. Kennedy, who Gloria Swanson was having an affair with at the time, to direct their film Queen Kelly. But clashes of division in style led to von Stroheim being removed as director before the film was completed. In Sunset Boulevard, he plays Max, the butler of Gloria Swanson's Norma Desmond, whose love and loyalty for her keeps her delusions going.
I'm terribly busy.
That's no excuse. You read the script, of course.
Yes, I did.
And you could have picked up the telephone yourself instead of leaving it to one of your assistants.
Cecil B. DeMille makes a cameo as himself, still working as a director of historical epics in the 1950s. The Paramount lot, which was used to shoot so many of these silent films as the famous Players Lasky Corporation in Gloria Swanson's day, is used to create a staging ground for one of the big humiliations, as it's revealed that all the calls that Norma Desmond had been getting were actually because they just wanted to loan her car to shoot a different film. Norma Desmond is a composite of many different silent film actresses, actually somewhat unlike the real Gloria Swanson, who by all accounts is a pretty down-to-earth and a realistic person. One such film actress is Mae West, who rejected the role before Gloria Swanson took it because she viewed herself as a glamorous sex symbol and didn't want to be associated with the Hollywood has-been. Mae West, like Norma Desmond, was known to have pet monkeys. He also visited Norma Shear and Mary Pickford, but they both found the role distasteful. Pickford especially with the idea of an affair with a man half her age. It was George Cukor who eventually suggested Billy Wilder talk to Gloria Swanson. Swanson was inevitably humiliated that Paramount wanted her to do a screen test after she had made 20 films with them. She asked Cukor if she could refuse the screen test, to which he said Norma Desmond would be the role she'd be remembered for. If they ask you to do 10 screen tests, do it, or I'll personally shoot you. Sunset Boulevard is a look at the effect fame has on the human mind, how the jump from silent pictures to talkies wrought havoc on old Hollywood royalty, and the toll it takes psychologically to be beloved by millions of people one day, then phase out of the public eye when tastes change.
All right, Mr. DeMille, I'm ready for my close-up.
Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I am obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. We are live right now on This Space. If you aren't following them, join This Space TV on YouTube. Link below. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of PROTONIC Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Kristina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Kristina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Kristina. I, of course, am your host and the monkey in a casket, Forrest Miller. So they opened their big mouths and out came talk, talk, talk.
Boy, did it. We're living proof.
R.I.P. Norma Desmond. You would have hated podcasts.
You would
have hated that we're talking about you on a podcast.
Exactly. How dare they? How dare they talk? Have you heard their stream? There's only like 5 listeners.
So they opened that big mouth, and out came podcast.
Back in my day, we called it a radio broadcast. A radio with the radio, not with the podcast, see?
What was internet? Oh, yeah. Hattie Lamar, the Wi-Fi, right?
Hattie's invention, yeah. Anyway, this movie rocks. 5 stars.
Yeah. Anyway, bye, guys. See you in the after party.
I rewatched Hail Caesar last week before we did The Big Lebowski. And like I didn't realize until like rewatching it how much the movie that George Clooney's making is clearly making fun of Cecil B. DeMille. Where
it's like 10 Commandments and
yeah. Well, he made the Moses one. He made a bunch of religious pictures, and he was constantly bringing clergymen to set to like kind of like so that they would promote his movies in their sermons and stuff. So that
he's like the Godfather of the epic film, really, if you think about it.
Yeah, it's him and it's D.W. Griffith doing Birth of a Nation.
D.W. Griffith, well, and Intolerance and all those other ones.
Yeah,
not just Birth of a Nation. That's what he's most remembered for, rightly. But like, I mean, Anyway. But yeah, his crazily enough, 10 Commandments, I think was his last movie, if I remember correctly, which is like his greatest epic, and it's a remake of the version he did that was in the 30s.
And both of them were like incredibly controversial because he's just making stuff up that's not in the Bible.
Yeah, it's like, I think what God meant to say was.
Yeah. Oh, Bible, totally not a book of fiction, apparently.
Samson and Delilah too. That was 1949, which is right about when they started moving towards making this movie too. But it is wild.
There's so many, like his movies cost so much money. Like, I mean, it's nothing now when you look at like, you know, Marvel movies and stuff, but by the end of his career, like it was starting to be incredibly controversial because they had to blow millions of dollars on each, you know,
for these like gigantic sets, cast of thousands, can just fire up, you know, AI to do it. I love the actual
by 59, so that's like
right
by the end of this decade.
Actual Cecil B. DeMille is in this film though, which rules because he's a character in the film and also plays himself, as does Buster Keaton. There's a lot of and there is something so wonderful too about just the whole Gloria Swanson of it all, right? I mean, like it's like get somebody to do the thing that is what the movie is about, right? And like she killed it, and it's kind of, I don't know who on the panel has seen the Post Sunset Boulevard movies. Not great.
Yeah,
she deserved better.
I mean,
but she's in one of the greatest movies of all time. So
It's also too, this is like an earlier like hacksploitation type movie if you think about it.
Yeah,
because
that's how it was viewed at the time, right?
Yeah.
Because Billy Wilder was like not seen as like the icon of film at the time. It's like, oh, he's that rapscallion that's making all these irreverent movies, you know?
Yeah.
Like the same way
comedy kind of type things too.
The Apartment was not seen as serious cinema back then, you know? Which is crazy because like, you know, Ben-Hur was, but like, you know, The Apartment wasn't. It's like, okay, well, Ben-Hur frankly kind of blows.
But
frankly.
Speaking of DeMille and his like religious epics, right? Gloria Swanson was supposed to be Mary Magdalene in The King of Kings. She was actually invited by Cecil B. DeMille to be Mary Magdalene in The King of Kings, his epic like movie about Jesus's life. That was, you know, that had H.B. Warner, who's in this movie too. And H.B. Warner and her were doing all of these movies together at the time. But instead, she was starting her own production company, and so that was the time that she ended up with
her beau, Joseph Kennedy.
Oh, they didn't. This is a little bit later
guys.
when they started.
Yeah,
they made the movie Queen Kelly, which was Erich von Stroheim, who is Max in this movie, right? Her butler, kind of / first husband. His career cratered because they all got into a massive fight on the set of Queen Kelly, and he basically had they fired him, and he had to go off, and his cinema his directing career, not his acting career, kind of kept taking off. Like he was in a lot of movies as an actor because he has that great face, he has that creepy vibe to him, but his directing career kind of never recovered from that movie, and her career kind of after that cratered away too. And Joseph Kennedy was like, I'm spending all this money on a movie that I don't think they didn't complete until much later on.
I mean, when I think of Gloria
Swanson, and now it's like considered a silent classic, but it was a box office disaster at the time.
Yeah,
it was like not good. Go ahead.
Yeah, because when I think of Gloria Swanson, I think of her silent film career and Sunset Boulevard. Not many people understand that she kind of had a bit of a career, but like she was almost like what is it, John Garfield? Like certain actors just couldn't really successfully move into talkies.
Yeah.
And
a big problem was the fact that she broke away from the studio system. People already did not like the United Artists, you know, where it was Mary Pickford and Douglas Fairbanks and Charlie Chaplin, like all these actors trying to take control of their own product and become their own directors. And her kind of spin-off of that, Gloria Swanson Productions, they kind of punished her. Like her career fell off after that, which, I mean, you know, she was still in movies like Laurence Olivier, like, you know, she cast him and stuff, but she just did not have the money to keep that going.
Right. And it's important to note that she won Best Actress for this movie. Right, but she was nominated before for 2 other movies in the silent era for Trespasser and Sadie Thompson. Like she was known and admired, right? But like not in the same way. That she's basically being a more embodying the entire era as this one character in a certain way. But it is funny that her one and only Academy Award was this one, which. Actually, wait, no, you know what? I'm wrong. I think it was a Golden Globe. I think it was a Golden Globe. Yeah, you know what? She was nominated for the Academy Award and did not win, and she won the Golden Globe That's right. Okay, I got that wrong.
Oh,
Sorry.
wow.
Please don't.
Well,
please don't
DeMille,
at me, Awards Festival people.
Yeah, Billy Wilder and Charles Brackett, who made 16 films together, but their partnership cratered after this. They won for screenplay.
Right.
And
right.
I don't think they didn't win Best Picture this year, but they did win they had won for Best Picture for Lost Weekend. Like they had won screenplay after screenplay and Best Picture that year.
So Sunset Boulevard was also the All About Eve year. Is what it was. So that's why she won the Golden Globe. Right. But but actually, you know what? I don't think Betty Davis won either. I think it was like something. Oh, it's Born Yesterday, which is funny because it's like, huh? What movie is that?
What? Yeah.
Yeah.
Who won Best Actress that year?
It was the Green Book of the year. Judy Holliday. Born Yesterday. I don't even know this movie. Brassy blonde mall Billy Don hits Washington D.C. with unscrupulous millionaire sugar daddy Harry Brock. Okay, yeah, fine.
Oh, yep, that definitely sounds like Academy Award winning role indeed.
Yeah, it's William Holden, Larry Oliver. I mean, whatever. So
this is the
crazy.
Year All About Eve.
But
Yeah.
All About Eve and Baxter and Betty Davis were both nominated, and Gloria Swanson for Sunset Boulevard, and they all lost.
Yeah, well, so it's pretty incredible.
It's like when Judy Garland lost to
year,
Grace Kelly. It's like, what?
Yeah,
this is the year that All About Eve also won 14 nominations, which 13 nominations were the most that had ever been awarded before that, and that was to Gone with the Wind.
Yeah,
that's right. So it won art direction, and well, it didn't win cinematography because that was the third man. That I know because we talked about that when that happened. But it won for a bunch of other things. But it was Joe Mankiewicz won director that year for All About Eve. So
yeah, it's crazy though.
But it won for music. Crazily.
You know what's interesting too? I think about Sunset Boulevard is that people cannot separate Gloria Swanson from Norma Desmond. Like they think she is her. She is her. I'm like, this is, in a way, it's all, I mean, besides the murder plot or whatever, like this is kind of like, a story of most actresses of her age who, were famous in silent films for whatever reason, career-wise into so well after the fact. And, they kind of have a bit of a comeback almost. I mean, granted, she didn't get the comeback that I felt she deserved. A la like a Betty Davis, Joan Crawford, who embraced, aging in Hollywood, and they took whatever roles they could, but I feel like she
was a lot more like down to earth and like realistic, I guess, than a lot of the other, like, because this is obviously divas. It's like I don't think the word is amalgamation, but it's like it's a bunch of different silent stars they kind of put together, and then they went around and they asked all these people, whether it was like Mary Pickford or Mae Wells, like all these different people that were these big silent film actresses that were still alive. They took little aspects of their lives and put them together into like this, this caricature, I guess, of the delusional kind of psychotic break that came along for a lot of these people. There really are like several big silent stars from the time that had like severe mental breakdown after this period, and like some of them became reclusive, but other ones of them became like completely delusional. Which Mae Wells, who's had a pet monkey. That was like her thing, like there's these pictures of her that they took that she hated, that she's in her room, and they're like these very intimate pictures where she's holding the monkey that was her pet that she got from a film set. It wasn't a chimpanzee though,
it's like Greta Garbo. Like a lot of people are like, what happened to her? I'm like, she just chose to leave Hollywood. She's like, I'm not, like the best of actress. I don't like the celebrity.
They reached out. She was still alive during this time period. They reached out to her as well. They reached out to a whole bunch of different actresses. Like the list is really long.
My close up. Look, oh my god, can you imagine her saying that with her Swedish accent?
Well, they also they reached out to I can't remember her name, but the Polish actress that was living in the Hollywood Hills at this time. And she had this thick accent. They talked to her on the phone and they said, we'd like you to be part of this movie, and they couldn't understand a word she said on the phone. And so they were like, yeah, I don't think she's gonna be Norma Desmond.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, so much here. There was some talk earlier about it kind of pulling a double indemnity in the sense that you kind of get the ending at the beginning, right? And that was as a narrative form within movies that was still rather unorthodox at the time. But this is, I mean, God, how many times has that been lampooned? Like with the body in the pool and whatnot,
Yeah.
you know, or homage or whatever. And
well, that's a common noir. You know, obviously there's different kinds of noir, right? So there's one subset, I guess, of all these noir movies where there's a murder and like it goes backwards, and a lot of times it is the person that got murdered that's telling you the story, which is a crazy thing to realize at the beginning of the movie. You're like, oh, he's talking to us from beyond the grave.
Right, and that's something where you know, it works.
I'm Joe Gillis. Ooh.
Because it's all very naturalistic. By the way, and I love that. I think the only other William Holden movie we've done is Network, crazily, which is
wait, what?
Yeah, because that's it. Remember, he's the head of news and Network. Like, but it's like that's like the end of his career. You know, this is like near the beginning. He's like 32 or
boy.
something there. But it's crazy because it's like he's so good in that, and you believe him so much in that role. It's like, oh yeah, well, at one point he was young too, and like, you know, it works. Like. And I think
he's so fucking slimy in this movie.
Oh, 100%. Like, I mean, just real. Like, his friend is right to be basically constantly suspicious of, like, hey, so what's going on right now? What are you doing? You know.
By the way,
like,
Paula Nigre is who I was thinking of. That was Polish. That they couldn't understand a word that was coming out of her mouth. But yeah, there's a I'm trying to find who it was. There was somebody else that they were going to cast instead of William Holden. And he happened to be in a relationship. This isn't the excuse that he gave, but he happened to be in a relationship with a much older woman at the time, secretly.
Oh, really?
And yeah,
wow. Sounds like Clark Gable's first marriage.
It wasn't. Well, Clark Gable was. I don't even think he was alive at this point, but no, it was like this. It was another one of those like really famous actors from this time. I'm trying to find it, but he was in this relationship and people knew about it, and he was like afraid that it would come out if he played a character that was already in a relationship with somebody twice his age.
It's funny you mentioned Clark Gable because I just watched Notorious, which I thought was great, the Hitchcock movie, which was awesome. Yeah, so well, that's interesting. That
Montgomery Clift, that's who it was.
I knew it.
Yeah, that's right.
So he had he was having an affair with Libby Holman, who was a singer who was 15 years his senior, and he didn't want people to find out about it, his affair, and he was afraid that, you know, people would start gossiping about his affair if he played this role.
A little too close to home. He can't do that. Actors always do this. It's like, oh, this is real. I can't do this. This might, my eyes are gonna be on me. People are gonna think this is sus. Start digging.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, the Mae West, they reached out to. She didn't want to do it for that reason. She was afraid she would be typed. She still thought of herself as a sex symbol and was like, I'm not playing like a much older person that, that's not me. I'm still a sex
I don't care.
symbol.
She was always a sex symbol. I don't care. She's cool.
Yeah. So they reached out to Clara Bow. They reached out to Norma Shearer. They reached out to Mary Pickford. They reached out to Paula Nigre. And then, of course, they couldn't understand a word she said, so they didn't cast her.
Yeah, Norma Shearer retired after Irving Thalberg died because that's how she got a lot of her roles at MGM. People are like, she's sleeping with the boss. Yeah, so I wouldn't see her coming out of retirement for a role like that.
She hated the script, and Mary Pickford also hated the script because they like went to her to say, hey, you want to be in this, and then they could tell even before they had the conversation, like, she is not gonna be, because she has her famous like marriage to Fairbanks. Like she's like, I'm not gonna be just a cougar type character, I guess, as we call it now. Yeah, going after this young man.
Pick fair, remember?
Garbo would have been interesting. You said Garbo, right? That would have been interesting.
Yeah,
that's a different movie, but like that's probably the closest one I can think of. I mean,
her eyes would have been like.
Yeah, I mean, I love Clara Bow, but I don't know if that would make the most sense.
She did.
They had the first movie that Brackett and Wilder did together was Ninotchka, which was Garbo was in there. So they already, they already had a relationship with
that.
Her.
Came out in 39, did it not? I think it did, because that was the year like all the good movies came out, like Gone with the Wind, Mice and Men, like Wuthering Heights, and
Yeah.
they're redoing that. But
well, Garbo was someone who survived long after her career survived the transition from sound to talking. There were a fair amount of people like.
Yeah. That surprised me, with I guess because they liked her accent. They're like, there's something like exotic about her accent that people like, even though we're training all these actors to have like a specific non-British yet kind of British, the transatlantic, mid-Atlantic accent, Garbo was able to, I guess, be successful because, she had a very sultry type of voice that intrigued audiences.
Right.
The tagline for Ninotchka was "Don't pronounce it, see it."
Well, Forrest,
good advice.
That's a good tag.
Know your product. Yeah.
The poster's kind of incredible. Let me put this on screen. By the way, I have a synopsis that's not long like the one last time. I found one.
Sweet.
But yeah, Garbo laughs and then it says, "Don't pronounce it, see it." But that was when Wilder and Brackett were just screenwriters. They weren't directors yet. And they had Ernst Lubitsch as the
I love Lubitsch. I mean, I think I mentioned Lubitsch when we talked about Honora because it kind of like the middle section kind of reminded me of a Lubitsch film, frankly.
Wilder was one of those people though that had such a complicated, I guess, is the term, relationship with like pretty much everybody that he ever collaborated with. Which you don't expect.
It's not me, it's them. Right?
Yeah, but you see his like his demeanor, and it's like he seems like such a normal kind of guy. I even almost forget he's German sometimes. Like when I just seeing him, he's but you see Wilder but he has these incredibly like tumultuous relationships with all of these different collaborators, and it's crazy that him and Brackett lasted 16 films. Like.
That's a pretty long partnership. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, take that, Christopher Nolan and Cillian Murphy and Gary Oldman and Morgan Freeman and whatever. No, Mark Scorsese and Robert De Niro and Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah, well now Leonardo DiCaprio, but yeah. So you're gonna go through we're gonna go through the plot points because I got something for the pool scene, but you probably have it.
Yeah. So all right. The film opens with the camera tracking down Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles, California, as police cars begin racing down it. A lifeless body of a young man, Joe Gillis, played by William Holden, floats in the swimming pool of a palatial mansion. As the police begin converging on the house, Joe's voice narrates in a flashback style the events leading up to his own murder.
So, first of all, yeah, fantastic intro, right? But that opening shot of him floating face down in the pool, Billy Wilder wanted a shot from below, right? That would show the body and the police and the photographers and everyone around it. But obviously you can't shoot through the water and get a clear image. So the art director came up with the idea to shoot the scene through a mirror at the bottom of the studio water tank. So, so from the right angle, like the camera could shoot the reflected image in the mirror without ever actually going underwater. And it wasn't the original opening, and it was filmed way after like the rest of the movie was done, which is like
that's usually how it happens too. That's usually how it happens. It's like sometimes like the last thing that's filmed is like the beginning of the movie or whatever. It's crazy.
That's the thing that like everybody remembers or they think is the most iconic part. That's like just like an add-on, but in this case,
that's been copied so many times. Like when there's a pool murder. We know
how
to shoot it.
You're gonna see the Sunset Boulevard shot. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Well, because originally it opened and closed at the morgue, and like it had the body of Joe Gillis being rolled into the morgue with a bunch of other corpses, and then like they had like a whole dialogue over it, et cetera, et cetera. And it was basically the reason why they didn't want to use it is they tested it and everybody thought it was really funny and like laughed, and it's like it's not supposed to be funny, so they delayed it 6 months so they could do this so they could figure out a new opening and closing. And they have come up with the best things in like all of moviedom, so like good work, but like people were laughing and it was like, this isn't supposed to be funny, like why are you laughing?
But it was also a movie I was trying to bring it up the other day, and I was trying to remember what the name of the movie was. DOA, where the movie starts, the guy's been poisoned and he goes into the police station and he has like an hour before he dies of this poison to like solve his own murder pretty much. And it's the same year as Sunset Boulevard. So he sits down and he's like, this is what happened to me for the last 24 hours. And then he gives them like this whole thing about how he ended up getting poisoned.
Well, and it's so fascinating because you think about this as like a fully formed entity, like sprung forth from the head of Zeus, right? It's like one of those things that like this is a movie you compare other movies to, especially like in this kind of genre. But to have that just be like, oh no, it was going to start with like a complete start and end completely differently. It's crazy.
Yeah,
it's absolutely crazy. So anyway, that's I wanted to get that in early because I thought that was absolutely fast. I'm not sure if I knew that when we talked about it last time. I don't know what happened last time.
Yeah,
It was so
it
long
doesn't
ago.
surprise me, but I don't think
4 years ago,
I don't
perhaps?
think I knew it.
It was way before I was ever involved.
It was like half of it was Joe McBride, half of it was Matthew Film Guy and me and someone else. Like I couldn't even tell you what happened.
I think it was J.D. Michael at the time because I was having him on for a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
6 months earlier, Joe was down in his luck, unable to find work as a screenwriter, having only made a few undistinguished films in his short career. Broken on the verge of having his car repossessed. Want to touch on that because those scenes are very interesting. With no other options except a low-paying newspaper job in Ohio, Joe tries to persuade Paramount Pictures producer Sheldrake to buy his most recent script, but fails after script reader Betty Schaefer gives Sheldrake a harsh critique of his script in her summation. Joe then tries unsuccesssly to borrow money from his friend, also his agent, who's playing golf.
Yeah, his friend who happens to be his agent, right?
Flee from repossession men in his car. One of Joe's tires blows out in front of a large, seemingly deserted mansion on Sunset. Hiding the car in the garage, he sets out to explore the decaying house when a woman inside calls to him. So those scenes I think you brought it up in chat before we started talking about it, the class aspect of it, right? That like there's a class consciousness to realizing that this is like, well, number one, he's like I'm not saying Dayton, Ohio is a small town, but he's, in comparison at least to Hollywood, like small town writer. That's,
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because there's so Betty, who's busting balls in the best possible way early on. Which perhaps the reason I hated Bases Loaded is that I knew your name. I'd always heard you had some talent, and he goes, "That was last year. This year, I'm trying to earn a living."
Yeah,
and that tells you in one sentence everything about the character, the position he's in, and like kind of the position of the movie, right? And that's something it's very funny in that very Billy Wilder movie kind of way, but like it's funny that establishes like she's the reason why this thing he's trying to sell isn't selling, because she's like, it sucks, but the reason why is she's like, oh, I know you actually do have some talent, and like you should lean into that, which leans into the whole development later. But like you almost think it's going to be like a throwaway exchange that just kind of gets him to the mansion, right? But it really is.
Which you also, it makes sense that she's heard of him before when it turns out that one of his best friends, who he does not give a fuck about, one of his best friends is her current beau, I guess.
Yeah.
No.
But I think that I find the thing they keep using the metaphor where they're like, this is written from hunger, right? Like and then his agent is like, some of the best things in the world have been written because the guy is sitting down and he has an empty stomach, and it's like
whatever.
Said
by someone who's never missed a meal, by the way, because that's not how creativity works.
or in Stevie K's case, a lot of cocaine.
Yeah, but the point that
later on.
But the point of that false analogy is that like that's what like, oh, you'll be better because you have to struggle. No, that is just not, that is flat out not how creativity works. But that was especially prevalent around this time. But yeah, he's trying to like borrow money so he could pay off his car loans so he doesn't get his car repoed.
Yeah.
It's
like,
that's super desperate, right? And like in a class aware situation, we see it with Sean Baker stuff, especially in Nora. No Other Choice. I was lucky enough to see No Other Choice. I thought that movie, first of all, is brilliant, but very class aware. But like, unfortunately, I feel like the only class aware stories we have, it's like, hey, everybody, we're being class aware. Check it out. We're being class aware. Like, I like Triangle of Sadness, but it's like, okay, yeah, we get it. Yeah, it's class aware. But
Parasite, right? Where it's like
Parasite.
The main point of the movie is that class awareness.
But here it's just like it's a motivating factor. It's a major plot point. It's a instigator, a catalyst, if you will, for the plot. But it isn't the main driving factor. It just explains part of who the character is. And to me, that's more powerful. And it's weird that we don't see more of it deployed that way. We do see it now and again. I could bring up examples. It isn't really important. But this viewing it, and maybe it's because I think the movie I saw right before this was No Other Choice. I was like, oh, wow, it's wild that you're getting real bootstraps philosophy coming out from this,
Yeah.
and it's like, oh, that's not going to help this guy, man.
You kind of have this. You kind of have the awareness in the '90s with like the slacker genre, right? Like where it's like movies where it's like someone that really needs to make their rent. And I think today, I don't think that they'd be like trying to repossess his car. He'd probably, because of that trope, right? Like he'd be like, oh, I'm getting evicted from my apartment, which he is 3 months behind on rent. You know, they do mention that
3 months behind.
But they do mention that part of it when he goes to Norma Desmond, and she's like, "Oh, I paid your rent. You were 3 months behind." But
well, and that's something where there's this really lame meme format about how like, oh, everybody in the 90s was mad because they had a stable job and whatever. First of all, F you. Secondly, nobody, that isn't true. And also, like, they were all underpaid, everybody. Like, hard is also soul breaking. And were they employed? Sure. You still didn't have anything. The boomers still sucked all that up. Sorry.
Yeah.
Like,
Clinton was a radical. No, he was not. Like, it's so funny to me when people think, oh, the 80s and the 90s brought great change. I'm like, that's
Mr.
really,
Welfare
the economy still
Reform.
sucked. Yeah.
Sure. Anyway, whatever.
I mean,
Save
it
that.
did bring
You
great-
can save that
it did
topic for
bring,
Thursday for the absurdity space, which you guys are launching for your political podcast. Talk about that. But
True. But mistaken for the Undertaker
Tune in.
to a recently deceased pet chimpanzee. He's ushered in by the mysterious killer,
he thinks he's the
Max
Undertaker
von
for the
Meyerling.
chimp. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the coffin maker, not the Undertaker.
Where's his best new actor award? You know, look at the dog in Good Boy. You know,
or the cat
They
in
have
Caught
the
Stealing.
conversation
yes
about they have the conversation about whether it's against regulation to bury a chimp in your backyard. They're like, is there any rule about that in the neighborhood that you can't bury a chimp in the backyard?
Well, and it's so funny how like it's such a classic thing that he just kind of walks in and it's like a case of mistaken identity, and he tries to tell him, and like it just doesn't matter. It's like, no, just go upstairs, do it now. And it's like, well, and then so you have that great initial exchange where he's like, I'm not this guy. like I'm not this guy. And it's so funny because and that's where the Billy Wilder of it comes in, right? Because the the whole like non-explanation of I guess when crew members asked Billy Wilder how he was going to shoot the burial of Norma's monkey, he said, the usual monkey funeral.
He also was giving her direction that she wasn't emoting enough, and he goes, "Come on, Norma, you fucked the monkey."
Wow.
Yeah, because during that scene,
Billy
when they immediately start clashing, and she's like, he's like, "Not enough fire. Remember, you fucked the monkey. Let's go." Like the monkey.
Well, and there's a lot of there's a lot of great Joe Gillis lines in this, and like I think the normal lines are so good, and so just like one of the we remember them echoing throughout all of filmdom, right? But like he's just such a great
we remember them wrong, by the way.
We totally remember them wrong. Absolutely. Not we, of course, we remember them well, but everyone else.
Yeah,
does.
but because she says, "All right, Mr. DeMille, I'm ready for my close-up," but everyone remembers it backwards. They remember.
It's there are a lot of lines
I'm ready for my close-up,
that they
Mr. DeMille.
misremember in film history.
So, but like one of my favorite lines that from this last watch was, Norma, you're a woman of 50 now. Grow up. There's nothing tragic about being 50, not unless you try to be 25.
Which is so true.
Still true. Still true.
I
As
mean,
someone
they
way closer to 50
movie.
than 25.
they made a whole movie about that last year, I think.
They did. They did. I heard they did. Yeah. But I think that it's unique. It's interesting. The fact that he sort of finds a niche for himself. It's sort of a symbiosis of usury almost, right? When she presents the script to him, which I guess we haven't done that in the plot summary, but it's like there's like multiple sheafs of paper, like these huge like things of like, oh my god, how long is the script?
It's number one, you can tell it's really long, but you
script?
can also tell it's just it's scribble. She's written this out as like but when she learns that he's a writer, she invites him in and asks for his opinion on an immense script she has written. Immense isn't even the word that she's written for a film about Salome. that she hopes will revive her faded
Oh,
action
wait, you
career.
mean Chalamet? Just kidding.
Yeah, I was gonna, dude. I was gonna make that joke. I was gonna say, oh, I thought that's how Timothy Chalamet is supposed to say when I first saw it.
I had to get out of my system.
Although Joe finds the script awful, he flatters Norma into hiring him as an editor. And the role of the editor in this is way more like a gigolo than anything. Like,
well,
you
and
know,
everyone
like
keeps sort of like mistaking
Yeah.
him for a gigolo, like the dude at the
Ain't
freaking
got nobody.
Yeah.
the dude at the clothing store is like, no, she'll pay for the more expensive one. You should just do it. And it's like, oh, it's not really what
She's somewhere between a gigolo and like her son in a weird way. Like they're sitting in the thing, and he's like, Norma, you smoke too much, so like get out of I don't know. Joe is put up in her guest room. The next morning, he objects when he sees that Max has moved his belongings into the mansion on Norma's orders, and that she has paid his overdue rent. See that overdue? He's not even getting evicted. Back in the 50s, boomers could just move into a place and they wouldn't get evicted. Though he hates being dependent on her, he accepts the situation and begins living at the mansion, first in a room over the garage, then in the mansion itself. The scene where it floods, right, is such a perfect, like it's almost like a horror movie trope now, where it's like, she gets brought in closer and closer to her, and then he gets into the house and there's no locks on any of the doors. Like he's
right. Like
brought in,
imagine if it was gender swap, right? That would be like really creepy.
As he works on, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, we kind of skip past it, but the whole thing where he introduced himself as a writer, and he's like, that's what it says on my guild card, and it's like, oh, and you've written pictures. It was like, yeah, I did. The last one's about Okies in the Dust Bowl. You never know, because when it reached the screen, the whole thing played on a torpedo boat. Great. That tells you everything you need to know about his relationship to the business, right there.
Yeah, well, because at the time, right, you have this incredibly delineated thing between B pictures, like the movie DOA that I was talking about, where it's like, they're disrespected by the industry completely, and like the top tier of pictures that
like the wrestler picture in Barton Fink, right? What's this wrestler doing? Like
by the way,
Uncle Alligator.
Gloria Swanson's first husband was Walter Beery. Like it's a Walter Beery wrestling picture.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I've heard not so pleasant stories about him as a co-star from a lot of child actors. He was very overbearing and abusive, from what I remember hearing about him.
Surprised me looking at him. As he works on Norma's script, he comes to see how unaware she is that her fame has died. She refuses to hear any criticism of her work and makes him watch her old films in the evening. Although she still receives fan mail, Joe later learns that Max feeds into Norma's fantasy by sending the letters himself. He explains that Norma's state of mind is fragile and she has attempted suicide in the past. She's also had like three husbands, right? When he moves into the room, she goes, "Oh, this is the room. This is the room of the husbands."
Yes.
Which Gloria Swanson had 5 husbands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little too close to home.
Well, I mean, but look at how she interacts, right? She finds his astrology sign. I was like, oh yeah, I can trust Sagittarius. It's like, what? What are you talking about? Okay. It's like you think it would like be from the 70s or something. The way she immediately latched onto that.
I mean, I was gonna say, to be fair, that's how Ronald Reagan and Nancy Reagan made decisions.
Yeah.
They had their astrologer travel with them.
Honestly, I love his first wife for spewing not a rumor, but a fact that he had a small penis and he couldn't state her needs. Boom. But he could say Nancy's needs. Anything was good for her.
Jane Wyman was in The Lost Weekend.
Yeah.
Over the next few weeks.
Yeah. Which is a great film. I would love to cover The Last Weekend someday.
Over the next few weeks, Norma lavishes attention on Joe and buys him expensive clothing, including a tuxedo for a private New Year's Eve party. You know what I'm saying? A private New Year's Eve party attended by only the two of them. Horrified to learn that she has fallen in love with him, he tries to let her down gently, but she slaps him and retreats to her room. Joe, thinking his time with her is over, escapes to a party at his old friend, assistant director Artie Green's house, where he meets Betty Schaefer again. While still unimpressed with most of his work, she believes a scene in one of his scripts has potential. Joe half agrees to work on it with her and calls the house on sunset to tell Max he's leaving. However, when Max informs him that Norma has attempted suicide with Joe's razor blade, Joe leaves the party and returns to the mansion, where he apologizes to Norma and makes love to her. course, off screen.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the whole cage bird aspect of it too, right? Like, I mean, we still see some of those kinds of situations. You know, look at Priscilla, right? That's a recent-ish example. And I mean, I think that whole party scene is most notable. That the Nancy Olsen character, the Betty Schaefer character, you get a little more out of her. That's like, oh no, there's more to it. She's not just a hater giving him the business. Like, she actually, it's like, oh, you know, there's this part that's good. Like, you should develop this. Like, you know, like, oh, what about this? What about that? And of course, he immediately is like, oh, let's go to this other room where I can kind of, you know, classily try to hit on you, and then, you know, like, whatever.
Well, you also see the two ways that kind of these kind of screenwriters are brought into it, right? Where the one way is how he seems to be brought into it, where he keeps mentioning that he was working at a copy desk in Dayton, Ohio, and then he somehow, whatever happened, he got to move from Dayton, Ohio to Hollywood, and then you see her as a reader who's like, look, if I help with the script enough and I get a co-writing like, you know, a co-writing thing or a story credit on the script, I can move away from being just a reader and become like a Hollywood screenwriter.
Yeah, and you know, like there's a lot of really great back and forths that are not just romantically oriented. I mean, not the least of which is, like, you know, again, going back to the office scene, just like what she says, flat and trite, she calls it. It was like, well, what do you recommend? You know, Dostoevsky. You know, that's great. That's great. These are great lines, and
but they're also immediately flirting in the shower. He's like trying to lean in and kiss her, and then she pulls away, and like they have this great like will they won't they kind of thing in the bathroom, and his friend's like, hey, why are you taking my girlfriend to the bathroom? And they're like, oh, it's business.
Which
Don't
he's
worry.
right to
Don't worry
ask,
about it,
as
Artie.
turns out.
This guy is a scumbag, and he's getting all the girs. Even if
Oh
you
no,
don't-
100%.
Worst.
He is the worst, and yeah, it's just can't get enough.
The more the movie goes on, the more I'm like, yeah, I get it. I get why it's in the pool.
Yeah, right.
After a while, Norma considers her script complete and sends it to Cecil B. DeMille at Paramount and waits for his answer. Not long afterwards, calls from Paramount asking Norma begin to arrive. They come from an executive named Gordon Cole. Norma petulantly refuses to speak to anyone other than DeMille himself. That's when you get like the amazing scene where she's Charlie Chaplin, and he's like, oh, you know, to try to entertain me, which is the cage bird thing again, right? To try to make sure that I'm not bored. She puts on shows for him, and he's miserable, smoking a cigarette on the couch, and she's doing like all the Charlie Chaplin moves.
She's like putting on a stage show for an audience of one, right?
Which that's how I got my little icon here, where it's
there you go. I actually had an ex that would do that. It was really uncomfortable. I was like, okay, what are we doing? Okay, sure. I guess I got a beer. I mean, all right. And then she gets interrupted doing it by her first husband or / chief enabler, and like she like chastises him about it. It was like, well, there's a phone call about the thing that you know, it's your most important thing in the world. You have a phone call.
He's the definition of the guy that just dies in a cup chair, sitting by the bed. Eventually, she has Max drive her and Joe to the studio in her 1929 Asada Frascini Typo 8-1 or 8A. I don't know.
Do people still ride those today?
I don't know. I'll look it up.
I
luxury
know,
car.
I know a lot of towns, especially my town, like they'll have like those car shows where they show like all the old cars, and it's like
A lot of people have like Model Ts and stuff like that.
People be driving those cars around. I'm like, no, don't do that. They're very fragile.
Hold on. While DeMille entertains Norma, many of the older guards, technicians, and extras on the set recognize her and welcome her back. I remember when I first saw this movie in college, I was like, are we supposed to know Hawkeye from something? But I guess not. I guess it's just a kind of stand-in character.
It's just the guy, just good old Hawkeye. You don't know him? It's like,
but also throughout the movie, she has this crazy connection to like lighting, right? Where I mean, when she's watching the movies herself, you get that amazing thing where she's in the shadow of the lighting, and like she's illuminated by it. Like throughout this movie, she has this crazy star relationship to the lighting, and so it makes a lot of sense that the lighting guy is the one who moves the light over and lights it up.
knows how to light her and whatnot, and then you get that weird crazy reaction where everyone's like, oh, Norman Desmond. By the way, that is the set of Samson and Delilah, the actual set of Cecil B. DeMille's Samson and Delilah, which I think is great. Like, so it's like they cinema verite did to a certain degree.
Yeah. I have
that
this,
rules.
I have this,
I love that.
I have this Billy Wilder thing where he kind of talks about it.
Oh, nice.
We were just extremely lucky. This was a picture where everything sort of kind of fell into my lap. I needed the Paramount studio where we were shooting at Paramount. We got the permission. I needed the Mill to play the Mill, and he played it. I needed somebody to play the Stroheim part, who at one time had been a director and had made a picture with Gloria Swanson. And indeed, we found that old picture that he had directed with her, Queen Kelly. We needed old faces, and we got Mr. Warner, who played Jesus, and we got Buster Keaton. Everything sort of kind of fell into our lap. Everything was just right. Stroheim, I had that experience with Stroheim. I'd never met him before in my life, and I clicked my heels, and I said, "My name is Wilder," and he says, "How are you?" And in order to kind of make him feel good, I said, "Who would have ever thought that little Wilder is going to direct big Stroheim?" And he just sort of barked to me a little bit. Then I said, "Your problem always was, Eric, was you were always 10 years ahead of your time." And he looks at me and he says, 20. That was it.
Nice. And it's funny because when you think of this era of Hollywood, like how much Billy Wilder is rightfully revered now versus like how he was looked at the time, which is sort of along the lines of
Little Wilder.
yeah, like somehow diminutive, where it's like, okay, but all his movies like have endured, and some of like the Best Picture winners, like, really? That's the one? Okay.
Yeah. I don't like when people, when actors or directors or whatever, they win Oscars for roles and projects where it's like, Al Pacino, like what?
Yeah, at Son of a Woman, exactly. Where it's like, that's not the one they should have won for. Also not a great movie. Yeah, and that happens a lot. By the way, some love for Buster Keaton and
we love that
who
man.
is in this.
He was great.
And he was indeed the Tom Cruise of his day, because he did all his own stunts and like made these huge blockbusters that were just, it wrecked his body as well. But like Buster Keaton is a fascinating fellow. I still have never seen Limelight, which is the movie Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton made together.
Yeah, that was like the Marvel DC crossover.
Right, exactly.
One of my favorite Buster Keaton
Batman
roles
to Spider-Man
was in a funny thing happened on the way to the forum, the movie school, because he still did all his own stunts, and he was like well into like his 50s or 60s, and it's like, wow, look at him, he's like rolling down with a barrel rolling over him. It's funny as hell.
I've always wanted to cover something funny happened on the way to the forum. I like that movie.
It's great.
Comedy tonight. Michael Crawford before the Phantom of the Opera, by the way.
From the This Space comments, Billy Wilder. After this, I'd like to direct a movie about a newspaper reporter and lost relics in an abandoned mine. So true. That one rocks too. I mean, like it's Billy Wilder is
he did Double Indemnity, and then he had to deal with Raymond
Well,
Chandler,
the next one it is Ace in the
about.
Hole. He's talking about Ace in the Hole. What's Ace in the Hole is Kirk Douglas, and it's kind of like early on. Well, it's not kind of. It is early on the like it's sensationalism, exploitation, and journalism, right? So Kirk Douglas is like he's in Albuquerque trying to tell a story of a man stuck in a cave, and the whole thing just turns into this like cool P.T. Barnum sort of spectacle. It's awesome, but it's like it's also just wild. That like, okay, that's your next movie. That's nuts, and it resonates in a way that like Facing the Crowd and stuff does now, where it's like, oh no, this is just kind of how things are now.
Well, I was gonna say, what I was saying with when just a decade before this, right? He did Double Indemnity, and then he did Lost Weekend back to back, and Lost Weekend was inspired by the traumatic experience he had with Raymond Chandler having such a bad experience with him that he relapsed on the set of he relapsed on the set of Double Indemnity.
Yeah.
So he had been sober for a while, and he got back to drinking because he was having such a hard time dealing with. And we had talked about Raymond Chandler's drinking when we did The Long Goodbye. We talked for a long time with Josh about it. So it's like, you know, his entire idea for Lost Weekend for adapting that was like his just bad experience with an alcoholic, and he wanted to understand alcoholism. So he like kind of just decided to make a movie about it.
Well, and it has nothing to do other than like noticing him kind of going different ways. Some Like It Hot in the Apartment also within like about a year of each other, which is crazy because those are two of his like most famous movies, right?
Some Like It Hot is great. I saw it I think when I was like 9 or 10. Like I was very young at the time. And my dad rented it from the video store, and then he bought it because we watched it multiple times. And I was just like, I was sitting there really like, this is crazy. Like Jack Lemmon's a woman.
And Tony Curtis.
Like, we're all not perfect, you know? Like but progress as society in film. Anyway.
But that just kind of shows his depth as a director, and that like these are all just quick success. Because honestly, Ace in the Hole is like aged very well. Like arguably, like it was considered more of a
it is
lampoon at the
crazy
time.
how you know what, Cody, you got really good points. Amazing how a lot of people are like, oh, some of these movies didn't age well. I'm like, no, a lot of his films are like okay, you know, like you don't have to remake them or change them or make them more woke or less woke or whatever the hell. It's like Some Like It Hot. I feel like if conservatives love that movie, it's like you don't see the irony.
Yeah, you're so close to getting it. Yeah, you're so close to getting it.
He's willing to be with a cross-dresser anyway.
But it's interesting because Sunset Boulevard, that is a movie that everybody's always trying to remake. They're always trying to remake Sunset Boulevard.
Andrew Lloyd Webber made into a musical. Hey, can I tell that little story though? Pat LuPone was originally cast as Norma Desmond in the musical. Andrew Lloyd Webber fired her. She sued him because of contractual whatever, because he cast Glenn Close. She got settlement money and named her brand new built swimming pool the Andrew Lloyd Webber Memorial. But they made amends.
She's great.
But
Patty LuPone.
She's funny as hell.
She was hilarious as he was so funny as Bo's mom and Bo's Afraid.
Oh, that's right. That was her, huh? I forgot about that.
Yeah, she was an Agatha all along.
That I remembered. I didn't remember her Bo was Afraid, but I was too busy.
Yeah, no, because
I was too busy looking at Parker Posey. Thank you.
She's such an iconic stage presence that it was like they were like, hey, how does it feel to like, you know, be in a lot more movies lately and like TV shows?
Yeah,
but Max insists that they hide these facts from her. He later confesses to Joe that he was once a respected film director who discovered Norma as a girl and was also her first husband. I love the I was her first husband. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, definitely. Like in a lesser movie, would have like a real, like that kind of musical cue for sure.
And then he now remains as her servant because he cannot bear to leave her. There's also something though in that, right? That he discovered her as a 16-year-old girl. She's like this teenager that's being exploited on screen, and then by the time she's like a little bit older, she just gets kind of thrown away. And it's like I couldn't bear like. I mean, obviously he marries her and like he's in love with her, but it's also like this thing where it's really sad to imagine someone who was that young.
Well, even later on when they're at the Paramount Studios, right? Like the AD is like, well, she must be a million years old, and Cecil B. DeMille, says, I hate to think where that puts me. I could be your father. You know, because he's talking about that she was like a girl like 17 with more courage, wit, and heart than he'd ever seen in like somebody that young.
I don't want to know what I don't want to know.
And also,
what,
it really goes to show how how Hollywood sees men and women when it comes to aging. I mean, it still applies today. There are men in their 40s who are being cast with love interests of actresses who are in their 20s, and it's like this is weird. It's like, well, that's aging in Hollywood for you. We're not aging the same. We're putting all this filler and Botox and getting all this work done. So yes, it's kind of odd that a 50-year-old actor could be doing love scenes with a 25-year-old.
Well, it's like I always say, right? I always say that women achieve a superpower of invisibility is the second they hit 40.
Yep.
But the thing is, like, she's supposed to only be, I think, 53 in this. Gloria Swanson, and it's the same thing with The Substance, and Demi Moore in that movie in The Substance, right, is on her.
She's like in her 60s. She looks so fucking good.
The the real actress is in it, but I'm saying like in the
Like
substance,
50, yeah.
she's on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like the substance is definitely really inspired by Sunset Boulevard in a way too.
Yeah,
Oh,
well, also-
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. So also too, like there's one of the things about the Wuthering Heights adaptation is like a lot of people are like, oh, Margot Robbie's too old to play this character, and it's like, okay, now we're seeing. Okay, first of all, that people back then in like the Victoria did not look young. They looked very old for their age. So if she's 35, supposed to play a 19-year-old, I have some news for you. The cast of Bridgerton, they're in their 40s playing 15-year-olds, and
Wilford
they
Brimley
look
was
very
like
convincing.
34 in The Thing, right? It's like Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, man.
Bridgerton, Spider-Man.
Yeah. Glee.
Yeah,
anyway.
It's just a thing now that people just don't look as old as they they don't look their age in the same way.
Yeah, that one actress from Bridgerton. I was like,
It's all the
she's like 20.
plastics. It's keeping us preserved. It's my secret. Thank you. Plastic.
It's not. It's staying out of the sun is what helps me.
Brought to you by British Petroleum.
Yeah.
Put a little British Petroleum on your face, and you'll never
age.
Can you believe that we
British,
The young
British
British
Petroleum,
Petroleum.
British
Can
Petroleum
you believe
Vaseline.
we got Millie
Put it on
Bobby
your
Brown to
face and
change
never
her
age.
name?
I know. This didn't kill somebody this time.
Anyway.
Oh no, we killed Bon Jovi.
Millicent
No.
Robert Brown. No more.
Millicent Robert Brown.
Millie
Your
Bon Bon's my
stepfather.
name. I'm like, that sounds like a hip hop name. That's your rapper name, Millie Bon Bon. Millie Bon.
You find out there can only be one Bon Jovi at a time. So she has the Bon Jovi.
It's Highlander
name,
rules. It's a little
and then,
bylaw.
And then Bon Jovi goes. Bon Jovi goes.
Millie Bon Bon. Beady beady bum bum.
But
now they can
while
see.
Norma undergoes a rigorous series of beauty
Please,
treatments,
thank you.
Ozempic, she gets
Plastics,
implants. She gets buccal fat
Buccal fat removal?
Yeah. To prepare for her comeback, Joe secretly begins to work with Betty on the screenplay. That's the real stab at somebody in the back working on the screenplay with them. Though she's now engaged to Artie, she falls in love with him. Although he likes her, Joe is dismayed at the triangle, which he is now caught. When Norma discovers the script with Betty's name on it, she phones Betty and insinuates what sort of a man Joe really is. I mean, she's no lies detected for what she says on the phone.
Not wrong to say it. Yeah.
Do you know how he lives? Do you know who he lives with? Like, Joe, hearing her, invites Betty to the mansion to see for herself. When she arrives, he coldly terminates the relationship by letting her believe that he's a gigolo and prefers to live off Norma. Letting her believe that literally is the situation.
At that point, he is a gigolo, but it's
yeah.
So the character of Betty is good though, because first of all, she's talented as well, and they do seem to actually work very well together on this script. So it's more than just like a lesser movie would just have her be like, she's very beautiful, and like he doesn't want to get with his friend's fiance, but he kind of does, and like there's that aspect, but there's also the fact that he actually is doing good work. And like they're coming, like they're bouncing off of each other well in that way that you do when like
He doesn't seem to be very good. He doesn't seem to be as good. Like she seems like she has she's
instigating most of it, but he is
Yeah.
better with her writing. Like in the fact that it could be as simple as she helps him kind of find whatever it is in himself to be a good writer, because he can't get out of his head enough or whatever it is, but like whatever it is, it isn't just like she's a muse, she's an active partner. And I think that that's something that gets lost in the conversation about this, because Betty's like the fourth most interesting character in the movie, frankly. And but it's not that she's an uninteresting character, it's just that she's not just a locus for plot catalysm,
there's a certain cynicism where they said like there's 27 or something different plot, like like he's like she says guy has an older woman that's trying to buy his affection, and he's like, you've been reading too many of these scripts, and there's like 27 plots or something that you take in the so he's very by the book kind of as a writer in that way. And she's
he's more of a save the cat kind of writer, sure, and she's more like a being inspired by interesting stories, but then like they come up with things like they're two teachers, and like one's day school and one's like night school, and they share the same office and they share the same bed. All right, but cool. Thanks for interrupting that. But yeah, like, but that is actually kind of like, oh, that's a great like plot linchpin, right? And they come up with that together, right? And that's something that I think
he
that
kind of pitches that part of it out. He's like, he kind of just has that on the top of it,
and it's really good. But it's like, would you have thought of that without her? No, absolutely not. Because like he's so
I like when she's like, "Are you
into-
kidding me?" Because I think that's actually a good idea. And he's like, "Well, have it." But
yeah, it's yours.
Also, he's caught between these two worlds where at the same time Max is panic hitting the horn.
Right,
Like,
exactly.
yeah.
Right, exactly. But I think that's where. So I noticed that more this time. The third time I've seen this, I think. I noticed that more this time. Though I was like, oh, it's interesting that actually is a convoluted but fruitful writing partnership, and it's something that like I'm not sure if.
Well, his whole thing in the beginning is that he has some form of extreme writer's block. Like and
he's become super cynical. It's his mindset. His mindset has become so cynical that like he's purposely making hacky choices because he thinks that's what's going to sell. Right. And that's what like kind of draws her in the first place. Like, oh no, I think you actually do have talent. This isn't it though. Which she's right. She's not wrong about that. But it's interesting that like that development is like almost a B plot to their piece of it, which is in itself like a B plot to the larger story.
Mm-hmm.
I do wonder when he talks about sitting at the copy desk. I wonder if that implies advertising or if it implies journalism. It seemed to me, it seemed journalism to me, but then thinking about like the term copy, like he's sitting at the copy desk, kind of implies advertising. I don't know.
It was
after
Ohio,
Betty leaves the
right?
mansion, yeah, Dayton, Ohio.
It's a Dayton, home of Brainiac, by the way.
Oh,
yeah.
Wait, the villain?
No,
DC
the
villain?
band. Maybe the villain.
Can't wait for Man of Tomorrow.
Yeah, they're all of their tags are like Brainiac from Dayton, Ohio.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're big on branding with that. Yeah.
After Betty leaves the mansion in tears, Joe begins packing, having decided to return to Ohio. He bluntly informs Norma of the truth that there will be no comeback. Her fan letters come from Max, and she is forgotten. He ignores Norma's threats to shoot herself, and in a fit of passion, she shoots him as he leaves, leaving him dead in the pool.
Okay, so the revelation, because you get the feeling that all right, she's getting all this fan letters. Like, really?
Yeah.
Like, there's something kind of like sus about that, right?
It's
But
like,
then
I
when-
remember you from that one movie in 1925, like, especially when silent films were still most lost media. Anyway.
Well, and like, what does he say? Like, don't look too close at the handwriting or something along those lines.
Yeah.
With it's like it's kind of alluded to earlier on, where it's like, oh, maybe this isn't like totally for real, but it's like he's doing that, and what he thinks is a way to preserve a healthy state of mind for her, which of course is not. It's delusion, right? Like it's something. It's like he's perpetuating a delusion that is ultimately psychologically harmful to her and all those around her, but it's done weirdly out of some misguided sense of love for and it's tragic. It's a tragic situation.
It reminds me of Baby Jane, where like when Jane would go on public, she's like, I'm Baby Jane Hudson, remember me? And they're like, who's Baby Jane Hudson? But also
the two movies have a very similar ending, right? Like, when Baby Jane's doing her little dance and everyone's looking at her on the beach, and then this movie with me, all right, Mr. DeMille, I'm ready for my close up. Like that. Those
Kim and Kelly Deal are from Dayton, as well as Guide by Voices. Guide by Voices, Breeders, or at least Kim and Kelly Deal, Brainiac, and that's about it.
Also, shout out to Joan Crawford, because she did get a lot of fan mail, and she would actually answer, because her like assistant or maid or whatever would actually read the letters to her, and she would like tell, like, she would respond, she always responded to. She actually got the most fan mail at one point, and people were like, yeah, Joan responds to all the fan mail, sends out all.
They would set up these. I know you know this. They would set up these
fan
clubs where it was so it was like you'd send the letters to the Joan Crawford fan club or whatever, and then they would all go to someone who would scan them, and then
and that really shows, like, a lot of actors, they knew that their fans were the ones who made them. They're the ones who go see the pictures and partake in like buying like whatever merchandise they can get or whatever. So nowadays they don't really have that because fans are fucking crazy now. I mean, my God, you can't, you can't go to a movie premiere without some idiot jumping on you with no security guard, and it's like, what the fuck, man?
They did used to have them with Marvel
Fan club
comics
events
and,
too.
they would have like
12 fake Twitter stan accounts today. Probably.
Yeah.
That's like the equivalent, right? Yeah.
She would tweet something out, and he'd have like a bot. He'd be like running a bot network in the basement or whatever.
Yeah.
and she'd be
Norman
tweeting out,
Desmond,
like,
super fan.
Looney Tunes. I got the reference.
But
You jerk. Close up, Daffy Duck. Duck-a-muck.
no, but there's a like for a little while they had the same thing with Marvel Comics and DC Comics, where they would have the comic fan clubs, and you would write into them.
Yeah,
and they'd
and
be
now
in the
look
back
how
of the
big
comic
Comic Cons are. But even then, you don't have to attend those. I don't blame celebrities for opting out of fan events now because it's just shit's getting out of hand.
Yeah. The scene returns to the opening, still narrating. Joe expresses fear over how Norma will be unable to cope with the disgrace, a discovery of how forgotten she truly is. That's, you know what? She doesn't. That's the thing. The police arrive. However, she is completely broken with reality and slipped into a delusional state of mind, thinking the news cameras are set up for a film shoot. To help the police coax her down the stairs, Max plays along with her hallucination. She is on the set of her new film. He verbally sets up a scene for her and yells action. Norma dramatically descends the staircase. Joe, in a voiceover, remarks that life has decided to spare her the pain of that discovery. The dream she had clung to so desperately had enfolded her. Norma makes a short speech about how happy she is to be back making a film and delivers the film's most famous line. All right, Mr. DeMille, I'm ready for my close-up.
Again, powerful even out of context, but like with the context of everything we've seen before, it's just like, oh wow. And again,
do a good Norma Desmond face.
Max, for sure. Max is like chief enabler to the very end, right? Where it's like, oh, but like it's how it's so messed up because it's like, oh well, it's how she's basically got a psychotic break, if she had it before, and so it's like, okay,
and he's crying too, like he has tears going down his face as But there's also like a doctor that's seems to be.
Max is a very tragic character. Agreed.
Yeah, but there's also a doctor that visits the house that he talks about, where the doctor's going in, and like, so it seems like the doctor's also enabling her. Like she tries to commit suicide.
Right.
The doctor's like, well, take the locks off the doors and don't let her light the stove in her room, and don't let her have anything sharp. Don't let her near any razor blades. Like, you're taking some razor blades out of Madam's room.
Well, it reminds me of when it comes to like actresses like back then who did suicide attempts, Judy Garland comes to mind because she literally like had a few suicide attempts during her career. Like she tried smashing shards of glass and all that.
And they say we've taken away her sleeping pillows, because at the time, right, the barbiturate sleeping pills were the thing that most actresses or people they would take too many barbiturates, and that's how they pass away, whether accidentally or on purpose.
To stay up and all that, like.
Yeah. But the barbiturate ones, the barbiturate pills that like a lot of people, like a lot of actresses and even early rock stars died from, a lot of them have been taken off the market because it really seems like too many of those took a lot of people out at the time. It was like, I don't know. It's
amazing who got hooked and who didn't. It really.
Well, it is, and I don't want to drop that thread, but I do want to mention that Eric von Stroheim, Max, he was a silent film star as well. Like he had his own very distinguished career. I was trying to remember, I'd seen something with him that I really liked, and it was the Renoir film Grand Illusion, which is about the French soldiers that are in basically a World War I prison camp, and really, really good. And I've forgotten that he was in that because it's like one of those things where it's like it just feels like it from a different era because it's like 1937, right? But he's he's really good in that. It's one of those things where he's just got that like sort of resting stoicism that seems very endemic of the times, along with everything else. But such a great, because it's coming from a place of misguided love, right? So it's like one of those things where it's like it makes it even more tragic because of that. Because he's not trying to do her harm. What is
I like this this caricature that somebody did of him as an actor.
Yeah.
Where he has the eye, the monocle and the cigarette and yeah. I guess he was well, his parents were like very observant Jews that were living in. He's from Austria, and his parents so he joined the military during World War I and then deserted and like came to America on a ship, and it's like that's such an interesting. And I guess the von Stroheim, he kind of assumed that as like an actor kind of thing, like that. Well, he didn't. Obviously, wasn't a Bond, but his family's taken that on ever since.
Yeah, and just real interesting that I had not seen anything else that he'd been in when I'd first seen this. I was like, oh, it was that guy, But it's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, even the people that are coming over to play, was it Bridge that they're playing, right? It's like, oh, it's like they're all people like from that era, and
well, one of them is H.B. Warner, who was famously Jesus in King of Kings, like but his one like von Stroheim's like most famous movie, I guess, is Greed. That's the one that everybody talks about, where it's like based on a novel, and it's like a psychological drama film, and like I haven't seen it, but I've seen it referenced a lot.
Yeah, that's where like a guy wins like the lottery or something, right? And like I'm familiar with it, but I have not seen it. But like he was in I mentioned D.W. Griffith, Intolerance. He was in Intolerance. Grand Illusion, like it says, great. Renoir is just fucking awesome. Like it's
Jesus Christ, Greed is no wonder I haven't seen it. It's almost 4 hours. It's 3.98 hours.
Oh really? Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's a lot of movies like at that time were like, I want to say like Intolerance is like some crazy amount of freaking long time as well. It's like from 1916 where they have like these gigantic
holy fuck.
Built
all right, so the original theatrical run of it is 2 hours 20 minutes. The original cut that he wanted to release into the world was 8 hours long.
People complain about it until the end of the world. Jesus Christ.
The partially restored one is approximately 4 hours.
And people are like, "Oh, Wicked should not have been split into 2 movies." I'm like, "Well, you would have bitched it was a 6-hour long one." I'm just saying.
Yeah. D.W. Griffith, hold my beer.
Exactly.
Actually, he didn't do Greed. He did. I think did Eric von Stroheim? Did he direct that one? Greed.
He directed Greed. Yeah, that was like his famous. That's his most famous work as a director.
Okay.
Which it's silent because it's obviously 1924 when it came out, so it's like it's 4 hours of a silent film.
He also directed a movie called Foolish Wives. Okay. Anyway, moving on.
His I don't know, his career as his career as not an actor, because he continued to be an actor, and people in France especially loved him. Like he was a beloved director in France, and he got to do a lot of acting roles because of that.
I mentioned Grand Illusion. Renoir was like huge at the time. That was a huge role. And like if you like look at his show me his films based on rating, that's like considered like one of his greatest roles. And Renoir is like a pioneering French cinema guy that like he was made like something like 40 films in like the silent era in the 60s, and and most of the rules of the game.
His directing career ended because he got fired by Gloria Swanson and Joseph B. Kennedy on Queen Kelly, and that kind of ended his directing career.
Wow,
yeah.
Man.
So so basically, people were talking about like the real tragedy of, or part of the real tragedy of this film is that he kind of like his career immolated on her, in the same way that he does in the film, where he's like back with her after all that time. Yeah.
Well, yeah. The ending to this is, to me, it's one of the great movie endings. And it's like I think even absent of context, because I think I saw it before I watched the movie. I think I saw it in a film class. I was like, I don't understand what's happening, but this is great. It was like I didn't have any frame of reference. I was like, this is really I don't know why this is really good, but this is really good. And then when you see the movie, you're like, oh wow, okay. And that's something that it's crazy to me that wasn't the original beginning. It wasn't the original ending, like with the conceit of like the pool. But it's perfect. There's it sums everything up that we've seen, and how else could it have ended, right? It's never going to end well.
It seems to me, in like a way, almost like von Stroheim, like this role, he's almost trying to groom, like, because he's older in this. Obviously, he's like, he's gonna die far before, so he's trying to groom, Gillis, like Joe Gillis,
to be like take his place. like a Renfield situation or something.
in a way, because he keeps revealing this information to him, and they seem to have he seems to be trying to build this weird bond where he's I have to do this. So it seems almost like he's trying to set up in case something happens to him.
Trying to train his
the real Eric von Stroheim died 7 years after this cancer. So it's like, I don't know, but like you could imagine, like, you could imagine a version of this where, instead of escaping, like Joe Gillis stays there and continues to be the gigolo of his dreams, and he just stays stuck in that mansion. And instead of like whatever, like Max one day dies and he has to continue to like take on his role as Cuck Butler, I guess. And this is so you call that.
And that's crazy.
You can imagine like her, like when she had husbands, like she's making love and he's kind of just in the corner. Like, does Madam want anything?
It's so tragic though, but the thing is, everybody has like a different tragic arc in this. I mean, other than maybe the Nancy Olsen character, Betty's probably gonna be fine. She's pretty girl. She's talented. But like everyone else is just like a different kind of interweaving tragedy. That's like everyone's on this like.
Do you think
trip.
Do you think she goes back? Because I'm guessing she didn't tell Artie, like,
No, I think she'd go back to Artie. That guy's that guy's no genius. He's and he's clearly punching above his weight class anyway. Be fine.
He kind of looks like Jerry Lewis a little bit, like the actor that they got to play him.
And he's like real happy being an extra too, where it's like, dude, okay, like clearly you're not very ambitious.
You got any role? You got any?
I want to. Got to be a cast of thousands and get your old buddy as the role. Okay. Yeah, all right. So
he's like, you looking for an assistant director to herd the thousands into their places, like
well, and like, it's very clear that she likes him well enough, but creatively they're not on the same level either. So but I think,
I mean, like
I mean, who knows?
An assistant director.
It feels like Betty would be just fine. I feel like everyone else is I mean, Joe Gillis is dead, so that doesn't end well. Yeah, Norma's clearly going to jail for the rest of her life. It's not. I don't know what Max is going to do. Probably commit suicide. I mean, not to be bleak.
You can see somebody. You could see somebody doing a some kind of like a revisionist script called Joe Gillis is Dead that talks about like Norma Desmond's life after this, pretty much, where she's like, she's not going to, I'm guessing she's not going to prison, she's probably going to the sanitarium.
But then also like, if this, well, you couldn't make Sunset Boulevard today, because now it would be like there'd be like a freaking 12-part streaming series about Norma Desmond, and like she would have a whole like post murder career. And they're like, Norma Desmond was right, she did nothing wrong, Joe Gillis was a hack that was trying to exploit her. Like, so
I bet you there are already essays on that too, by the way.
More than likely. Which is funny because the next movie he does is Ace in the Hole, which is basically about that kind of exploitative thing, which is hilarious. So clear was on.
I'm just imagining that fucking dirty scumbag Michael Tracy being like, she didn't even do a murder, that's not even real. So the Substack, Norma Desmond did nothing wrong, that he puts in between his like Ghislaine Maxwell did nothing wrong.
Exactly. Oh God, yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
He's like Andrew Cuomo did nothing wrong, Ghislaine Maxwell did nothing wrong, Norma Desmond did nothing wrong.
Well, and Norma Desmond would be on every shitty podcast that would have her. Well, maybe not. She doesn't like talking.
So they opened that podcast, and out came talk.
Does your podcast do video?
You see her getting ready for the podcast. She's like, I must get ready. There's a podcast coming up. They're going to have me
Yes.
on a podcast.
I'm going to be on Lydia Tarr's podcast.
It's called Lydia Tarr.
So Norma,
Lydia
you were a
Tarr-
master of your craft and you were abandoned by all your fans. What do you have to say about that?
Wow.
If we were doing an after party, that would be the conceit of it right there. I'm telling you.
But it's our Lydia Tarr Michael Rappaport podcast that we had as a bit. And it's,
Norma, you're so great. You're so great. I love all your work. I love everything you do.
It's like, what are you gonna do
You're
after
like
this?
Israel.
I'm moving to Tel Aviv.
Do you condemn Norma Desmond? One important question for you: do you condemn Hamas? Remember, he's a parent in this situation. For people that don't know that yet. He's a talking parrot. Other than that, he's exactly the same.
These comments are fucking gold right now.
They're being like, I was framed, just like Israel was framed. Substack Boulevard.
Substack Boulevard. Yeah. So anything else to say about the Indian? Because I'm not gonna. We've been very disciplined on this very serious podcast. I don't want to.
One of the best endings in a film. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, right? It's like, it's tragic, but it's sort of how else could it have gone?
Yeah.
You
know? The dude's called from beyond the grave. How else?
I did want to shout out the fact that when the cops are trying to use the phone to contact the police station from her house, right? Because they set up the whole thing, and it's Hedda Hopper upstairs. She goes, "My call's more important. Get off this line."
Oh yeah.
How much money she got paid?
That is pretty great. Yeah, which is like party line thing.
It also, Loyal Pops, get out of here, Loyal
Probably
Pops.
pissed about that.
They're going back and forth from the Sunset Boulevard mansion. They're like, get off this line. I'm gonna be. But there's the line that's like 12 press agents going at someone could really destroy the human soul.
That's a DeMille line. Yeah. That's another great DeMille line. Yeah, it's true.
But it's funny to have like her as like pretty much just a vulture upstairs. It's like, just feeding on the scraps of her demise. Oh, I also I was imagining a sequel to this where she hires the guys from Sweet Smell of Success to rehabilitate her.
Oh.
Wow, that would rule.
All right, let's get to it. It's been like what, over 60 years. Let's do it.
Let's do it. We're bringing back two beloved franchises in a way that you will not believe.
It's just J.J. Hunsacker's column, and it's like Norma Desmond innocent.
Right. Norma Desmond. She did nothing wrong. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, where is that crossover, right? Yeah. So anyway, Letterboxd is a place for film lovers to talk at, with, and to each other about the films that they love. Maybe the films that they didn't love. Maybe the films that they just ad nauseum quoted and or misquoted iconic lines from.
Mostly misquoted.
Who knows? Mostly misquoted. Not for me to say, but it is a bottom-up democracy where everyone gets to have their say, not just the Siskel's and Eberts of the world. Everyone gets to chime and opine about the movies that they love. And that is best expressed succinctly for the purposes of this bit, where they are collected weekly by yours truly, for Forrest and Kristina, to respond to, read, and laugh at with and to. These are the Letterboxd one-liners for Sunset Boulevard. Let's roll them. Norma Desmond being an astrology hoe makes all the sense in the world.
It really does. It really, really
What's
does.
your sign? Tell me your sign. I know she knows them all by heart. She knows.
Yep. Oh yeah.
She's got that in her brain.
She's an astrology hoe. Norma Desmond, I wish you could have lived long enough to see Ozempic.
Ozempic.
I feel like that's like one of the classic ones. I don't know. It's like she has her whole. I mean, her routine is terrifying, right? Her routine's terrifying. When she
worse than Joan Crawford's.
She comes in. She's like, "Where were you last night? I screamed and screamed, but you weren't here." That scene. She has like the tape on her face, and as she's going to run in right before she shoots him, she takes the tape off of her face and puts it on the wall, and.
She's got to look her best,
Yeah.
Gotta serve looks before you serve a jail sentence.
See, she's not. She's going to. I think she's going to a sanatorium. I feel like.
I think
it's like. She completely cracks. Like.
Yeah, she's clearly. Whatever thin hold on reality she had is now gone.
And then she has like she's Ryan Murphy pick her bones as she's dying in the thing to like create a Netflix show. Norma
Jesus.
Norma Des-
She deserves better than
man.
All's fair and it's fair. Anyway.
Tough. Maybe I'm messy, but playing bridge with Gloria Swanson and Buster Keaton for the foreseeable future ain't that bad of a deal.
Yeah, I mean, look, if he wasn't like a grasping, like dirty scumbag kind of guy, like it might be a life that he's fine with, right? Like
exactly. Just write your scripts when you can, freaking, whatever. Ain't that bad.
I call them like
private
the wax,
dance
like,
party.
These are her wax works, but it's like those are some of the most iconic.
Well, it's not like yeah,
like being trapped in the Criterion closet. For eternity.
Well, it's not like she's not like hideous or something. It's just a just age difference. But like, right, who gives a shit? It's not like he's some prize, despite how everyone treats him.
He's the first guy to get worried about
He's just
age
some
gap
guy.
relationships on Twitter. He's like, I don't know, I just find it problematic.
Yeah, that's the same one. Such a shame he didn't have ChatGPT. Could have finished that script in an hour and gotten out of there.
Hell yeah.
I feel like this one needs to go with the on like the Wall of Fame with the Here Comes Glinda and her gay ass bubble.
There should be, yeah. I guess we've done so many of these, man. It'd be good to have a Hall of Fame, but Here Comes Glinda and her gay ass bubble is definitely.
I feel like such a shame he didn't have ChatGPT. Could have finished that script in an hour, got out of there. It's like the perfect summation of like today's version of Sunset Boulevard. You just typed it out with AI. It's like, I don't know. The AI says that Salome wouldn't have done this.
Yeah, can't argue with ChatGPT.
I like when he takes out a scene from her script, and she's like, and he's like, you don't want to be on screen all the time. And she's like, why not? Why not? Why am I not? You get right. Such a feeling about what her script is based just on that interaction where he's like, you don't want to be on screen all the time. And she's like, the fans love me. They want me on screen all the time. And it's like, oh, I know what kind of vanity project.
We know why there's like 9 sheets of paper for this script because it's all going to be close-ups of her.
She dances the dance of the 7 veils.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see you dance the dance of the 7 veils, Norma.
All right. Again.
Like she falls in love with the holy man.
Joe Gillis walked into that mansion like, yeah, I can fix her. Sir, you could not.
He's not even trying to fix her. He's trying to fix himself. He's trying to fix himself up for a little bit and not have his car get taken.
He sees opportunity, that's for sure.
He's so pissed when his car gets taken. He finally loses his car, and she's like, "What? Where's the fire?" And she's like, "I have a car. You don't need a car." And it's like, I don't know, man, run.
Fire.
And then have like
that's the moment that like you probably should
the cutaway, the car, and then it just shows that old car, the old timey car.
you know that they were the ones that tipped the guys to take the car too, like Max or whatever.
Oh, of course. It's leverage.
If you're looking for the car, this is where it is. Like,
yeah, how else would they have known? I mean,
and like also, how do they know like his apartment is somewhere? It's like they go through his stuff enough to find where his apartment is, or they call around. I don't know. It's like they find that out within a day, and it's like, holy fuck.
Yeah. Well, like what they say, grown men don't just fall in the river like that, right?
Yeah.
This is what happens when you serve too much cunt.
Yeah, they put you in jail.
Sure. Have you warned us?
Cecil B. DeMille is like, that's what happens. You serve too much cunt.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Norma Desmond as Charlie Chaplin is low-key my sleep paralysis demon.
It's not great.
Like you're real happy that Max interrupts, where it's like, oh, thank fuck.
It is very funny to have seen to have rewatched Sunset Boulevard and also seen the second part of Wicked like the same couple of days, because you get to see Norma Desmond as Charlie Chaplin and Jeff Goldblum as Charlie Chaplin.
Yes,
Ah,
I
sure,
love
okay,
that moment. I love the yeah, yeah.
Like everyone's trying to be Charlie Chaplin these days. Even Hitler.
Yep.
Normalize having a shrine dedicated to yourself.
But like she's so like in those like she was so pretty when she was young.
Oh
It's
yeah,
like,
of
you
course.
kind of get it. She's like,
Well,
like I was looking at because I was putting that because I was putting the intro together only because of that. No, but I was looking at all the old silent era photos of her, and it's like she was so pretty. It's like you get why it's like why she keeps.
Well,
those
it's not like she's ugly even at this point. Like she's still very pretty. She's wild and tense. It's like, oh my god, that's off-putting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like,
you also
yeah.
in my head, I imagine the mansion smells like cat pee. Like,
oh yeah,
yeah.
Who do you think she is? The cousins of the cat of Jackie O? What's going on here?
No, but like I don't know. I just like I imagine like I guess the version of it today is like when you meet like one of those older people who like had like a really fascinating life, and you're like, I really want to hear about their life, but also the apartment that they're like kind of stowed away in kind of has like that overwhelming scent of
I've
cat
seen
pee.
for a few people like that.
Yeah. And I will say,
more than cat pee.
There is an entire room that's almost entirely filled with my records on the wall and tour posters and stuff like that. So I get it.
Oh wow, Conan, you have a shrine to yourself? Who would have
Not
thought?
a shrine. That's more like a museum than a shrine. But
he opened his mouth and out came music. Not
like there's like a record player like playing my records like in the corner or something.
But also shout out to the fact that for whatever reason Max learned all the music to her, like because they obviously have specialized music for, so he's like playing along on the organ or whatever.
Yeah. Like
she also has like
what
an
a
early
great
version of a home theater setup.
Sure, but like with the organ, what a great moment it is when it's like you just hear that kind of sound. Like, what is that? It's like, oh, it's the wind going through the organ. So that just happens. That's a thing that just happens in this crazy, creepy old mansion.
Yeah,
and like everyone's like, oh yeah, it's real annoying, like whatever. And if it kind of moves on, it's like, oh yeah, I guess that would be. It's kind of a wild problem to have, but most people don't have a pipe organ in their living room. But okay, you do.
Max on the pipe organ. Joe's on the couch. She's Norma Desmond's on the couch.
Norma and Joe is the definition of a yapper girlfriend and a listener boyfriend.
Yeah, for all the complaining she does about talk. She never
she
stops.
Really
yapping.
does. Yeah, she really does talk a lot. Those are Letterboxd one-liners for Sunset Boulevard. Please follow the show on our Letterboxd HQ account at Movie Night Extra, where you have all of the stories of the great movies that we cover on this very show, as well as attendant short form content, links to other fun stuff along those lines. Whenever we do theme months like what we're doing now, this is now the joiner movie for both Noir Month and Movies About Movies Month. We have lists of them, so you can go find more information about the individual movies that we're covering in theme months, things along those lines. Follow us on Letterboxd at Movie Night Extra. Forrest is the traumatized pool boy at Always Flacco. You can find
somebody
him.
got to clean that pool.
Somebody does have to clean that pool, right?
Wait, I wanted to. This is a publicity photo I found where it looks like it's an alternate ending where he's like, "Oh, Betty, you can stay here," but he's like, he's trying to get him to go away. She's like, "I guess I got nowhere else to go." So they're just all one big happy family.
It's like a comedy suddenly. Still Billy Wilder, now it's a comedy. At Always Flacco, he's logging all the stuff for that he does for the show, as well as other movies as well. So follow him on Letterboxd. Conan Neutron at Conan Neutron. It's still big. It's a podcast that got small. You can follow me along Criterion Challenge. Has been completed, but I finished up the Borney as well. New Criterion Challenge 2026 coming up. I think the week I get back from tour, Ben's launching that, so I'll be doing that again. I also am going to do a bonus episode for our Patreon, wrapping up my Criterion Challenge as well, because I did one at the very beginning for folks that pay attention. So, and then I'll do another one with my picks for next year as well. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, which I know some people are, follow me on Letterboxd at Conan Neutron for that. And that will be coming up pretty soon. I vlogged a bunch of stuff. Like I said, I saw No Other Choice. It was great. I'm going to see a couple other likely Oscar contenders fairly soon. So yeah, if you're interested in that kind of thing, let me know. I just had Notorious. I had never seen that Hitchcock movie, which is freaking awesome. Ingrid Bergman.
Notorious.
I love that song.
Yeah, and maybe the first movie that had like we can't let this uranium get in the wrong hands as a plot point ever, and it was like, wow, back then that's crazy. Because that's an older Hitchcock movie. Kristina, Kristina on Letterboxd, As If We Never Said Goodbye. Oh, and that is you can find her logging things like Wicked Part 2, as well as other movies, I'm sure.
The Pirate. I rewatched that classic blunder of a movie, and I still love it. Yeah, Gene Kelly, Judy Garland, the Set from Hell. Man, that movie made me fall in love with him when I was like 7.
Okay.
I was like, I want that. That's the one where he has a cigarette, he puts a cigarette in his mouth, he kisses the girl, and he pops it back out of his mouth. And that's mostly the Letterboxd one-liners for that movie.
The poster for it. He's wearing a Hamas headband.
Yeah.
So Kristina on Letterboxd to follow Kristina.
Yeah.
To see what she's logging and all that good stuff. Let's hit with the plugs, please.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end, because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership. But getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going, since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra, where we're putting up short-form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
Yeah, the Stephen McDonald episode of Protonic Reversal went out the general feed from Red Cross, Off, and Melvin's, of course. Great episode. Before that, I had Ray Washam from Scratch Acid and Rape Man and some Helios Creed stuff, et cetera, great drummer. He was on episode 27 of the show, which was like 11 years ago. So that's probably the longest gap of having somebody on ever. But those are both in the general feed. Of course, patreon.com/ProtonicReversal, $1 a month advance access for supporting the show and getting those episodes sooner. There will not be a Protonic Reversal this week because I am, for the last time this year, going out to play shows with Conan, Neutron, The Secret Friends. We're playing with Mike Watt and the Second Men in downtown Los Angeles at Redwood. It is my birthday. It's the first time I'm getting to do a birthday show in, let's just charitably say, a very, 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 very long time. And
crazy.
Well, five of them have been since COVID, right? Like,
right, exactly. I mean, well, that's kind of like one of the things. So this is the flyer that Destiny made for it. It's gonna be great. I'm a huge Minutemen fan. Love Mike Watt, of course. He distinguished solo career, Fire Hose, played with the Stooges for the reunion stuff. Like, he's a legend. This is gonna be a fantastic show. Yeah, I'm very excited about it. Cosmic Kitten is opening too, who are our buds. They're fantastic as well. It's gonna be a lovely show. So if you're remotely in the Los Angeles area, consider coming out to that. That's going to be great. We're also playing a show at the Doll Hut in Anaheim on Saturday the 6th as well. I don't have the flyer for that up. Actually, wait, maybe I do. Hold on. I think it's far less interesting of a flyer. Here we go. It's this one. It's got a Christmas skeleton. No, it had nothing to do with this. But if you're in Anaheim,
Conan's Iggy Pop, go to Conan's birthday party.
yeah, for real. I know, right? So I'm gonna be in LA doing that for the weekend. Those are the last shows of the year. It's been a very busy year. It's been the most busy year for touring for me in a very long time. The work has been good, but I will be looking forward to 2026 activities. I will not be missing an episode this time, though. So we're going to be doing The Player, one of my favorite movies, the next week with Ian Miller. So looking forward to that. But yeah, neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. You can order the records, CDs. It's the 10th anniversary of the first record. So we did like you get it for $10, which that people are broke. They like that. So
what a steal.
That's pretty freaking good, frankly. We started playing Fight Math in the live set too, which is off that record. So, if you're interested in records, neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Otherwise, check out our noir themed video for The Villain of Circumstance, done by a friend of the show and former guest Rick Valentin and son. And that's really cool. We have 2 more videos coming up in the next 2 months. I will have more on that when those are complete. Lastly, Caterwaul 2026 is on. It's going to be 3 days this time instead of 4, and it's not Memorial Day weekend. It is going to be the
Labor Day weekend. Just kidding.
It's June 5th to 7th. We did a super limited, I guess, Black Friday sale for 3-day passes for $80, which is like about half what they are normally. They were gone like an hour. So we'll be having an announcement in January for 3-day passes and start leaking out the lineup and all that. Not leaking, announcing the lineup, all that coming soon. Caterwaul.org on all of the social media stuff, things along those lines, if you feel so inclined. But yeah, to reiterate, big year for the band. We've done a lot this year. I'm very proud of it. This weekend is the last activities for the year. So if you're remotely in the LA area, which I know we have LA listeners, so yeah, consider coming out. Be cool. Every once in a while, I'll run into someone from the show. Usually people that are on the show, but that's fine. That counts. Amy Bell can buy me barbecue in Kansas City. I can have a beer with Varn. That's fine. I don't mind that kind of stuff. It's great. I love it. Kristina, got anything interesting going on this week? Say Thursday, maybe?
Well, Wednesday.
Oh, Wednesday. I thought it was Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Wednesday, 6 p.m. Forrest and myself, the absurdity space. And the whole point of this podcast, Forrest and I are going to talk about just crazy, absurd stories just to make, stuff interesting. Nothing boring or mundane. You're like, oh, Trump's doing something stupid again or crazy. We know that.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to that. Putting us on a podcast.
I think it's going to be
politics.
It's going to be, I think probably like at least what we've come up with so far for stories is going to be kind of media focused, media criticism focused, which I don't know if it'll always be that, but that's definitely, we have a few stories that we've put together in an outline. So that's what it seems like so far. I mean, I'm interested to see how this goes. It's an hour. I don't know how you can only get us yapping for an hour and shut us down after that, but
yeah.
You're going to keep it to an hour?
Yeah.
I mean, I think this space gave us a block. So, we can keep it going off this space after that. But, yeah. So, I mean, we have a YouTube channel. Just look up the Absurdity Space on YouTube. And I put the link into the chat so you can see that. But I want to see how this goes. I feel like at this point, I don't even know how many podcasts that I've helped either, put together or been part of putting together or whatever. It's like, but I'm rarely like, it's rarely just 2 people going back and forth. So we'll probably have guests at some point, but.
Yeah. Also, I'm still in my Wicked for Good era. Jonathan Bailey is Phantom of the Opera. Rachel Ziegler as Christine. I'm seeing the vision, Lord Andy. Also, apparently people don't know that Ethan Slater, SpongeBob, has range after watching Wicked for Good. Conan, have you watched Gen V, the boys spinoff?
That's the cartoon one. No, that's
No.
the live action. Yeah, I saw it. It's good. I like it.
Did you
I like
watch
it.
season 2?
Yes.
Well, that Dr. Thomas, that's Ethan Slater. That's Bach. That's SpongeBob. But a lot of people were like,
okay.
I'm like,
Oh,
yeah, he looks like a dork, but he could play a character with like underlining like darkness. Like, it's funny as hell.
Yeah, he's the yeah. Well, I mean, I guess it's
Runs
kind
the
of like a
school.
spoiler, but he's like he's like the heavy.
Yeah.
Wow, he's really menacing in that. That's interesting.
Yeah,
I never saw
you
that
know
show,
what?
so.
You know what's funny though? Ariana Grande, I understand why you left your husband for him. Ayo. Anyway, I finally watched I'm all caught up on Bridgerton finally, so that's good. I did some Thanksgiving cooking streams because why not? I took a bit of a break just because I got diagnosed with seasonal asthma, so I got my inhaler, I got an allergy med, so I'm feeling.
I got my inhaler. I got my Magnum condoms. I'm ready to plow.
I know it's not what you said, but what I heard was dinos with inhalation problems, and like I was like, that can't possibly be what she said. I was like, I guess he would if the meteor hit, you probably would have some inhalation problems.
Yeah.
Anyway, but
yeah, it's funny.
Not serious business. Sorry.
Yeah. Also, my Wicked for Good TikTok now has over 2 million views, which I was like,
All right.
I'm proud of myself that I came up with that one.
In the zeitgeist.
I just wish someone from the cast would repost it on TikTok. Everyone else gets their TikTok reposted. I guess maybe it was too close to home. I don't know.
They're censoring her. The cast is censoring her.
The moment I wake up from another case, see Jonathan Bailey reposted that TikTok, I'd be like, he knew what I was thinking. If you know, you know what I'm talking about. Do I even bother
I'm not on
spoiling what
TikTok
happened?
anymore. I deleted our TikTok because I don't now that the information has come out about who's buying TikTok, I'm like, I don't want this on my phone.
I mean, it's already been bought, so I'm like,
yeah.
I don't.
Anyway,
But I mean, I didn't have much going on in there anyway.
go see Wicked for Good to see Coleman Domingo crush the 2 lines he had, and
Yeah, he really only did have 2. He only really did have 2 lines. He's in like in 2 parts, and one of the parts is that he's just
every night
silent.
I wake up, and I see that green face, and it's like, hold up, I'm sorry, but it was not the woman with the green face that rescued you. It was the handsome dude who's helping you walk down the yellow. Never mind. Anyway.
It's
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. I went and saw it on Thanksgiving, and I obviously not as good as the first one, but
This is why
was
MVQ
enjoyable.
won Best Musical at the Tonys. They did not want a repeat of 1988 when Phantom won over Into the Woods. Julie and I will discuss all this when we discuss Wicked for Good in February.
I was gonna say, wait, I it's almost a sure thing we're gonna cover it for Oscars. So I'm gonna save my energy for that.
Anyway, I love how it's called Elf of a Sex Cardigan. I reread Blue Diamonds on a Green Field for the occasion. Anyway,
all right. Well, watch our show, The Absurdity Space, tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. Yeah. Kristina, do you have final thoughts about this movie? Wicked. Wait, no.
Wicked Part 1. No, God damn it, that's not it either.
Why am I not a little too horny today? Anyway, Sunset Boulevard is a classic. It's like the quintessential Hollywood noir film about someone, basically like, someone who's washed up, looking to revitalize her career. Clearly, she's delusional. She's a little delusional, but aren't we all when we really want to make that comeback? Phenomenal script. Angela Weber tried adapting into a blockbuster musical, and it failed, and has brought us trends of movies being adapted into Broadway shows. Thanks, by the way. But in my opinion, Gloria Swanson should have gotten the fucking Oscar for this role. I mean, it's ridiculous that that she didn't. Golden Globe is nice and all, but it's always those cases where it's like actresses win the Golden Globes or they win the other awards, but it's like not the Oscar.
Well, and you had Ann Baxter and Bette Davis in All About Eve not win it too, which is like what? What the hell won then? Turns out it was Born Yesterday. The classic film Born Yesterday that everybody talks about, right? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about it a lot tonight. That's how we do it.
Never heard of it. Anyway.
Conan?
Yeah, if you
Final
haven't seen this movie, what's wrong with you?
There we go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Attack the audience. Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No,
What's wrong with you? Yeah, look, it's one of the greatest of all time. It's an endlessly quotable or misquotable, as the case may be. I think the darkness and the heart on this film are both off the scale. I think Norma Desmond is an icon, embodying all the tropes and signatures of a has-been that the world's left behind, as well as a talent that's continued to operate in a changed world. And that hits a little bit differently when you see it at a younger age versus an older age if you're creative. And it works very well. Gloria Swanson's a supernova in this. It's a role only she could play. It's astounding that it did not win the Academy Award, but the misery and the open-hearted need clash and coalesces, and it's a tragic glacier, right? Because it moves slowly, more than like a traffic accident. Crazy that William Holden, Network's one of my favorite movies, and that's like him near the end of his career, but this is like relatively early on. He's fantastic in it too. Love seeing Cecil B. DeMille and Buster Keaton as themselves. The writing's rich and nuanced. Cinematography is pretty astounding. It's one of the greatest of all time, and somehow still underrated from a filmatic standpoint. And it's hard to be left behind. It's enough to drive one mad, right? So it's iconic, it's influential, and it's pretty unfuckwithable. It's a great film. Glad we actually got to talk about it.
Apparently, William Holden starred in Born Yesterday too.
Oh, okay.
He was the
William Holden. There he is.
Yeah.
So glad we got to talk about it, and glad we technically speaking closed our noir month off with it, and also started off our month of movies about movies. That's going to be for the rest of December.
Yeah.
I think it's
George Cukor, who directed Born Yesterday.
George Cukor, is that what's the name?
No, George Cukor. But he was the guy.
Cukor.
I said Cukor. But George Cukor was
George
the guy
Cukor, right? Yeah.
He was the guy that got Gloria Swanson cast in Sunset Boulevard.
George Cukor.
He did direct like a 2 Days of the Wizard of Oz. I mean, like the most important changes to the film. So we do owe that man a lot.
But it's interesting that it ended up losing to a film directed by George Cukor and starring William Holden, like another
a different one. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess his career was blown up at the time. Yeah. He's holding it up. He's like, I'm
up.
George Cukor, and this is my art.
is the inventor of the cue cards. That was where he made his fortune. It wasn't directing.
Listen, all right. Directing is my passion, but cue cards, that's my business.
That's my fortune.
Yeah. I mean, actually, he made most of his money. He made most of his money on
George
on
C.
SNL.
Card.
he made the majority of his money on SNL because they're always holding up with cue cards.
Good.
But so tomorrow we're launching The Absurdity Space. Definitely watch it. Next week we're doing The Player with Ian Miller.
Raise of Dad and Kowloon Walled City.
Yeah.
Movies now more than ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna be interesting to talk The Player, not just because it's one of my favorite movies, but in a post the studio world, which is a show I very much like, that it is a spiritual and technical sequel to. So
yeah,
that's right.
All right. Well, we are signing off, and I am ready for my close-up, Mr.